God knows what He has for us. And when we gather together, as we have seen what has happened to our country, let us put our trust in
that we may. Watu wanakunywa lea. Ukilea watoto wako vizuri, ima watakuombea ama watakuwa watoto ambao watu watakuwa wanasema huyu kama ni mtoto wake basi yeye amefeli katika dunia. So watoto tuwalee, watatufaa wakati tunaenda mahali ambapo Mwenyezi Mungu ametuita. Au ya tatu, ilmun yuntafa'u bihi, au elimu ambayo wewe mwenyewe umefunza, ukawa unafundisha watu, hawa watu wanafundisha wengine, elimu ambayo inaendelea mpaka siku ya kiyama. Lakini kama wewe unafundisha watu vitu ambao ni mbaya, basi wewe pia utapata ile dhambi ambayo watoto wako watapata. So hizi vitu vitatu ndio vitu ambavyo muhimu kwa huyu ambaye amelala. Kama amejenga msikiti, amejenga kanisa, ama amejenga chochote ambacho binadamu wanafaidika, akachimba kisima, haya yatamfaa. Kila nafsi itarudi kwa Mwenyezi Mungu. Hao wamerudi. Na sisi tuombe kwamba pia mwisho wetu, na hawa ndugu zetu tunajua yale ambayo wamefanya na yale ambayo walikuwa wanatarajia kwenda kufanya hii wiki ambayo tuko ndani yake. Haya yote ni mipango ya Allah na amewachukua wakiwa na sisi tukiwaona. Tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, tunakushukuru kwa maisha ya hawa ambao wameishi. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, umewaita wamerudi mbele zako. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, uwafariji wale wote ambao walikuwa karibu na wao, familia yao, sisi askari kama fraternity ya askari. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, tujalie, wewe mwenyewe unajua mipango yako na mipango yako haikosolewi. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, tunakuomba kwamba sisi katika jeshi na nchi mzima tunaomboleza. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, tufariji na tuwe wenye kukubali yale ambayo umefanya. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, haya yote wewe umepitisha na yamekuwa. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, tupatie moyo wa kukubali. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, tunakushukuru kwa siku ya leo kwamba tuko hapa kuaga ndugu zetu. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, tujalie sisi ambao tuko hai tuweze kutekeleza mambo haya matatu na tuzingatie kwamba sisi zote tutarudi kwako. Amin.
Tuendelee na maombi. Mwenyezi Mungu, tunakushukuru kwa maana aliye mkuu ni wewe, mwenye uwezo na mamlaka yote ni wewe. Siku ya leo Mungu, wingu la simanzi limetanda katika nchi yetu ya Kenya, katika familia yetu ya kijeshi kwa jumla. Baba, tunaomba kitu kimoja, kwamba katika udhaifu na unyonge wetu, katika huzuni wetu. Mungu, nyosha mkono wako. Panguza kila chozi katika familia ya kijeshi, hasa familia ambao wamepoteza wapendwa wao siku hii ya leo. Katika hii hali ambayo ni chungu na kuhuzunisha, Mungu mwenye amani, shuka ukadumu pamoja na wao. Wapatie faraja ya kweli, tuliza mawazo na mioyo yao. Tujua kwamba mauti ni chungu, inakuja wakati usiopangwa, lakini Mungu amesema kwamba mwanadamu aliyezaliwa na mwanamke siku zake si nyingi. Siku ya leo Bwana, wapendwa hao wenzetu wametuacha. Nasi tulio hai, Mungu, tunapoelekea hali hii ya kuomboleza, tutie nguvu katika mambo yote. Tunapoingia katika kipindi cha maombolezo katika nchi yetu ya Kenya, vile ambavyo vimetangazwa, Mungu tuongoze, na pia Mungu tuwezeshe katika mipango na shughuli zote. Tunashukuru kwa maana Mungu, usiku wa leo tumekuja kwako tukijua kwamba mpango wako ni mpango ulio mkuu. Tupatie mpango ufaao na unaostahili katika mambo yote. Mungu, tukumbuka wale ambao wamepewa jina jipya kuitwa wajane na hata mayatima usiku wa leo. Mungu, tuwaweka mikononi mwako. Wewe ambaye ni baba wa mayatima na pia mume wa wajane, tunakualika Bwana uingie katika kila mji ambao umepoteza mpendo wao. Ukadumu mahali pale na ukalete kitulizo. Mipango zetu, shughuli zetu zote katika hali yetu ya kijeshi tukabidhi mkononi mwako. Mungu, anza nasi hata mwisho tutakushukuru. Na ni kwa Yesu Kristo tunaomba. Amini.
Basi tumemaliza maombi ya leo, and I want to say we need to pray with the family all the time. We need to give them comfort, that God may give them strength, and God may look upon their life at this time of sorrow. May God bless us. Thank you.
Benson Magondu was also the pilot. Captain Sorah Mohamed, Captain Hilary Litali, Senior Sergeant John Kinywa Mureithi, Benson Magondu was also the pilot. Captain Sorah Mohamed, Captain Hilary Litali, Senior Sergeant John Kinywa Mureithi,
It is well with my soul.
Benson Magondu.
It is well with my soul.
Benson Magondu was also the pilot. Captain Sorah Mohamed, Captain Hilary Litali,
Oh, yes, Captain Machuga. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, good evening. How are you doing?
Thank you. Welcome, of course.
Thank you. Give me like 1 minute on
So,
movement. 1 minute on.
Yeah. Oh, great. It's really a sad day, and maybe to our viewers, today is a sad day in Kenyan history, and the president have just confirmed the names of those who are dead in the KDF chopper crash that had the Chief of Defense Force, that is Mr. Ogolla, Brigadier Saidi, Colonel Keitany, Captain Sorah, Sergeant Omondi, Captain Litali, Sergeant Nyawira, who was a photojournalist, Colonel Sawe. And of course, out of 9, only 1 survived and is getting medication somewhere in Eldoret. So it's really a sad day as a country, having lost some of the key personnel in our security department. So we are just paying tribute to the fallen soldiers as we pray for their families so that they can get peace and be encouraged at this trying moment that the country is going through. Irrespective of what happened or what transpired, I know there are so many theories and the speculations outside there, which is allowed. But right now, the president has also declared 3 days for mourning, and all the flags that we have within the country will have to be hoisted halfway in respect to the fallen soldiers. So, karibu sana, maybe you can pass your message of condolences. I think it is not the first time that maybe we are having such kind of crash. People can remember a similar thing happened some time back when the minister, currently they're called cabinet secretaries of the Minister of Internal Security and his assistant minister, that is George Benson, among other people, perished in a similar circumstance. So, karibu sana, as we also invite those guys who are following. I can see Mohamed is saying it is very sad. Indeed, it is really very sad as a nation to lose such gallant soldiers at this moment, whereby the country is faced with some insecurity and such kind of things, really disorganizing the security docket. So, Colonel Chuka, I can just allow you also share a name. You also, are you in any way related to Chuka, the one from Air Force? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, good.
Now, it is very sad. It is very sad for us today.
Yeah.
And we are feeling it. Hatuwezi sema mingi. Any problem, maybe we can say, hizi chopper kama ziko na problem, I think government inafaa kununua mpya. The ones we have now, I think they are old. Zinafanya tu renovations, zina maintenance, lakini maybe we can have another one. Because I can remember Kibaki alikuwa anatumiaga kama hiyo. I think moja wao. Kuna siku tumeleta shida, ikarudi chini, hapo juu ikatoa moshi. Sijui kama unakumbuka.
Yeah. Actually, I've seen people saying that actually even the chopper that we are using, there are some second hand. I don't know if that is the right time I can use. And there are some second hand kind of choppers that are not in good condition. So why would we do such a thing with somebody who is the commander in chief? Imagine such a person, you give some aircrafts that are not really in good condition. Isn't that not taking risk too much?
To me, that is our country, the country we live in. You know, you should have those people who buy the wanafaa kununua hizi vitu. Wanafaa kuwa wanazicheck. I think wako na budget ya kununua hizi chopper. But you'll just find mtu ana renovate, anakula ile pesa ya kununua mpya. Those challenges tuko nazo Kenya. Tunaona challenges about tuko nazo kwa sector ya health, the same thing. Those people are supposed to be there working, paying people on time, making sure dawa iko nini, hawayuko, wako tu na ofisi na jina kubwa, lakini kwa ground hakuna kitu wanafanya. So Kenya ndi move on, lazima tukue watu wa ukweli. Because huyu alikuwa ni mtu mkubwa sana. Na ukiangalia the reason why nimeingia live leo, nimeona picha zile umeweka morning hours, unaona vile alikuwa anatembea asubuhi.
Exactly.
Na evening sasa ni maiti, lakini morning hours unaona alikuwa haya, ametembea, amevisit places tatu. I
think things are okay.
Yeah, so it is so sad that I can be walking now na jioni sirudi. Na ukiangalia vitu kama hizo ni vitu ambazo tunafaa kuzihepa. Ya Saitoti ilifanyika the same, ika crash. Hatukujua problem.
Does it mean that we are not learning as a nation? You know, we need to learn.
Yes.
Ya Saitoti ilifanyika, and even how don't you have a certain order in which maybe people should be traveling? Or why would they use the same aircraft?
Let me tell you one thing. I think maybe tungekuwa na watu wa US wenye wameishi US wangetuambia. I think hizi countries ambazo zimeendelea sana kutuliko, vitu kama hiyo ikifanyika, they take note, they learn, then wanaziprevent ingine sifanyike. Lakini sasa hapa tunasema ni kibahati mbaya, lakini
we are so reactive.
Yes, unaona saa hizi asha
from there. Yeah.
Yes, unaona saa hizi kazi yake mtu ashachukua. Unaona mtu hata sijui nani Njiru ashapewa kazi tayari.
And that one is also raising some eyebrows. Why do they have
ngoja hata tuzike?
Yeah. Does the constitution say somebody is just replaced instantly like that?
Inafanya pia wewe kama mwananchi unaanza kufikiria, kwani ni nini mbaya? Like unakufa leo ndio huyo mtu ashakureplace kazini, so you wonder what is happening. Na mimi kama saa hizi hii chopa imetulia watu wakubwa, Orwa Ojode imeua Saitoti, saa hii imeua huyu. Ile time ya Kibaki yake ilikuwa imejaribu kwenda juu ikatoa moshi, I don't know what happened. So hizo vitu tunafaa kuangalia. And if tungekuwa na parliamentary MPs wale wazuri, wale wanachapa debate mzuri, these things zinafaa tunazidiscuss kwa parliament. Tunasema ni nini hawana, kama ni budget zao zipande juu, kama budget yao ni chini wapandishe budget zao juu, wapate good equipment za kufanya kazi.
But I think military is one of the most funded departments in this country. If you look at the budget during the budget,
it is the most funded kifedha, kikaratasi, unaelewa? But sasa kwa ground ni tofauti. Wewe unakumbuka auditor wa Kenya akilia like tunatumia pesa mingi, alafu ma-editor wake wale wadogo wakienda kwa this small offices to check, unapata mtu ameandika ako na wafanyikazi 40 kwa certain docket. But ukikuja kwa ground unapata wako watu 5, watu 35 ni ghost workers.
You get it?
And let's say kila mtu analipwa 110 times 40, upate hesabu yako. Tena piga times 40 times 12. Tena piga times 12 na 5 years. Uone venye mtu anatajirika mahali. Hizo ndo problems tuko nazo Kenya. We are not straight.
So the problem, we can say that the problem that we are having some sort of negligence and things to do with corruption that is costing us. Because if you look at this kind of incidents, look at the plane that they are talking about. It's a plane. Yeah.
Because let me tell you one thing. If Ogolla was going to 4 places, na alikuwa anatumia the same choppers, hata wewe unafaa kujiuliza hapo kuna kitu mbaya, because inafaa mahali Ogolla alikuwa na visit wangekuwa na chopper ingine ya hiyo area ile yake kutoka nayo Nairobi ipumue, atembee na hii chopper ingine arudishe hapa, achukue ile yake aende nayo. Because hata saizi ukitumia gari mzee kwenda Ushago huwezi fika hata Maimayu Naivasha, imechemka.
Itachemka, that's true.
Itachemka. Yeah. So tukiangalia those distance alikuwa anafanya in a day na hii si ndege mpya, ulikuwa na dosari. Lakini venye wamechange mtu immediately, inafanya hata sasa tunafikiria otherwise, like unasikia jina yake ni Francis Omondi Ogolla. So you also wonder, why is it that sometimes if a woman rises somewhere, something bad inamfanyikia, anatolewa hapo, ana replace mtu mwingine. Inafanya pia sisi tunaangalia,
anakuwa replaced immediately before even they announce the death.
And those big positions zimementiwa kwa kila mtu, set only Luos, everybody. But Mjaluo akishika tu yoyote moja hivi, akika mkono, a survive, anakuwa mwenda zake very fast. So inafanya pia sisi tunashangaa ni nini mbaya.
I get you. Wacha nimkaribishe Boniface, namuona Boniface Kimanzi pia aweze kutoa rambi zake. Of course, Boniface, today is a Saturday, and you as a journalist, remember that in that flight we also had a journalist, the lady who lost her life. Apart from having the journalist, we have one, I think he survived and is undergoing medication. Of course, only one survived. The other one died even before getting into that chopper. So karibu sana. You can also have a word and maybe what you feel before we try to look at, do we really learn from this kind of things? Because I'll be playing for you some videos. What has happened is similar to what happened during the time of Jode and Saitoti. And if you look at even the protocol and how these people are organizing for this kind of routes, you'll find that there's some things that they just do intentionally. There's some sort of negligence that will have been prevented. Why would you fly 9 people, highly ranked soldiers, in a second hand? And these are pilots, actually. Ogolla is a pilot. Yeah, these are people who really cannot just risk using something that they know is not going to reach the destination. So, Boniface, karibu.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Leo, and I want to greet everyone in this stream today. First of all, I want to send my heartfelt condolences to the family of the late Ogolla and the friends who were in that plane crash that happened today. This one is something that has really made our country to lose some important leaders, and because we don't know what happened. First thing, this issue needs to be investigated in the right order. We need to know what happened so that this plane get into this crash. Because number one, this one is a KDF helicopter. And again, we had a lot of important people in this plane. Question number one, which is rhetorical. And I understand that anyone will always ask this question. And Leo, you have asked it. Number one is, why do we aid those major people in our country? Those are top leaders in our country. Why were they fixed in one plane? We have a lot of planes in this country. Why did they get them close? And we know that this one is a plane.
You see our politicians. I agree with you, Kimazi. You just say that there are so many choppers. The one that are even loosely used by our politicians at the cabinet secretary. I remember one time when the president declared a holiday for planting trees, we saw the cabinet secretaries being assigned choppers that flew them from one point to another. So why would they recklessly risk the life of soldiers in such a manner?
Personally, I
thought some people have 12 choppers.
Personally, I thought this one will be very important if we had General Ogolla having his own private plane. I don't know if he had on private plane. I'm very sure that this thing could not have happened. And we know that if we have a plane having only 2 or 3, then it shows that things are not going to happen to this country, because now losing 8 top leaders in the country, then that one was a major blow to the country. And number one, what I could always been asking is, why do we have those people getting in close in one plane? And again, we saw that there is always a photographer there, and we saw that The other photographer perished, and the other one is the survivor who is being now treated in Eldoret Hospital. Nyawira was there, and she was found dead, and again because of this helicopter crash. This one is something that is sad, and as a journalist, I'm going to mourn this one because that woman has been the photographer of the general for a long time. Since he was in the Navy, she went there. She was with there. Now he was given this top position by the president. She has been there. So what I can say is that it is a sad day for the country. It's a sad day for the entire East Africa because we have lost someone who was very key to the country. And I have seen what is trending in the social media, to be specific, in the X Twitter, formerly known as Twitter. And when people say something, make sure you investigate and know what is happening, because I've seen some clips that are trending. I've seen those clips contrary to what we are saying, because people are saying it is not easy to get a KDF helicopter into this crash. And we saw that this KDF helicopter, when it was trying to kick off the journey, this helicopter, I have watched a clip and it was in good condition. I don't know what happened, and some people are saying this helicopter is very new, it is not even old. So what is happening? Some people are saying when Ogolla was being nominated to this position, there were some differences there. Some of the leaders declined this position, and now some people are saying if it was for them, then they would have declined this position. It is a sad day for the country. It's a sad day for our nation and the entire East Africa, because losing Chief of Defense Forces in such a situation, in such incidents, is one of the bad things that we have to expect. And we know that it is not easy unless the helicopter is being shot by the Al-Shabaabs or any other criminals. Because I understand these helicopters have a lot of checks. So number one is, why was this helicopter checked? Was there checking of this helicopter before it took off the journey? And again, the leaders were there. We need to know what happened in this situation, because it is a sad
I think if I can add something on your point, unaona ile picha imetolewa akitembea asubuhi, unaona ile picha akitembea asubuhi, unaona wale wameacha helicopter wametembea na miguu, inafaa wachukuliwe na gari mahali wameacha helicopter wakikuja. Sio mbona hiyo scenario? Chopa iko mbali na anatembea miles kutoka kwa chopa mpaka kwa wananchi huku ndani ya barracks. Alafu mali chopa iko inakaa tu forest. Alafu pia ukiona watu wa 9, watu wa more than 10 wanatembea kwa chopa moja, inakwambia ni lack of support ama pesa ama something. Because kama walikuwa on duty, wanafaa kupewa chopa 2, wajigawanyishe, watu wa 6 huko, watu wa 5 huko. Hii mambo na watu wa 9, watu 10 kuingia wote kwa chopa moja, ina send message mbaya that also walikuwa na travel, na ni kama pia walikuwa na suffer ndani ya kutravel, because I need to go with you, I need to go. Unaona kila mtu alibebwa hapo, kuna docket yake na kazi yake, hakubeba tu watu tukubeba. So inamaanisha kuna tu upungufu wa pesa, wa fedha hapa. That's why they had to kusema tu pilot akauliza pilot, maybe aliuliza pilot tuko sawa tukiingia.
But I tend to believe that this KDF is one of the funded organization, funded thing in this country.
Leo inaonyesha, imekwambia.
I know it's funded. We'll come back to that. Let me allow Mburu, I saw Mburu, maybe to say hello and give his condolences. Then I bring in Pen Nyakaka. We are going to look into that at the funding and maybe what might have happened. Could it be that they are being funded and there's somebody who just decided to go to some substandard things? You know, when you look at these ministries, there are a lot of substandard, even in Ministry of Agriculture. The other day you saw something to do with the fertilizers. So Mburu, maybe if you're in a position to speak, you can just speak and maybe give your message of condolences or weigh the soldiers that have fallen. Out of 9 so far, 8 have been confirmed dead. Only 1 is getting treatment. Though people say this, it's Laban Misiani in the comment section is saying this is a human error. It's something that would have been avoided. Ruto, Kenya has a problem instead of buying airworthy helicopters, we go for used ones. Of course, we'll look into that. Why do we have to go for used helicopters? Yet, these are military. Not just any other department, military. So, Jeff, if you can be able to speak, well and good, you can proceed. But if you're not in a position, then I can bring in Pen Nyagaka. Oh, good.
Yes, how are you, Mr. Leo, Mr. Kimanzi, Nyagaka, and the other friend there? I can't see the name. Indeed, it's a very sad day for us as a nation, having lost all those generals, the people who keep peace for our nation, Kenya. It's unfortunate that that had to happen. And I think it's the high time we start asking ourselves, what are we doing wrong as the nation of Kenya? Because we have had so many chopper crashes. In the nation of Kenya, we have lost prominent people. Remember, there was a time we lost Miroge Kariuki, a very senior counsel. We lost the Minister of Internal Security, George Saitoti. We lost people like Laboso. We have lost so many people through aircraft crash, which is very unfortunate. Maybe we buy equipment that are already used and they're supposed to be dumped, or we don't do proper services, or we also use what we call political. Let me not go there, but we have so many questions that we should be asking ourselves. Where are we going wrong as a nation? Because the loss is too much. I want you to imagine a country, a place like Europe or America. The air traffic is almost the same with the road traffic. Yet, all those aircrafts don't cause accidents. There are so many right now. If you are to check the traffic, the air traffic, you say that there are thousands of aircrafts on the air of America. But it's very hard to hear that we have had aircraft crash. It's very hard. Actually, it's a very serious news. Statistically, it is said that the safest mode of transport is through air. Many people don't know that. They think the most risky one is air. So what am I trying to say? There are things we don't do right. Either we don't do proper repair for our aircrafts, or we are just negligent. Having said that, I have heard so many stories about speculations of what people think could have happened. I don't want to go there unless asked a question. I just want to weigh my condolences to the family and to the nation, because that is a serious tragedy to the nation of Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jeff. Let me bring in Pen Nyagaka to give his condolences before I welcome SG Kamau.
Thank you, Leo. Guru. Everybody that is in the room today. It is a very sad day for us in Kenya. And vile wengi wamesema, we cannot jump into conclusions ya kwamba ni foul play ni nini. Leo, personally, I've worked around the aircraft industry for nearly 40 years. There was a time in Kenya when from 88 to 89 to 90, ambao wajaluo wengi sana walikuwa wanauliwa wakiwa general and above. But we have passed through that. Na ndege ambao zinatumiwa nyingi, Jeff, ni mzee, lazima sifanyiwe updates, sifanyiwe checks na kila kitu. Na huyu General Ogolla alikuwa askari mkubwa, so he was a pilot even, so he must have known that how many people to carry in that aircraft. Lakini everything that we can say about what happened today is just rumors. Waje tuseme ya kwamba accidents do happen, na vile Mburu amesema the safest way to travel is by airplane, because unasikia airplane inaanguka moja na every day gari zinagongana every day nyingi na watu wanakufa wengi, lakini watu wanafikiria kwamba aircraft ndio iko dangerous, lakini inaanguka moja in January mpaka maybe August. So the safest way to travel is by airplane. Saa hii ni kupatia watu condolences na wasikie mzuri, wasikie as if their love keen ones are there, but kusema ya kwamba ni hii ama hile is just a waste of our time and it's sad. Inafanya hata watu ambao wanalia the immediate kin wasikie mbaya. So let us not assume that the aircraft ambayo ilianguka ni kutoka kwa Saitoti na maybe 1 or 2 in between, na ni miaka mingi. So let us really be condoled to know that one of the best generals has passed on, and how do we best make sure that whoever is elected next time pass on the same way. Hiyo tu, lakini ingine ya kusema so and so alimuoa, so and so alifanya hivi, is a waste of our time and it's sad. It's very very sad. Lakini ya kwamba leo, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity, lakini yangu ni ku condole to the family that are immediately affected, na tuone vile tutafanya ya future. Yani kutumia ndege mzee, there's no problem. Ni nyingi ambayo ni mzee. You only have to update it nini unaendelea. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Pen has just said that all we need is we need to condole with the family, wish them well, pray that they have peace of mind, and ensure that we learn from this so that it doesn't happen. And I think that is what everybody is saying. It seems Kenya is not learning. It happened and they killed a cabinet secretary or a minister by then, together with the assistant minister, but we didn't learn. It's the same mistake. It's a similar way. So right now, what we can say is that sorry, and may their souls rest in peace. Let me bring in SG.
Hello, bwana. Hello, mambo vipi?
Karibu sana. Today is really a sad day in our country, actually. You know, we talk of the what has happened right now when we talk of commander-in-chief, the commander, somebody who commands the entire defense force. This is not somebody junior. This is somebody so senior. This is somebody so important. And this is somebody who is just valued like the way we value president, actually.
Unanisikia?
Nakusikia.
So I want to first of all take this moment and condole with the family of our general, and particularly also the ones who have the collateral damage. Unajua wengine hapo walikuwa wa collateral tu kusindikiza general wetu, na tunasema apumzike. Alafu I also take this opportunity and congratulate probably the next maybe current general who will be coming next. Therefore, we want to say this because we are not taking this for granted as the people of Kenya. All the people who were accused of planning to overthrow the elections of UDA are being dealt with. And I want to say these rules have a right to be in this country. Now, we will not take this for granted until they tell us what caused the crash We
Thank
know
you.
we have people, we know about people with motive, and I wish the general understood why the commissioners resigned and went to the United States, because somebody somewhere was bitter with the general, and the general is no more. They are implementing what they call the plan of being in power for 50 years. And therefore, we are telling our people, this is just the beginning, and let us be very, very, very careful, because now we cannot accept that our general was even not having his own chopper. Alibebo na ile inaitangwa sijui ni minibus ya machopa.
Let me ask you, SG, even as you say that, did the mission that they were going to, maybe the mission over there, did it warrant the presence of a senior military officer in the level of General Ogolla?
Hakuna. Hao waliambiwa wasindikize general, ni watu tu ya kawaida ili wamsindikize. Hakuna mtu mkubwa hapo. Hata wale deputy wake ni watu wa kupiga picha, and it's unfortunate. Luos have a right to be in this country, and they have a right to be in these positions. And that is what we are saying as the people of Kenya. We are not taking this for granted. This is pure.
I get you.
Yes. So hii maneno ni kama imechezwa na high level of mafiaism.
If I can add something on his point, Kenya inafanyika tunashangaa sana.
Yes,
because hiyo point yake ni inafika nyumbani. Na hii kitu yenye watu wana think laws are so bad, that we laws are so bad. Let me tell you, when a law is somewhere, ndio kazi inafanywa na hakuna corruption, na inafanywa straight. Akuwe kiziwi, akuwe kiwete, na hakuna position, inafanywa vizuri sana. This issue of kueliminate, waweke mtu yao, mchunge sana. Hiyo imeenda na itawa cost. Because maybe jamaa ameenda, jamaa venye ametolewa kwa picture, there is something yeye angekubali. Na pia alitupiwa mfupa mzuri sana, hata akasahau, these people are not bad, they can't kill me. Wamenipea good position, even wamenipea rank kubwa. So anything kwake alisahau, but angejua angeenda kwa hiyo mission. But ni ukweli lazima pia isemo why, mbona yeye hii time yote amefanya kazi kwa hizo sectors zote, ajai umia miguu, ajai anguka. Why now? Why today? Hii iliplaniwa kitambo. Hii ndio saa muda wake. Walitupa mfupa, jamaa kasahau, inafaa nikuwe nikikuaga rada. Alisahau anafaa kuaga rada.
Nasema alisahau alifaa kuanga rada.
Leo.
That is
every time.
And what is it?
Every time.
Leo.
Yes.
What niseme kwamba what Eli is talking about is exactly what I alluded to. From 88, 89, 90, Wajaluo wengi waliwawa wakiwa generals and above. Lakini mimi, I grew up in Luo land, and I do believe that the Luos can do the best job ambao inatakiwa kufanywa. And you know who I am. Lakini let us not speculate as ya kwamba huyu aliwawa, alipangiwa kitambo nini. Let us take a few days now to figure out what is happening. Even if I'm in UDA, I will never, ever support somebody ati auliwe kwa sababu ya kabila yake. Najua kizini wadogo sana. Tukitaka kuuliwa, tutauliwa wote in one day. So that's what Eli is saying about, is what we saw when we were younger. Ya kwamba, this is a direct hit on the Luos. Ya general, everybody in the Air Force, in the Army, from 87, 88,
ni mkuki yetu, hiyo mikuki ni yetu na imedunga mahali pa idunge, lakini ni sawa, tuta heal, tuna pray to God atufungulie njia tuelekee hivyo. But let me tell you one thing, Luos are the best in positions to lead, to do everything. Hiyo ni kitu watu moja na hawana grid, akimaliza huwa anaenda, hawanaga grid.
Mimi nakubali na wewe, lakini hii ya sasa happen today. Let us not conclude all this to me.
Let us not speculate.
We have seen what has happened to the Luos. We have seen from 87, 88, 89. There was a lot of people wanapelekwa nyumbani Mabei, Migori, nini na Mandege ni mageneral walikuwa wanauliwa. We saw that. So let us not transfer 40 years later to them. It is the same thing that is happening, and it's the same day. Let us relax. Let us give condolences to these guys. Kama hiyo ndio inapatikana Eli, I would agree with you. There is no problem. Unaona? Lakini it happened the same day. Now una conclude hii ndio na hii. That's where we differ a lot. Lakini yangu ni condolences Leo today. Na kusema kwamba what Eli is saying about Eli is true. Wajaluo wameuawa wengi. Now these are the best characters. About if I had a company in Kenya would hire, I'm building a house, for example, Rio. Now ule anasimamia hiyo nyumba ni Mjaluo. I know what capabilities that they can do. You know, it says hiyo ya leo, let us really cry for these guys. And let us feel sorry for this guy. Tuende namna hiyo. Eli, kusema kwamba huyu ameuawa na alibagimo kitambo nini. Some of us, you find us out. Lakini kusema kwamba kuna Wajaluo ambao wameuawa, we have seen it. So we cannot hide from it. Thank you, sir. Right. I appreciate you.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, what we're doing today, we've just suspended our political talk, and we are paying tribute to the fallen soldiers. You know what has happened? We've lost 8 soldiers in a tragic aircraft that crashed. It's something that started, they had some happy moments, if you can see the photos and the videos earlier. Then finally, I think it's around 2 p.m., though it took I think due to protocol and procedures, the president's time to come and announce it when already Kenyans had already known and speculated a lot. So let me welcome Richie Makiadi. Karibu sana Afrique. I know you have a lot to say. You can pay your tribute to the fallen soldiers. And you know, Kenyans are also speculating outside there. And I had somebody say that, the commander, or the somebody of Ogolla's caliber should not die on a controversial kind of death. That is somebody who is like a president. And president cannot just die carelessly. I'm sorry to say carelessly, because what has happened is that there are some point of negligence. There are some things that were not done right. So people say somebody doesn't die like that. Things don't just happen. Things are made to happen. So what is your take on that, Makiadi? What has just happened in this country, having in mind that some time back it happened with our Minister of Internal Security together with the Vice or Assistant Minister. So are Kenyans not learning from their past?
Thank you so much. Sijui kama unanisikiza ndugu yangu leo. Asante sana. Asante. I just want to say hi to my brothers here who are mourning together with the family. And I also want to pass my condolence to the family of General Ogolla and also, the other soldiers who together with him met their unfortunate and untimely death today. I just want to rewind Penny Nyagaka. I know you said it's not going to be a political show here, but I just want to remind Nyagaka that at some point after the election, I remember Penny Nyagaka very well saying that General Ogolla does not deserve to be appointed the CDF because he was part of the group that was, plotting to take away or to snatch William Ruto's win. So for his hypocrisy right now to come and tell us that Luos are the best in whatever they do, Pen Nyagaka, we have the receipts. And we remember very well your words. So don't try to, sugarcoat us here. We know what you stand for. And it is the same thing that many others of your caliber stand for. I think it is a very sad day for Kenyans. And I do not want to start, speaking like a person who is, favoring tribal appointments, but Ogolla was the first Luo to be appointed as CDF. It is not by coincidence. That guy has worked very hard to reach where he was. He has a career that transcends centuries. He's been in the military for more than 40 years. About 40 years. I was looking at his history. He's worked in the military for since 1984 when he was...
he really rose from the lowest rank up to the highest point. He did not just start in the middle way like others started.
Exactly. So he joined the military as a cadet, was commissioned in 1985, has worked through the ranks, has gone to school, has trained people to be pilots. And so I think Kenya has lost a gallant soldier. He's somebody that is, distinguished in his service to the country. Now, that is the tribute that I want to pay, to a man of General Ogolla's stature. Now, let me come to the political aspect of it.
Now, before you get there, Richie, I just request you, before you get there, just request your 20 seconds. There's something that you mentioned. Of course, I'll give Pen time to respond later. So I just want to listen to this. Is it not similar to what you're saying?
I appointed General Ogolla. General Ogolla is among the people who went to Bomas to try and overturn my victory. Do you know that? But because when I looked at his CV, he was the best person to be general. I called him and I sat him down. I told him, my friend, you went to Bomas to try and overturn my victory. But because you are the best appointed, I appointed...
All right.
Yeah, Leo, I've been watching that video with a lot of bitterness. And I feel like I do not want to comment on that statement that William Ruto was saying he appointed because...
But let me comment. Let me comment. Let me tell you. If it was me that somebody tried to do that to me, I'll be quiet for a while. Lakini siwezi sahau kitu kama hiyo. I can't forget about it because I'm in power and I'm still, maybe I will want to maybe go for the third, maybe the marata 20 years. But this guy, alinifanyaga hivyo na saizi nimemuinua juu. Kaeni chini na tuongee ukweli. Hakuna venye mtu anakaa kwa kiti ya juu, anaongea matamshi kama hii. Alafu leo kitu kama hii inafanyika. Nimemwambia, huyu jamaa alitupa tu nyama. Wewe kula hiyo nyama. Ogolla ni nani? Akasahau. Ogolla ameshinda akikuwa very careful kwa chakula. This guy, no wonder amekaa kwa nini for long. Anajua mahali anafaa kukula, mahali afai kukula, anajua senye anafaa kukaa nje, senye ikifika saa ngapi amerudi kwa nyumba. Huyu jamaa ameshinda kijilinda all the time. All the time. Why now? Alafu mtu mwenye amekaa kwa kiti kubwa zaidi akizungumza kitu kama hiyo. Ati huyu jamaa alikuwa anataka kuni-overthrow, lakini mimi ni nani? Nilimuisha tukakaa chini, tukaongea. Tuongee ukweli, sisi ni wa Kenya. Hizi ndio tutatusaidia nagi. Kama kitu ni mbaya tuseme ni mbaya. Ndio nakwambia hata pastor ama mzazi hata baba. Kuna matamshi afai kusema.
Wachuka, I'll give you time. Makiadi was building on his point. Let us allow him finish. Then I'll give you time. I'll also give Pen time to respond because he's been mentioned.
Thank you. Leo, unfortunately, I can't see the names here. Sijui leo umeweka hiyo bana mpaka inafunika majina. Saa ingine inakuanga mzuri ukituonyesha majina.
I'll allow you to see the names. Don't worry, just a minute. I'll allow you to see the names.
Okay, no problem. Anyway, so let me say this, Leo. Somebody called a general is not a person ule mtu naweza muita mtu wa kawaida. Ndege ambayo inabeba general is not ile ndege unaweza sema imefanyiwa ukarabati na inaambiwa hiyo inaweza mfikisha mpeleke aende atarudi naye. There are so many procedures zenye zinafuatwa before a person of General Ogolla's stature or any other senior most person in the country ana light ndege. And I'm looking at the circumstances zenye zimefanya hiyo accident ikatokea. So far the government has not given us the real picture of what happened. And when there is no explanation from the government on what happened, then people start speculating. Now, it is at this point where people have speculated, videos are running all over the internet. Then we see the so-called William Ruto coming out to give a statement. I think, like my brother here is saying, I don't know who was speaking here. Ochuka. Yeah, Colonel Ochuka. Mimi nakubaliana na wewe. Mtu kama general si mtu ana sijui you should count in the world cases such as what has happened today. Unaweza hesabu uniambie ni wapi umewahi sikia ni wapi umewahi sikia in the whole world mkubwa wa jeshi CDF the general mkubwa kabisa amepata accident kama ina akakufa. And this thing has been
back in our country. We've never seen mkubwa wa jeshi dying in office, and of course almost all of them, only one I think had passed after retiring. If you look at the former general, they're still alive. But
you see, Leo, this is not even about kukufa akiwa kwa ofisi. This is about the protocol, the protocol that is followed before such a person alights a plane to go somewhere. I can tell you for free here, the aeroplane that the chief of defense CDF anatumia si ile ndege ya kawaida, si ile ndege ambayo inafanyiwanga ukarabati ya kawaida. These are well maintained aircrafts. The people who fly such a person are well trained, and my brother here, Colonel has put it very well. This person has been using these aircrafts for a long time. So let's just assume that it was a coincidence that on such a day like this, the general will get an accident, an aircraft accident, and die. And you want Kenyans just to go ahead and say, we are mourning, hii ni msiba imetokea. There must be something that has to happen in our country for people to be accountable for eliminating others. Whether people like what I'm saying or not, I think these incidents right now should reflect to other people who try to go against the current guy in that seat, and understand that very well this person might be looking at you from a different angle. Unaweza fikiria ni rafiki yako lakini kuna kitu anakupangia. And we will go back to history and say that even the people who were supposed to be witnesses in the ICC cases are no more. So we want to assume that this is a coincidence. Jirongo said very well. Jirongo alisema na akarudia vizuri kabisa. This person is capable of killing somebody. Penny Nyagaka, whether you don't want me to say this because we are mourning, I'm telling you in broad daylight, this was not a normal accident. And as long as we allow this to go on in our country, we are looking at a person who is preparing to do away with the presidential limits, because what he has done today and what he's trying to do in our country is to get rid of any form of resistance and do away with the term limits that we have.
If you can recall, last year, President alifanya trips 366 kama siko wrong, na alikuwa anatumia ndege moja. Inakuja Kenya, inakaa 2 days, imeondoka. inakuja Kenya, inakaa sijui 4 days imeondoka. Mnakumbuka ama mkumbuki hizo story? Mbona hiyo ndege ya rais imetumika for 366 trip lakini jaanguka? Huyu jamaa hata hajafika hata Rwanda. Trips amefanya leo, hajafika hata Rwanda ama Uganda, within Kenya hapa. Ni kama kutoka Mombasa sijui unaenda Nairobi, then utoke sijui Mombasa uende sijui Malindi alafu unaanguka. Na hajafanya trip 366. Mnasema hii ndio the best choppers. Mnasema hawa ndio watu wanalipwa on time, hawa ndio watu budget yao iko juu Kenya mzima. Ati budget yao ina read in billions, like I don't know 70 ama 80 billion per budget sijui. Wako na paka shule zao, wako na driving school zao, wako na mentors sijui what zao, wako na inaitwaje, wako na vitu kama leave funeral zao. Unataka kuniambia hao watu hii chopa inaumia, inawaumiza? Yet wame-overload tayari. Ishakwambia wako kwa upungufu kwa mambo na pesa. Unaona kitu Makiadi anasema ni point why.
Wacha Makiadi amalize kwa sababu anaongea kitu ambao kwanza hiyo story ya ICC guza, because if you walk like a duck, you speak like a duck, you whatever like a duck, you are a duck. Kwa hivyo Wajaluo bwana wanamalizwa bwana. Bwana
Leo
malizia.
Wacha nimalize kwa sababu I know Penyagaka and the rest want to contribute. So let me say this Leo. Mimi kama observer wa kawaida, I can tell you this. This thing is not an accident. And everybody who lives in Kenya knew very well that something was going to happen, because the way things have been planned right now, na kama SG ameongea hapa kama mchezo, mkafikiria ni mchezo, we will meet here another day na tuongee jia hii. The way things have been arranged right now, vile vitu zimepangwa saa hii, you will see. Check the next appointment. Nimeona SG anaongea hapa and my brother here Kimanzi akacheka. Check the way appointments zimepangwa and you will see the next person who is going to kamata hiyo kiti. Utaniambia na tutakuja hapa kuongea. And then you should be telling me if a CDF is supposed to serve for 4 years. Already Ruto amekula miaka yake 2 na kitu. So the next CDF akichukua hiyo kiti ataserve for 4 years either service ama 62 years retirement. The next person mwenye atachukua hiyo kiti is going to be somebody from somewhere ambaye Kamau amesema, and it is automatically ya kwamba ataserve even in the time of the 2027 presidential election. And Raila sahi tunajua Raila anatafuta AU, so kwa hiyo inchi the only person CJ hata tuwezi ongea maneno yake, CJ na bunge ni vitu useless Kenya. The only thing that was standing between democracy and dictatorship was the military, ambayo ilikuwa, we know the military ya Kenya ndio imefanya kumekuwa na stability all through. And with having a person of General Ogolla's character in that chair, inamaanisha ya kwamba maybe something would not have happened the way it was supposed to happen. I'm speculating right now, but I want to tell you, we will meet here another day and we will talk about the appointments zenye zinaenda kufanyika. It is not going even to take long because somebody has to be appointed, maybe temporarily, to take that position before General Ogolla is buried. So let us sit here, watch, and then we'll come here to talk about what has happened in the military shakeup. Asante.
I get it. Wow.
Leo.
Yes. Ben, you can respond.
Yeah, the gentleman just finished with that is just speculating. Speculation is a wonderful idea. There's nothing wrong with speculation. Lakini yangu ya kusema ya kwamba General War was not unfit to be the head of KDF is true. Because he's the only uniformed person who went to change the win of Ruto. But to agree that Ruto has really transformed us, really disagreed with some of us ambao tulikuwa tunamwambia usiweke huyu kijana, is good. Mimi wacha niambie huyu Makiadi, I grew up in Roland. When I finished school, I didn't go home. I stayed in Roland. My mom had to cry with my dad for a long time for him to get a police car to get me from Roland. Well, Makiadi, you don't know anything about me. Ya kwamba sikubali na hiyo nani alifanya, and therefore I hate all the rules. Or sikubali na vile Ruto, Raila anafanya, then I hate all the rules. I wouldn't even say what that is. It's childish. I have a lot. Mama yangu alikuwa hapa America na anaenda kanisa ya Wajaluo, wanampatia pesa kwa sababu ya mimi. That's a different story. But let us go from what happened today. What happened today is a tragedy. Na vile Buru amesema, to travel in the air is the most safest way. Lakini vile imefanyikana, ile inafanyikana, we cannot know the answer today. Hiyo ndio niliambia hiyo kijana yangu Bernard. Kwa sababu we have to take time. We have to do studies. Mimi nifanya kwa Mandege for over 40 years, close to 40 years. Kama 38. There is so many things that can go wrong. Unaona? So that let us really know what went wrong. Kama ni watu wanataka kuwa Wajaluo, we are there with them. I am not picking anything. Na nikiambia huyo Makiadi, nikizungumza Kijaluo utafikiri mimi ni Mjaluo. So that's not even the issue. The issue is what is right and what is wrong. Leo nishakwambia nilikuja Kenya, naambiwa ati corruption ni mzuri. Watu wa UDA wananitupa nje nikiuliza corruption. Unaona? Makiadi, let us know what we are saying and let us say what is true. Ikiwa mbaya, ikiwa kitu, when you attack me directly ni mzuri, there is nothing wrong. Mimi siki mbaya sana. Kwa sababu you are telling me where I went wrong. Lakini huyu nani General Ogolla was bila alienda huko, it's a long story, but tumekubali ni yeye. That's it. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. As I bring Boniface, I can see on the comment section, Geoffrey Ruto is saying that, you see, this was not the best helicopter. These are old, overused, and to replace them is a problem. Let's leave it to the bosses to deal with the mess. And any appointment of the next CDF will not lead us to know the cause of death. Let us speak soberly. And there's some news that the Kenya Navy Lieutenant General Charles Mureithi Kahariri has been appointed as the new Commander Defense Forces to succeed the late General Francis Ogolla. So I don't know how true that is. So Boniface, maybe you can give us your view. Ruto is saying that the helicopter was not the best one. Why would they risk the life of a CDF, Commander of Defense Forces, putting in a helicopter that is not, yeah.
Leo dakika moja tu, acha ni comment hivi. Mimi nimekuambia namna hii na nitarudia. Mtu anaitwa CDF is not a person ambaye unaingizaga kwa matatu kama zile zinabebananga Gikomba unamwambia enda. These aircrafts are well maintained. For the general to alight such an aeroplane ama aircraft inakuanga imekuwa certified ya kwamba it is fit to fly. Unaona? It's like complaining gari ya president iende ipate ipige tire, mwanze kusema hii magari ya president ni kama iwekangu tire mzuri, these are not the best tires, so we start blaming the equipment. There is somebody who is in charge of making sure that these planes are safe to fly. We cannot sit here and go with a statement where people say that he was not flying in a very, very good conditioned aircraft. That is rubbish. So We should come up as a country and understand when something in kitu ya upuzi inaongewa, we can dismiss that thing immediately and ask for answers. So I'm not buying this excuse ya kwamba these are not the best, best military choppers that we had. Why did you allow the general to board that plane then?
I get you. I think that is not it. So Bonfaz.
Yeah, thank you so much, Leo, and the entire panel today. So, and whatever Rich has said is true. We need to get the information on what happened, so that General can alight in that airplane, in that plane that had problems. We don't know if the airplane had planes or had problems, or there was a setup that was done. So we are just trying to assume that the plane was in good conditions and everything was okay. So what I can say is that it is sad day for our country, and we need to get information. What I heard during the press, personally, I was following up that press very keenly, and the press for the president only took 5 minutes. Actually, it was 4 minutes and 52 seconds. He just came there and he told us it's a sad day for our country. We lost some generals, and also we lost the CDF, and again we lost a lot of people. And again, how he spoke is like he was so sad that this thing happened to our country. But again, I could not get the information. Actually, I expected to get the full information on what happened, why the helicopter just got into this crash. And yet we have a lot of planes in the country. We have a lot of helicopters. I have been seeing them in the atmosphere, just flying. Why did we add those top leaders in one helicopter? Even if they were going to investigate what, even if they are going to check what type of project, why would we have this project, these people be given different helicopters, which consist of 2 or 3, at most 2, because these are top leaders. And again, why? What happened? We have a lot of rhetorical questions just to know what happened during this time, so that we can see and we can just have this situation whereby we have lost the CDF. And again, the video clip that you played there, Mr. Leo, that is the major sentiment that we need to understand, that we are changing. I can say that we are changing this country back to a one-party system. That is what I can say. We are changing this system, and we need to make sure that this opposition, which consists of ODM, they are going to resist this thing, because it's like we are adopting what Museveni is doing in Uganda. We are changing this government from democracy to dictatorship. If we change to dictatorship, then this is what is going to happen, because everything is going to be a dictator type of thing. I watched the press yesterday about the doctor's strike, and what I heard, it is definitely a dictatorship from some of the leaders. How can you be asked about the doctor's strike, and again, yet you are the top leader in this country? You say if you are supporting this doctor's strike, then get your money and pay for them, pay the doctors, and yet you are the major determinant of this thing that is happening. It's like you don't care about what is happening. It's like you have those powers, and then you are going to dictate and tell these people that I have the powers. Then if you're going to act against this thing, then it definitely, I'm going to do away with you. So things are not going to be okay for us. Again, we need to know that even if they're saying prayers works, but again, this one is different type of the country. It's like we are going back to Mali type of government. If you know what happened in Mali, then this is what now we are having in our country, Kenya. It is sad times for our country, and I want to understand that the Kenyans now understand that whatever they were trying to say during this election, whatever they were saying that they are going to even give him the election, the votes, even if he was rejected, then now they have the fruit, and the fruits, we are yet to see a lot of things that are going to happen for this country. I am so sad with what happened. Kwanza, with the death of that photographer. I met her some times back. That was last year. I met that lady, and we talked, we shared some little things. Actually, the death of Nyawira has really left me mourning, and may our soul rest in peace. Thank you, Mr. Leo.
Thank you so much, Bonfather. And let me welcome those who are joining this show. Of course, you're paying tribute to our fallen gallant soldiers. So you can participate in this conversation through the comment section and ensure that you subscribe to Afrique 24 Hours so that whenever we're having this kind of conversation, you will always get notified. Just some few questions before I bring in Jeff Buru. Richie Makiadi, there's somebody who's asking you here. TRM is asking you. Ask Makiadi why Mohamed had an accident the other day if he is blaming the president of trying to assassinate. Why did Mohamed have the accident? Does it mean the president also wanted to assassinate Mohamed? And TRM goes ahead to say that chopper accidents isn't new. It's sad, but stop the blame game. Geoffrey Ruto, the journey was long for the general to use an old helicopter. There is a mistake that needs to be corrected. And Inspire Women, of course, is saying that back to Professor Saitoti and the Jode, dark days are here with us. So, Bakedi, are you in a position to respond to TRM, who is saying that Mohamed had an accident? Why didn't you blame the president for that?
Let me ask you, Leo. I like what my brother here, or whoever it is asking. But my question is, who came out with a statement that the aircraft they were using was not a well-conditioned aircraft? Was it Makiadi?
Huh?
So, when you tell me that Mohamed had an accident, and why are we not blaming the president for? I did not read any statement anywhere saying that the general was using an aircraft that is an old aircraft. So I want to tell you, Leo, for the record, yes, these people know what happened to General Ogolla. They will try to cover this with all the good English they can, but Kenyans can see. We know what happens in our country when we have such, accidents. And everything is blamed on malfunctional aircraft, old aircraft, and the story dies. We saw it with Saitoti. We have seen it right now. And this is going to be a case like any other case we've seen before. If at all the aircraft was faulty, why did they allow the general to fly in it? That is my question. Number two, I have never heard these guys complaining that the general was using an aircraft that is faulty, flying and having the same problems that the general, is being assumed to have encountered today. Wao huenda na ndege kila siku. Na my brother here amesema, people have flown in this country wanaendaga kila siku. Leo, there are people who don't live in Kenya. They fly every day outside. Na hakuna siku tumwaisikia kitu imetokea kwao, because it is not an easy thing to have a VIP like a president, a deputy president, a CDF, and even maybe the police commissioner fly on something that is garagaria. Inatoka tu hapo mnaambiwa ingieni tuende na ijaangaliwa. These things are inspected. They have professionals that work on them every day, every night. They are well maintained. There's certification that is, they have to be certified to fly. Mm-hmm. So hizi stories zote mnakuja kutuambia hapa ati kwa nini hatuku blame nani, that is gibberish. Hiyo ni upuzi. Asante.
Thank you. Muru, of course I need to give you an opportunity maybe to respond or to say something. But I can see there is Mkenya, and let us be gender sensitive. I guess this is Angela Sidani. So Angela, maybe you can take it over and give your remarks before I take it back to Buru.
Hello guys. Habari ya jioni, asubuhi, whichever place you are. Hope mko poa. Mnanisikia?
Tunakusikiza kabisa, tuko sawa, tuko salama. Huzuni ndio mingi.
Huzuni imetanda. yakitendeka tunakubali, lakini kama wanadamu lazima tujiulize maswali kadhaa. Mbona Mungu watu 10 at once? Hiyo ndio swali nimejiuliza. Mbona haingeokota tu ndani watatu iache wengine? Why all of them 10 at once? This is the Saitoti way. Kama wanadamu lazima tukate, lazima tuseme, lakini afadhali tuseme itoke kwa kifua na kwa sawa. But ile shida tuko nayo in Kenya that they will find out the truth, what happened.
Okay.
And then in State House we have strong inaitwanga strong room ya kuficha ukweli. They lock there. Ya kuficha ukweli. It is in State House of Kenya. So they lock there, and then life continues as usual. But CDF, I think ndege yake inafanyiwa service na ule mtu anafanyanga ndege ya president. And why could just all of them, 9 of them in one chopper? Mbona hawakupewa kama ndege 2 ama 3? Hii ikizunguka hivi ichukue iwapeleke huku. Mbona wote tu kwa ndege moja? You know, sometimes things happen. We take it easy. We say it's God's will. Sometimes ikuangi mapenzi ya Mungu, inakuanga ni mapenzi ya mwanadamu. Sometimes inakuwa siku zako hazijafika, bali umelazimishwa na mwanadamu zifanye nini? Lakini imenihuzunisha. Hata huyo Ogolla simjui, hanijui, but imenipa huzuni, imefanya nikakuwa na headache. This incident it happen saa 8. Imekuja kujulikana saa 11 ikiingia saa 12.
Now, haikujulikana. You know what happens? There's normally a procedure. For example, when you are somebody at the caliber of a CDF, is not just a private or a simple citizen like you. You know, me when I die right now, somebody next to me and I took a picture, Facebook, that is it. But a CDF, when they die, there is a procedure that they follow. Like they have to inform the family, and the family actually don't break that news. This one has to be done by the president. So they have like to ensure that everything is put in order is when they break that news. So maybe Sieti ilijulikana. People knew it already, Kenyans, because of internet knew it before.
Just breaking news saa 8, saa 9, saa 10, saa 11, saa 12, saa 1, saa 2, 7 hours. There was something fishy being cooked. The same president who knows those people who are behind the Pokoti whatever upomaliza uhalifu. He knows those people. Why can't he finish those people? And he's the same president who stood in on a podium somewhere and said, najua wale watu wanaifadhili Pokoti uhalifu. So, if anawajua, then why could he just wait until an extent mpaka watu wapate plane crash ndio sasa aanze kufanya nini? Kusema amepoteza, analia machozi. Why?
Na
Why?
president mwenyewe juzi amesema ako na equipments mpya zimenunuliwa mpya, na I know helicopters ni vitu kama hizo, drones ziko wapi hizo vitu mpya alinunua?
Mbona the same mwenye jana alituambia we know people with the fake certificate who are working, and that is why we have a wage bill. Na bado haezi wasema, and he knows them. Bado haezi watoa uongozi. He goes on appointing some of them. Wanafika bungeni wanashindwa kujiexplain. Wako tu kama mimi hapa Angela. Same person. The same person told us about the fake fertilizer, anafuatilia. Nimeona kwa news jamaa wa Chemical akisema aliambiwa auze hiyo fertilizer fake ama auze maisha yake. Same president. Nini anatuonyesha? Nini anatufanyia? Walimpea kura aende pale atufanyie hivyo ama ni nini? And he will have to pay for it. Anaweza kuwa si yeye mwenyewe, ana watoto. Akumbuke hivyo. Unachokitenda kesho utakilipia. Tenda wema, nenda zako. Usingoje shukurani. Lakini unapotenda kwa kudhulumu mtu, utalipia tu yale machozi, the innocent ones. Ule mama, the photographer. Imagine nikimwangalia naona huyo mama ameacha watoto. Na imagine tu mimi Angela sasa nikikufa ni yani nimekuwa kwa hiyo shoe nikajiuliza sasa nimekufa nimeacha watoto wangu. How painful is that?
I get you. Angela, shikilia hapo. Yes, shikilia hapo. Nitakupatia nafasi tena. Jeff, Geoffrey Ruto, sorry, I think Geoffrey Cornello Chuka responded that Ogolla's helicopter was Murkomen's helicopter was private one, na ya Ogolla ni ya government. So Jeff, there is this comment from Caleb Dolo. He says, choppers carrying CDFs do not crash. When they do not catch fire. When they catch fire, people do not die. When people die, CDFs should not. What is your take on that, Mburu?
That's a statement of someone who is not well informed, because even I don't even want to discuss about that. An accident is an accident, and it doesn't matter who is in that plane. And Leo, I work in the airport, and I think it's good I tell the people why the airplanes accidents happen. One, before the aircraft takes off, there are procedures that are supposed to be undertaken. One of them is to do security search. Why do people do security search? Is to ascertain that there are no explosive or any weapon that can be used in that plane. If that is not done, and you know, Kenya, we are in a country that is threatened by terrorists, there is a high risk of somebody putting something there so that airplane may explode. The other thing that is done is to ascertain the capacity. What is the capacity this plane is supposed to lift? If they exceed the capacity, there is a high risk that that plane, though it will take off, there is a very high chance that it can come down. The other thing that is supposed to be done is to assess the weather. How is the weather condition? Are these people supposed to fly? If they don't consider all those factors, then an accident is likely to happen. And there is no special airplane that it cannot explode. You know, the kind of gas or the fuel that is used by airplanes is highly flammable. That is why they catch fire. And there is no special airplane that does not catch fire. So that's why I said that's a statement of someone who is not well informed. Having said that, Mr. Leo, I want to say that it's unfortunate that we find it fit to speculate and to say all manner of things, not considering that there are families of those people who lost their lives. And the moment you have ever undergone such kind of process of loss, the last thing you want to hear is people just throwing words and speculations. What you want to do is to mourn, to be left to mourn and to heal. And it is not right that in our nation, we perceive everything politically or basing on the tribe that we come from. Accidents are accidents. Accidents don't care which tribe, which race you come from. And accidents happen. Unfortunately, in our nation, Kenya, leaders don't die. They are killed. That is our perception. Is it the right perception? I would say no. It's wrong perception. Death is inevitable. And people die of many causes. It is not just airplane crash. The other thing, purporting that rules are being targeted, and the person you are saying is targeting rules right now is the same person who has fought very hard to see the Luo leader become a leader in Kenya. Nobody else in the nation of Kenya, in the history of Kenya, who has ever campaigned for a Luo to become a president than one William Samoei Ruto. William Ruto, after the general election, after he was declared the winner and vindicated by the court, he said that is water under the bridge. Let us reach out. Let us work together with Baba. Let us sit down. Let us talk. He said it is water under the bridge. Though it is a true statement. The videos are General Ogolla was seen in the IEBC offices trying to persuade Chebukati not to announce.
I'll give you a chance. Just a minute.
Let me finish.
Leo,
Let me finish what I'm saying. Let me finish. Don't interject.
It's okay. Mboro, it's amazing.
Finish, then I'll give you time to
Let me
respond.
finish. I will not talk when
unless it is a point of order. If it is a point of
please,
order, I can give you a minute to interject and yeah.
So this is what I was saying, Leo. William Ruto genuinely and openly and honestly said this was the position then. But having looked at the qualification of this man, I don't see any good reason why we should deny him this chance of being the leader of the armed forces of Kenya. Why do you think that the president would like to eliminate all his generals, all these, big leaders of the KDF? I don't think that is reasonable enough to say such kind of things. I think the president was in a position to say, I am the commander of the armed forces and I have a say on who becomes what. He had a chance of saying, okay, you are trying to deny me a chance of becoming the president. Here I am. I will deny you a chance of occupying this position. But he said, no, I am already the president. I have no bitterness with anyone. Let us work together. So unless somebody has what we can prove beyond reasonable doubt that the president is involved, then what you should do is just to keep quiet. If what you are saying is just speculation, the best thing you can do for the nation of Kenya is just to keep quiet, because many people have had accidents, not just Luos. Saitoti was not a Luo. Murkomen is not a Luo. Raboso was not a Luo. Mirugi Karaoke was not a Luo. And many others. So saying that it's a target to a tribe, to me, is just disgusting. That's all what I can say.
Okay, thank you. Ochuka wanted to interject. So Ochuka, maybe I'll give you a minute before I welcome. There is here Ochuka. Okay.
Let me tell you something about Mburu. Unajua watu wa UDA, they like wanapenda kufikiria. Just wait. I'm making my point. I think we are free to make points. Tusifikirie saa zingine kama UDA Azimio. We should think beyond. Na mimi venye najuaga Mburu ni mwenye amekiki statement yake vizuri, safi, but ndani iko pia na mess. Like unasikia akisema ati choppers inaua si watu wengine. Chopper ambayo tunaongelelea ni chopper ambayo imenunuliwa na pesa mingi kuliko zile choppers tuko nazo hapa Kenya. Hiyo ni kitu moja nafaa kujua. Na if someone amecomment hapa chini akasema chopper ikianguka haifai kuchomeka. Right now nataka tuongee ukizidi Google utafute. Kuna chopper zinaanguka lakini kuna venye iko na something yenye huwezi kuumiza sana, lakini ina depend imeanguka pia aje, unaona. Alafu mambo na kusema Luos are not targeted, at so many people have died. Luos are being targeted. You tell me a Luo that amekaa kwa big position for over 10 years, you show me, na akapewa cheo akazidi kwenda juu. Luos wanapewa position kidogo, anaenjoy, anaenda anasema ati president ati Ruto anasaidia Wajaluo. Amesaidia na nini? Hiyo number 1. Number 2, anasema president Ruto ni mtu mzuri, ati alirudi akaangalia, after all huyu jamaa kama alinifanyia hivyo, nilirudi nikaangalia masomo yake nikapata yeye ni anaweza. Hiyo ni uongo. Ukitaka kuuliwa, ukitaka kumalizwa, unaletwa karibu. Alafu hapo kusanya umeletwa karibu, unakuwa weak na unakuwa mtu mjinga, hapo ndio unamalizwa. Hiyo ndio kitu mimi nitasema. Tusidanganyane hapa ati mambo na baba na AU, hiyo ni mambo yake na Ruto. We are not supposed to say ati juu anasaidia baba sasa so tunyamaze tu watch. Mambo ya baba ya AU ni hao wenyewe ndio walidiscuss. Hatujui, hata sisi inatusumbua mali tumekaa, because sisi hatukutaka rais na baba wafanye kazi, hata tuelewe nini inafanyika.
I get you. Let me welcome Mzalendo. Of course, guys also engaging us on the comment section. I can see TRM is there asking so many questions. TRM, of course, the panelists are going to respond to your questions. Mohamed Ege is also there. Policy ya Ruto alisema mambo ni matatu. Geoffrey Ruto is there. And anybody else who is joining and you've not subscribed, ensure you subscribe to a free 24-hour, and you can engage us through the comment section, or you can use the link that I've shared on the comment section and join the studio so that you can be part of this conversation. So Mzalendo, karibu sana. Of course, as a country, we are really saddened today. We are in the mourning mood after losing our gallant soldiers who died on a crash, including the CDF, that is the commander of the Defense Force, General Ogolla, among other lieutenant soldiers who've lost their lives. And the president already confirmed the same, and confirmed the people who've lost their lives. And the country is in a mourning mood. The president have declared 3 days for mourning, and all our flags within the country and in our missions abroad will have to be hoisted halfway in respect to our fallen soldiers. So karibu sana. You can maybe weigh on that as you pass your message of condolence. Of course, Kenyans are asking many questions without answers. Some are also trying to answer some of these questions. So Mzalendo, if you can hear me, karibu.
Can you hear me, Leo?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you very much for giving me a chance. And first of all, greetings to my fellow Kenyans, wherever you are on the panel and those in the comment section. Indeed, this is a sad day for our country. We are mourning the soldiers, the fallen heroes of our country, and their families are grieving. I wanted to answer one of the panelists by the name Angela, who was there earlier, saying that the statement was not early enough for people to know what really happened. I've been a victim of the same. My uncle died in a plane crash. There's the one that killed Saidi. That gentleman, Ojode, was my uncle. So one thing you must know is that media is very, very fast to send out messages before sending to the family members. The son got the message through CNN, and he really got a big attack when he was in London. So this time round, they were trying to avoid that so that the family members can be informed of the fatal incident. Now back to the plane crash. Politicians and the people in politics like to make a meal out of everything. Now, today, as Neo will have something to talk about. Yet they didn't even recognize this Ogolla in the beginning as one of their own being given a chance out there. So for every situation, don't make it a political situation. The country is really, really mourning. One of their best soldiers is gone. Ogolla rose through the ranks. Why? Why? Well, let us speculate. Yes, he might have been killed, or it might be an accident. Let us just speculate. But to create the balance in our speculation with facts. Helicopters do crash, they do catch fire when they crash, unless you have not researched so well. Helicopters fly very low, unlike other planes. They are the planes that fly the lowest, meeting a lot of obstacles. And in case of maintenance and all that, let us go in deep and look at who really maintained this plane the last time it was taken out to fly. Who is this pilot who was flying this plane? Was he really fatigued? Was it when we have exhausted all that kind of investigation is when we can come to a conclusion. But if the opposition is crying foul, then I think they need to come up. They have a good budget. They can come up with a private investigator and pin down Ruto's government on this death. Particularly, that would be the most noble thing to do. Get a private investigator to cover up this, to investigate on this matter and arrest the situation. But while we are speculating, families are mourning. Ogola's children are crying. You know, when you tell them that this is the man who killed your father, I mean, and probably you are wrong. Not everybody who is talking here is talking from a point of knowledge or a point of fact. You know, it is just speculation. So I want to avoid that being speculative and go to the facts. Let us invest. Let us wait for the investigative report. And if you say that the investigative report will be manipulated, let us call in a private investigator to investigate into the matter, so that we know that this particular chopper had a malfunction. The pilot who was on this plane was fatigued. He had flown many hours, and that is why the plane crashed. Or it was a setup. Somebody put up a bomb inside or something, so that the plane can blow mid-air. So we need to look into all this. When we are exhausted, then you can come here and open your mouth and yap whatever you want to say about the current situation. But don't make a meal out of nothing. Make a meal out of facts. Use your brain and then come and then try and analyze. How many choppers have crashed? Even when we are speculating here, somebody said a military plane can never crash. Go back and look at the one that killed so many military soldiers in Kenya the other day, the one that were pursuing Al-Shabaab. A military chopper crash, killing so many other people. Look at the helicopter crash for Akina Leboso. Look at the one that crashed in when they were landing in Marsabit. Yeah, there have been a lot of these plane crashes. And had they died then, we would have still been speculating that these people were killed. But have those investigations been done and brought to the public so that people can see? Kenyans, we like talking. I'm telling you, we like talking, yet we don't take any action. Any action of anything, we don't take. Let us go back to all the military plane crashes, all the mishaps of helicopters that have been happening in the country, and let us look at where is this problem. Is the problem in procurement? Somebody came here and said those military helicopters are new. If you ask him, can you give us a
Okay, we're losing you. Mzalendo, are you still there? Okay, guys, I think we'll move. I can see Jeffrey saying that we need to buy airworthy helicopters and maintenance must be serviced accordingly, according to the manufacturer. Cheap is expensive. Laban Misiani Zakayo had already filled Ogolla, even if he appointed him to the position. So I'll welcome, I think, did I see Hillary? If Hillary, I know
Leo.
you'll get back. Yes.
Leo, I know my brother Hillary is waiting. Just a second here. You know, Mzalendo sometimes, I don't want to use harsh words. I think he's not here to respond. But Mzalendo sometimes speaks things and you sit down and listen to what he's saying. And you wonder which country he lives in. He tells us very well here that Orwell Jordan was his uncle. He knows very well, since Orwell Jordan Saitoti died in a plane crash, we have never been told what happened to that plane. We have never seen a report. We have never been explained to, the circumstances under which these two people died. So if that report has never come to the fore until today, how many years are we talking about here? More than 10 years, if I'm not wrong. We have not seen anybody explain to us. Now, Mzalendo comes here and tells us that the opposition is crying foul. Was Ogolla the CDF of the opposition? Did Ogolla hold the office by virtue of being a supporter of Raila Odinga? Ogolla was an esteemed military officer who was appointed not because Ruto had choices like Mburu is telling us here to make and decided not to make them, but because the Tonje rules make it necessary for the leadership of the military to follow a certain pattern. And because the time was fit for Ogolla to take over that office, it was upon the president and the Security Council of Kenya to make that decision in that manner. Now, you guys keep on telling us here we saw videos. Mboro is telling us here he saw videos of Ogolla telling IEBC to announce Raila Odinga. Some things tunasikianga kwa hizi station hata tunasikia. What are we doing here? Mboro, I think you should bring us one of those videos where you saw General Ogolla telling Chebukati to announce Raila Odinga as the winner of the 2022 presidential election. Do at least to move from there, because some things you hear Itumbi speaking huko kwa internet ndio mnakuja kutuambia hapa and you expect us to take that nonsense. Now, the other thing I want to say here is, if at all in Kenya we have unworthy aircrafts, why do we have certain leaders that fly every day never get into such accidents? Because you guys are telling us we buy, as a country, we buy unworthy aircraft. Mimi sijaisikia kiongozi mwingine hawa wanarukanga kila siku, and I want to repeat here, and my brother here said, we have seen people flying out of the country not once, almost 300 times. We have never heard of a mishap any single day. So you want us to believe that this was just a normal accident like any other? Bwana, watu si wajinga bwana.
Get you. Zalendo, you and Jeff, you are appearing with the simple image, confusing our viewers. So maybe one of you can turn on there.
I beg Mburu to turn on his camera, but I'll turn mine in a few.
Okay, we can now see you clearly. So I just want us to, before we proceed, I just want to take a short break, and from then we are going to proceed with this conversation.
How's it different? That's what we do. Beam it, chat, turn into it. Beam it, chat.
What are you gonna fly, Francis?
I'm going to perform right. No, they didn't have practice.
A few more rights.
This guy got warmed up, so. Bro, this is cool.
Here's my package.
Dodge missiles and shit like that. You watch like Steve Ritchie.
Where are we going?
Steve Ritchie.
Actually, Francis is a star here, but we can have some close.
Say a little more, Francis.
Baby, that sound? You bet. What are you doing, Francis?
Francis will soon be swimming pool. Francis will soon be Top Gun of Kenya.
Top Gun.
Top Gun of Kenya.
All right, I think the video you're seeing, that was just Ogolla when he was undergoing some military in the US. So there is a comment I saw somewhere. Somebody was trying to explain why you are having this crash, and somebody was trying to say that that is Levin Ophir. Levin Ophir is a journalist in UK. So I just want to read one paragraph where he said that the rate at which helicopters, some of them still very new, are falling from the sky is enough to raise eyebrows among aviation experts and enthusiasts. They are death trap. Nobody knows this better than President Ruto himself. For the entire time he served as deputy president, he avoided those military choppers like plague. It is only when he became president that he started boarding them. And this was mainly because of the dictates of the office he holds. If he had his options, he would not board those choppers. So this one raised a question. People know maybe these choppers are not, they were having some problems. And you know, the people, the responsibility the CDF has in a country, then you subject them to substandard, or somebody has talked about unworthy helicopters. Don't you think these people are risking, because you're visiting so many places and you are an entourage of over 10 people, you're using one aircraft and you're not sure if this aircraft is in a good condition? As a country, are we not learning from our past so that we can be able to make things better, or it is just done intentionally? Buru, I think I'll start with you.
Can you repeat your question, please?
The question is, I've seen people saying that the helicopter was second-hand, the helicopter was having some challenges, and if you look at the crashes that we've had before, it is always the same problem. Does it mean that the government or the person in charge is just intentionally doing this, or we don't have enough resources to acquire the best helicopters for our defense forces?
With the little experience that I have about airplanes, we can have very old airplanes on the air, depending on the maintenance that that airplane is given. So if we don't put our resources in maintaining what we have, then we should buy new ones. So I'm just worried because I don't know whether we do what we are supposed to do. Globally, there is already very well stipulated regulations on how the maintenance is supposed to be done, on how security search is supposed to be done. For instance, the people who do groundwork are not the people who are flying with that same flight. So the ground people, especially the people who are supposed to do the security search, they do security search and fill a form showing that they have indeed searched everywhere and there is nothing in that plane that can harm people or that can explode or that can be used by anybody to injure another person or to hijack that flight. So I don't know whether we follow all the stipulated procedures. So it is not about how old, it's about whether we maintain our flights the way we are supposed to maintain them, is whether we follow the procedures the way we are supposed to follow procedures, or we just ignore, because that is the tendency, especially in Africa. We don't want to do things the way they are done, and we don't know these procedures are put there for a reason. Because I work in the airport, I can tell you before the flight can fly, the kind of work is done here is a lot. It's a lot. And nobody else, the moment the security search has been done, nobody else is supposed to enter in that flight apart from the people who are flying. And before they enter, they are supposed also to be searched. So those are some of the critical areas that I don't know whether we do things the way they're supposed to be done. Not just these choppers for the generals or for the army or the police, but also in our airports. We are supposed to be very keen. We are supposed to be very careful, because one mistake, just one slight mistake, it means death. And that is why here, when you are working with flights, you sign that you have gone through this training and you are willing to take responsibility if you don't do what you're supposed to do. So what we are supposed to be done, to be told is, was the procedure followed that was supposed to be followed before even frying that chopper. The other thing is, apart from the procedure, what about even the weather? How was the weather? Were those people informed of where they are going to fly, what they expect, what kind of weather? Did they follow the procedures? Did they follow the instructions? The other thing, what was the capacity? Because all these flights, they have the capacity within which they are not supposed to exceed. If everything was observed, then we can go to the next stage of what happened, what transpired. But right now, we cannot say the age of the flight can cause accident. In most cases, it's all about maintenance. Some of the flights you see even here in America, they were there even 1900, but they are still flying. So it's all about maintenance. So I don't know much about our flights. I don't know how we maintain them, but we are supposed to be more keen, because accident can happen to anybody, even to our president. I'm telling you, anybody. Flights are very dangerous, but they are it is the most safest mode of transport in the world. The safest is the flight. That is what the people, researchers say. They have very few deaths, but when it happens, chances of survival, they are very minimal.
Hello, can you hear me, Leo?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Maybe just to add on one thing, maybe that maybe Mburu has forgotten, is that flights, yes, they are very, very safe, and choppers also fly at very low levels, very, very low compared to other planes. They fly at very, very. Now remember this plane that disappeared with 280 something people in the Mediterranean Sea. I don't know if it was Mediterranean or Atlantic. It has never been found today. Ndege imeingia ndani ya maji, ijawahi patikana. So sometimes, yes, if you tell me planes are safe, no way. I don't think that they could be safer than a train. No, planes. I don't know. Huwezi niambia ati ndege iko safe. Ndege, I remember Kobe Bryant's plane. He had his own personal jet, but and it crashed and killed the former basketball player with the daughter. This was a plane that was well maintained. Everything is maintained. It is yours. It is yours. But it crashed because the pilot misjudged the altitude and crashed into the mountain, killing so many people. Perhaps to do us justice, if you go back to the plane crashes that have happened in Kenya, and let us not just be speculating that each and every time somebody dies, he was killed by the state. Sometimes maybe not, he was killed by the state, but maybe it is just a coincidence. I remember just the other day, 2 days ago, Ruto was promoting all these soldiers to be various ranks in the military. Then the following day, he kills the KDF, the CDF, both. I mean, does it make sense to you? Yeah, hardly barely 48 hours. Barely 48 hours, he kills the head of the military. After yesterday, he promoted almost everybody up there into the ranks. So sometimes we might be speculating for bonga points or something else, but this story is more than that. What you are just saying. Let us wait for the investigations. I wish the military people could tell us who inspected this place, this plane, because there is a pre-trip inspection that Mburu was talking about. Before you get into a plane, there is somebody, a technician, who checks out everything He marks in, are the wiper blades working? Correct. Are all the engines firing? Tick. Does it have any cracks on the windows? Like things like that. We need to see that report, and then we overrule that this plane indeed it was certified to fly. But here we are coming on air saying, "Oh no, that guy was killed. That's what that plane was." We don't know anything. Do we even know where that plane was bought from? Ilinunuliwa hiyo ndege in the first place. Was it a second hand?
They say people speculate because they're not given full information. One of the panelists there said that we had an air crash, I think some 10 years ago, that killed the cabinet of the minister for interior.
His uncle. To be yeah, your uncle. What happened? What happened to that report, Mzalendo?
You see, that's the thing that I'm telling you. Some of this, and I in my statement earlier, I said that most of this government, these reports are not brought up. Unajua serikali inaitwaga serikali kwa nini? Kwa sababu inamaanisha siri kali. Once you are in that government, do you know what serikali means? It means siri kali. Even if it's your mother, even if it is your mother.
Muzalendo, you are confusing us here. You are telling us to wait for a report, then you are telling us inaitwa serikali. That's why they don't bring the report. Sasa wewe unatuambia. It's like you are confusing us here. You are not giving us a direction.
Let me try and give you a direction for why I said that kind of statement. There are some statements if they are put out there. For example, let us use your analysis. Ogolla was killed by the government of President William Ruto, and there were some military officers who were involved in this scheme to kill Ogolla. Are you causing some damage, or are you building something? What can you cause? What can be the ripple effect of that statement if it indeed is true? What can be the ripple effect of that particular statement that I've just made, if it is true? And suppose it was coming from a military officer. People will just look at your statement, come up to your kaida. But suppose somebody comes out in the military and says what exact words that I've used, what can be the effect of that? Sahii nchi ingekuwa imechomeka. So kuna vitu zingine I can tell you for a fact, even if you sit in that cabinet, there is an oath you take that ukitoka, ask Raila, kuna vitu zile anajua kwa serikali that he can never even open his mouth. They can't. So those things do happen, whether you want to say nini, but they do happen. In cases of investigation, let us go back to what happened to Kinywa and all that. But the beauty about the good part about this particular crash is that they are survivors. There are people who can tell you the story. If indeed they are going to be alive to date, they must have a story. They must have had something. If it was an explosion that exploded in the plane, they will have to tell us. But in the other case for the Ojodes, there were no survivors. All right. So these people have got a story to tell. In the crashes that have happened in the country before, there were survivors. Or the mishaps that happened, maybe before takeoff, kulikuwa na survivors. Even Kalonzo Musyoka had one the other day. Was it the government of President Ruto trying to kill him? Just the other day. Yeah. So let us look into these things, and let us not politicize everything. If you want to rectify a situation, let us look at everything and rule out technical failure. Then now we come to the political angle of it that you're bringing. The political angle of it, I think it is bogus. There is nothing that Ruto would have wanted from Ogolla. Absolutely nothing. If he was that powerful, then he would have overturned his victory at Bomas. he would have overturned his victory at Bomas. There was nothing, absolutely nothing in his ranks that he would have tried, I don't know, to topple Ruto's government, and that's why he had to go. Absolute speculation, absolute, just hogwash, you know.
Just to comment on what Mzalendo is saying here. If what we are claiming here is hogwash, like you're saying, why would even William Ruto himself come out and say that Ogolla wanted to overturn his win? You know, sometimes you think that people who speak here do not understand what they're saying. Mzalendo, I want you to go back and see what happened.
But look here, this was done in the event in Bomas. I have appointed this guy, but despite him trying to, being used the other day, but why would he? I mean, he should have kept quiet. If I wanted to kill you? Do I tell you that I'm bringing you in, but I'll kill you? You would have just left it up there. Did he have any option?
You are mixing things. You are mixing things here, Mzalendo. Hold on, Mzalendo. Just a minute. Just a minute.
Look at the statement itself. Look at the statement itself. This is a guy who wanted to overturn my victory. But here I am. He was the most qualified, and I appointed him. Was there somebody who was running side by side with Ogolla? Yes, there was. Did he have any option of dropping Ogolla? Yes, he had. And I remember having this debate, and as the Mio supporters said very well that Ogolla was not going to be given the job. That is what you were saying then, that he's not going to be given the job. He'll give it to somebody else. Now today you change it.
You know the problem with you, Mzalendo, is you do not understand the things of the military. You've never been. I don't know. Maybe I'm arguing from a point of information. You're arguing from a point of no information. I've worked in the military. I've been in the military for 10 years. I can tell you how things are done. Now let me tell you something. So when General Ogolla was supposed to be appointed the CDF, he was not being done a favor. William Ruto did not do General Ogolla a favor by appointing him the CDF. It was not a favor. You guys make it look like it is a favor. General Ogolla was qualified to be the CDF. It was not a favor. And you should go and look at the military ranks, my brother Mzalendo here. I hate to tell you here, but somebody who is a general has a deputy who is a vice CDF. And the vice CDF is in the rank of a lieutenant general, LCG. So there's a general, there's a lieutenant general, and then after that, there's a major general. In the appointments of the military, they are arranged in such a way that succession is not about people running, against each other. This is not a political campaign where you can say somebody was running against a general. It is not done like that. When Tonje introduced the rules, the unasikianga inaitwa Tonje rules, it was automatic that one formation takes over after the next formation. It is it is not a matter of favor here. So it goes from Navy, Kenya Air Force, it goes to the Kenya Army, it goes back to the Navy, like that. And everybody in the military is comfortable with that because it gives every formation an opportunity to be at the helm of the military. This was Ogolla's time. He was appointed. It was not a favor. Now, if William Ruto feels like he did General Ogolla a favor by appointing him, why did he come out and tell us that this guy was going to Chebukati to steal my victory? But I think I looked at his CV and I felt he was the most qualified. There was no point of telling us that. You follow what politicians say so much that you fail to understand that General Ogolla was supposed to be, he was a political, he was not supporting any side. He was not in the Azimio, he was not a CDF for the Azimio side. He was a CDF for the Republic of Kenya. He was a CDF for the military of Kenya. So wakati unakuja kutuambia hapa ati we are munching political sijui what from the death of we will speculate because the government has not told us what happened. We are giving so much faith in a government that has failed to release reports in previous accidents. You want us to sit down, say we will wait until this is investigated and then the report. And yourself, we mwenyewe, you have an uncle who perished, his soul rest in peace, in the same circumstances, and the report has never been released up to today. So you want us to believe again the same government that does not release reports, does not tell us what happened until after, I don't know, my sister here said that almost 7 hours. That is where we have an official statement from the government where people, mimi leo wacha nikuambie, today in the morning wakati niliamka, niliona blogger anaitwa Cyprian Nyakundi. Mimi sijui kama mnamfuataga. Cyprian Nyakundi
I follow him. Actually, he's the one who was updating Kenyans.
Exactly. That is what I'm saying here. You know, the government is quiet when such a crucial matter has happened until we see bloggers sending pictures and telling us that the CDF is dead. So we as Kenyans are expected to keep quiet and do as Mzalendo is saying. Wait until the government investigates itself and then gives us a report about its own failures. Bwana, sisi si wajinga bwana.
I get you. What? Boniface, don't say something. Boniface.
This is what remains of the Kenya Police helicopter that reportedly had 7 people on board from Wilson Airport in Nairobi heading to Homa Bay County. On board was 7 people, and among those confirmed dead were Internal Security Minister and Presidential Aspirant Professor George Saitoti and the Assistant Minister Orua Ojode. Also reportedly accompanying them were 2 bodyguards and 2 pilots. The plane crashed into the Kibiku Forest in Ngong Hills, Kajiado County at about 9:05 this morning due to bad weather. The 7 were headed for a church function in Dhiwa constituency. Vice President Kalonzo Musyoka visited the scene earlier, and Prime Minister Raila Odinga is also expected there. Sadly, it was on such a day on June 10, 2008, that then Roads Minister Kipkalia Kones and Assistant Minister in the Office of the Vice President Lona Laboso also tragically lost their lives in a plane crash near Narok. Andrew Ochieng, Citizen at 1.
Right.
Leo.
That is just, yes.
Leo, hebu nikuulize, huyo mtangazaji anasema the plane crashed because of bad weather. Ni nani alikuwa amefanya uchunguzi?
It was speculation. And maybe I said clearly, people speculate because we're not given full information. Like today, there were rumors that, okay, there was a crash, but we were not told whether people died or who died or did not die. But Kenyans speculated until the government confirmed it. From 2 p.m., Kenyans were speculating. Some were saying no, some were saying yes, some were saying no, some were... until it got confirmed. So when he's talking of bad weather, that is his, or maybe their own analysis. Like right now, people are trying to give their own analysis. Maybe the plane was old. Maybe there are some things that were not done well and such kind of things. As we wait for the confirmed information that will now give people the exact thing that happened. But all in all, what we say is that we sympathize with the bereaved and pray that the souls of the affected soldiers rest in peace. Goodia is saying, sorry for that. Goodyear is saying service positions are serious, appointments never political. I think that one is responding to what Makiadi was saying, how Major General was appointed. Boniface.
It's like Boniface is not listening.
Boniface?
Yes, I'm listening. What is I'm waiting for your question.
Whose phone is that? Leo.
Can somebody hear me?
No, you are muted. You are muted. And there was a phone making noise. Leo, we can't hear you. You are still muted. Boniface, Leo was asking if there is something you want to say.
Yeah. What personally I can say is that Kenyans, we know that this is a sad day, but what we need to know is that this is a sensitive time whereby we need to get to know the information that we are going to publish. Even those bloggers, whenever the information was declared that we have a plane clash, whereby we have the CDF who was informed, who was in that plane, it was not easy to break those news, because it is something that is very sensitive. You can break the news that the CDF was there and is died and is not died. But now we get the information that the CDF was there and he has died with some other officers and also top leaders in our country. So what we need to know is that it is high time that we always know that our country is heading in the wrong direction. So we need to come together and know how can we solve this situation, because if we continue like this, then we are going back to Moi's era, and we are adopting what Museveni is doing there in Uganda. And I can agree to Makiadi what he's saying, is that we need to get to know what happened, and we need to know why do we have this series of plane crash, whereby the people who have ideas that act contrary to some government positions or government leaders are being killed, or they die in a careless manner. I don't expect in a situation whereby the CDF, someone who is so top in this country, someone who deserves a lot of care, dies in a plane crash. Of course, accidents happen, but again, how did this happen? That is the major question. And of course, we were not given the full information. The last thing I heard from the president is Poleni Sana. That is all what I heard. After he said that he gave us the names of those who are on board, the last thing I heard was Poleni Sana. So we were not given the full information. And Isaac Mora was there, and the Hussein Mohamed was there. Even if the president was affected by the demise of CDF and other leaders who were in that plane crash, we have the communication people who are involved in the State House and also in the KDF department. Why we are not given the full information of what happened? That is the rhetorical question that we shall be having, and that's why we have a lot of speculations of what happened today in that plane crash. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bonnie. I can see SG is back. Maybe I can give him an opportunity kabla atoroke. Najua huko kwao.
Hey, hello.
Yes.
Yeah, we continue in mourning our general. It's not every day you wake up and find the general is dead. It is not a news that you expect in a country where there are structures and systems, but kwa sababu tulikuwa tumeambiwa na mtu mwingine mambo ni matatu. I think now we can now understand what it means. Mambo ni matatu, either utoke Kenya ama tukusafirishe tukupeleke mbinguni. Hiyo ni mambo ambayo tuliambiwa na mtu hapo. Kwa hivyo mambo ni matatu bwana, na tunashangaa kama Wakenya, kwani tutasafirishwa sisi yote kwa sababu mambo ni matatu. So in life we have to understand that there are people who have no remorse. The Bible says the devil comes to kill, to steal, and to destroy. That is what is happening in this country. There's a lot of accidents that are unexplained, and it's unfortunate. I'm telling you, this is a plan. From where I sit, I think now we are now sure. I think this regime wants to rule us for the next 50 years. And they have to make sure that just like they planned of stealing the election last 2022, this time they are going to be even more efficient, because nobody will stop them. Nyawira has been taken to the AU by force. Kalonzo, there are people who are dilly-dallying. So we are in a kind of a situation, bwana Leo, where the country has gone to the dogs literally. Umeona kitu nimeshangaa leo, wale Wahindi waliambiwa walichapura ile fertilizer ati pia walishikwa wakawekwa kwa jela 3 days. Umeona hiyo kitu kwa news? Wakaambiwa wakubali mashtaka, na hiyo mkutano ilifanywa kwa ofisi ya rais. Wakaambiwa mambo ni matatu: mkubali makosa ama tuwasafirisha. Lakini uzuri wameambia bunge, so we are hoping that people will understand that this is a conman government, and there is nowhere we are going with them, but things are happening. I told somebody some other time that this is government will pay the sins of all governments. Hii government, they might think that they are getting away with it, but I'm happy. Nimeona Twitter, people are on fire. TikTok, people are on fire. They're asking questions, big questions. Why is General Ogolla going with junior officers? Why was kina Dwale not there? Kwa nini hiyo list inakosa kabila zingine? Questions were asked, so many questions are being asked. It is because it is a predetermined plan. Kwa hivyo sisi kama Wakenya kwa ground tunajua Ogolla amesafirishwa kama vile tulipoahidiwa. Hii ni regime ya mambo ni matatu. Kama you are not going to be politically correct, you will either be arrested, harassed, or taken to heaven by force. They will make you meet your maker. So it's unfortunate, and I know what they will do. This regime, somebody described this regime as people who can kill you and attend your funeral and fundraise for your funeral and appoint your wife to a ministerial or an ambassadorial job. I'm expecting that to happen anyway, so that waonekane ni watu wazuri. So bibi ya Ogolla atafanywa ambassador wa ule mkedenji alifukuzwa, alafu msichana yake atafanywa under secretary, ndio waonekane watu wazuri. We know these schemes, and we are telling God, expose these people that are destroying this country in the name of governance. This is a gangster. This is a gangster government that is taking us nowhere. And Kenyans must rise up. I think they are pushing us to a revolution, and it will happen. I know it will happen. Thank you. Acha niangalia
All right,
research
thank you,
tena.
thank you. Thank you. Inside Political Stand is saying that let us accept and move on. We should not explain immortality. Let the dead rest. Accept and move on. That is from inside the Political Stand. That's a comment that I've seen there. You can see Mburu is stretching. Maybe I'll give it to Mburu, then I give it to Makiadi. Maybe you want to respond to SG on the claims that he's making. Yeah.
When I was listening to SG, I was just feeling sad that such statements are coming from him. And I want to refrain from responding to them, but I just want to say it's very unfortunate. I just want to respond to sentiments about people who said that rules are being targeted by William Ruto. There was a time during the general elections when I said it is easier, very easy, very, very easy for William Ruto and Raila Odinga to work together harmoniously than it is for Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Odinga to work together. The only genuine politician we have in Kenya is William Ruto. When he decides to support you, he supports you 100%. When he decides to do something, he does it without looking back. And I want to ask my good friends who are listening to me from the Luo community, which mistake or what is that William Ruto has ever done against you? What mistake has William Ruto has ever done to the Luo community in Kenya that he may be targeting to eliminate any one of them? The answer is none. The only mistake William Ruto did was to become ambitious and to vie to become the president of Kenya. Is that a sin? Is that a mistake? Is that a reason good enough to say now because he was not supported by the Luos, he is supporting them? No. I want to just remind you that without the support of William Ruto in 2007, Raila Odinga would not have become the Prime Minister of Kenya. These are people who have worked closely. He was part of the Pentagon team that formed the ODM. He is one of the pioneers. William Ruto has worked with Raila Odinga for a very long time. And that is why it is even now, it was very easy for them to sit down and to agree on how they're going to work together. Today, as we are talking here, differing and almost having divergent views and conflicting, William Ruto and Raila Odinga, they are speaking the same voice. The same William Ruto, because he knows there is no grudge between him and the rural community. He said, though Makiadi is telling us that General Ogolla deserved the position, yes, because of qualification. But I want to remind you that the president had the power to say, no, I don't want him. After all, he's the president and the commander of the armed forces of Kenya. He had all the reason to say no. By the general going to visit bombers of Kenya, to visit Chebukati, and telling him, don't announce William Ruto to become the president, because this was the statement that was led in the judiciary, in the Supreme Court. And he was asked, the lawyers were asked, who are those people who visited Chebukati at night? And one of the names that appeared was General Ogolla. The other name was the former Attorney General. The other name was Tuju. They mentioned, the names were mentioned in the Supreme Court. But William Ruto said, guys, politics is over. The general election is over. Yes, by the CDF going to visit or going at night to visit Bomas of Kenya, which is not the area of his jurisdiction. In ethical code of conduct, we say that he broke the ethical code of conduct. William Ruto would have used that ground to say, no, he is not fit to be my general. But he said, because of his experience and his qualifications, academic qualifications, we will not deny him this chance because we want somebody of his caliber. We want his experience. There is no good reason. After all, he's not trying to become anything in Kenya politically. I don't see any reason as to why then the president or anybody in the government would want to eliminate such a person.
Somebody is asking, was it not obvious that somebody who was supposed to take over was supposed to come from the Kenya Air Force? And of course, the person who was the highly ranked there was General Ogolla. Maybe you can research or maybe somebody can help us there.
It is not obvious. It is not obvious. You have listened so many interviews, and I may not be in a position to speak on behalf of KDF, but it is not obvious. The president, in terms of who becomes the leader of the armed forces, he is the president of Kenya and the commander of the armed forces. He has a say. He can manipulate systems, even if it is as obvious as people think. If I'm using the word if. But anyway, yeah, let's move ahead and say, I just wanted to remind people, William Ruto has no grudge against anybody. After all, his ambition, his big picture was to become the president of Kenya. He is already the president of Kenya. General Ogolla was not a threat to his position. After all, he was cooperating. They were working together. Raila Odinga, whom Ogolla was supporting, is already working with William Ruto. Then what reason are you giving us to tell us that William Ruto is against the Luo community? That is just a sad kind of statement. So I want to just say this, that somebody has said that the government took a long time to announce the death of the general and the rest of the people who died. In the government, there are stipulated procedures on how to make such announcements. The government is not in competition with the bloggers. The government is not in competition with the news reporters to make announcements. For instance, you cannot just go and announce in the media without informing the family. And you cannot just inform the family through just a phone call or just through the media. There are procedures, especially for such high-profile leaders of the nation. The government has to be very careful on even how the statement will go out there, how it will be framed to ensure that it will not bring some eruption or chaos. So the government is not part of the government always has to be very, very careful with each and every statement that comes from the government. Apart from that, there is no any responsible media in Kenya that tried to report before the government has issued the statement. That is how it's supposed to go. So I just want Kenyans to know that the government has done its role. The final statement is this. As I respond to SG, he has said that Ruto said Maboni Matatu. It's always, I feel sad because for me, I stand for the truth. I don't like people to distort information. One, I would say it was unfortunate that the president said that because that statement was subject to interpretation and misinterpretation. And it was a mistake for the president to make Maboni Matatu a statement, just like it was a statement for the other statement. It was unfortunate for the statement that the deputy president had made, but people make mistakes. But what was the content of what the president meant when he said Maboni Matatu? What was the subject matter? That is what people should be dwelling on instead of twisting the words of the president. The president was talking of the cartels. who were sabotaging the reforms in Mumia's sugar. And the president said, no, one person cannot continue hindering all these wananchi from benefiting from this company. And after all, these people are foreigners. It is either they leave Kenya or they serve jail term or they even die or they go to heaven. That is what he said. Okay, that is not a very pleasant statement coming from the president, but that was the context. It was referred to cartels, people who were using corruption, people who were using bribes to sabotage people from benefiting. But now we have been using that to mean the president said he'll be killing people, which is not true. That is not true. It is called distorting information. So anyway, let me rest my case there, but let us be careful as Kenyans. We are hearing. The government has reached out through bipartisan talks to the opposition, and there is nothing good like when we are working together as one people, the people of Kenya. Let us not polarize the nation before we even know what transpired. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe I want either that is Makiadi and Mzalendo to respond to this comment. Of course, Black has just echoed what you said. It was a master. The procedure, there's normally a procedure for breaking such kind of information because these are generals. They are not just common citizens who can die and people start posting such kind of things. So the family must be involved. So that one, the government did not do anything wrong by delaying the announcement. It could even go up to 2 days as long as everything is put in place. Maureen Mwende is saying, in line with the Tonje rules, Ruto had to pick Ogolla from the Kenya Air Force since the outgoing CDF was drawn from the Kenya Army and succeeded General Mwatete from Navy. So the next CDF could be picked from the Navy. That is after Ogolla, then the next one is supposed to be Navy. And if you look at, I don't know if it is true, I can't confirm it. I've seen some rumors that they've already picked somebody. I've seen some rumors that they've already picked Kenya Navy Lieutenant General Charles Muriu Hariri as the new commander, Defense Forces, to succeed the late general, which still goes in line with the Tonje, they say the Tonje rules from Kenya Army, Kenya Air Force, Kenya Navy, and so on and so forth. So, Mzalendo, I don't know what is your take on that, of maybe if you can elaborate on that one better, or Makiadi, so that we can be able to understand it.
Yeah, I think let me go before Mzalendo. I think I've been here for a while. Number one, I want to repeat this again, and I want to say it clearly. William Ruto did not do General Ogolla a favor by appointing him the CDF. Now, let me say this in response to what my brother Mboro said here, that people are misinterpreting what the president said. You know, Leo, if you are a president, you just don't speak. Your words have meaning. Anything you say has meaning. And when you speak in a way that insinuates a message that is not clear, people will likely take it out of context. Now, let's assume that William Ruto meant that he's going to deal with cartels. Can you tell me what he meant when he said that akusafirisha? Because these people are Kenyans. Alisema atasafirisha watu wawapeleke kwa baba. I want you, Mboro, because you are the government spokesman, you understand the language of William Ruto very well. I want you to tell me what he meant when he said atasafirisha how, so that we understand next time not to take the words of the president out of context. William Ruto is a careless man with what he speaks. There are things you don't speak as a president. You don't go to the media and tell the media that this guy called Ogolla is one of the people who wanted to steal my election with no evidence. This person was not taken to any court for trying to interfere with an election process. So, if William Ruto comes out and accuses his general, his CDF, of trying to steal his election, and then says, I appointed him because he was qualified, but he wanted to steal my election, then that appointment becomes literally illegal. You cannot tell me ulijaribu kuniua jana lakini nitakukubalia tu uishi na mimi, because that relationship is suspect. The relationship between William Ruto and General Ogolla was suspect by mere virtue of William Ruto coming out to say that General Ogolla wanted to steal his election. We have not seen General Ogolla in any political formation, like Mboro is saying here that General Ogolla was supporting Raila Odinga. Did you see General Ogolla campaigning for Raila Odinga any day? You know, sometimes when you make statements here,
General should support the government in power.
Point of information. Makiadi Terrace, what was the general doing in Bomas at night?
Did you see the general there? Do you have evidence? No.
Have you ever heard the general refuse?
Mboro, my brother, Leo, let me finish. Mboro, I think you don't like people to interfere when you're talking, so give me time. Give me time. Proceed. Thank you, my brother. Now, Leo, Mboro is telling me here that the general has never refuted that he was seen at Bomas. My brother, a commander in the defense forces does not come out to the media to talk about political insinuations and innuendos. He is not a politician. He does not answer political insinuations to try and defend himself against accusations that have never been proven anywhere in the Republic of Kenya. What you are telling us is he was seen there. I have never seen a video. I have never seen him with Chebukati sitting down to tell him Chebukati announced Raila Odinga as the president. I have never seen General Ogolla telling Chebukati not to pronounce William Ruto as the president. So everything you are telling me here is what we hear bloggers that you are very against saying. Similar things that Itumbi says on social media are the same things that you're telling us here. Can you produce a video to prove that Ogolla was among the people who went to force Chebukati? Because if you can prove that, or if you want us to believe what you are saying, then I will also come up with that statement from Tuju, who said that the commissioners, two of the commissioners, IBC commissioners, were at his house asking for money so that he can declare so that he can declare Raila Odinga the president. It's as simple as that. These are just things that we take as mere speculations and rumors. Without evidence, then we cannot debate on this. Now, you are talking about Raila Odinga's relationship and William Ruto. You are telling us that Raila Odinga and William Ruto are working together. Mburu, let me tell you here. Raila Odinga represents a movement. William Ruto represents a movement. They represent different people, different ideologies. By virtue of Raila Odinga working together with William Ruto for whatever reason it is, it does not mean that Raila Odinga supporters agree with William Ruto's presidency. Simple. I do support Raila Odinga. I don't support William Ruto. I do support Raila Odinga's ideology. I don't support William Ruto's ideology. You, by virtue of Raila Odinga agreeing to work with William Ruto, or William Ruto agreeing to work with Raila Odinga, it will not mean that because William Ruto is supporting Raila Odinga's candidacy for the AU position, that now I'm supporting what William Ruto is doing. I'll never do that. So these are two ideologies. It is like Republicans and Democrats. Two ideologies. Some of them who support conservatism, and some of them who support, a different ideology. We will never mix. So William Ruto can work together with Raila Odinga as much as he wants, but we the people that supported Raila Odinga and still supported Raila Odinga up to date, will never agree with what William Ruto is doing, because we are made of different fabrics. Now, Mr. Mburu, I want to reiterate the issue of appointments of chief military officers. let me tell you, and you can take this to the bank. The military command is structured in a way that even if the president is the final say, the commander in chief, there are things, norms, and cultural procedures that have stood the test of time that are followed, especially in the military of Kenya. When General Ogolla was positioned to be the CDF, it was not because, it happened by chance. He was the senior most, like Leo is telling you, he was the senior most amongst the military officers from the Kenya Air Force. Now, you can talk about manipulating and all that. Manipulation is taking a corporal, for example, in the Kenya police and making him an OCS. That is what we call manipulation. It does not happen like that in the military. You have to go through the ranks. You have to rise like the police. You have to rise through corporal, sergeant, like that, mpaka ufike huko juu kwa OCS. So whatever you are advocating that manipulation by the president is picking a junior officer, making him skip all the ranks in front of him or her so that he can take that position. It doesn't happen like that. You have to go through the ranks to reach where you are. For General Ogolla's case, General Ogolla was deputy CGS, they're called Vice Chief General of Staff. He was a lieutenant general then. Now, after General Ogolla, you have ranks like Major General. So if you want to skip General Ogolla, it means you will have to appoint a Major General and then skip him, the rank that is ahead of him, which is Lieutenant General, and make him the General, which has never happened. So Ruto had no choice. If he was to follow the norms of the military, he had to appoint General Ogolla. It was not a favor. The NDC, the National Defense, the National Council of whatever it's called, the Security Council, Kenya, it gets names of people who are due for promotion, and then it sits down as a council and decides wacha tupatie mzalendo hii, wacha Mburu aende nyumbani aende akaritae, wacha tupatie Leo hii, wacha tuambie my brother Kimanzi hapa aende kuwa ambassador. That is how it works. The president does not know the names of people who work in the military. Okay? So these names are brought to him. Wanakuja wanakaa chini kama council, wanaambiwa hii ndio majina tuko nao, these are the people who are qualified to be promoted to the next position. And so they agree on who they are supposed to promote next. So these things do not happen by chance. And the president is not the final. He might be the commander-in-chief, but he does not work in isolation. He is guided. There are people in the Security Council who tell him what is not supposed to be done and what is supposed to be done. He has to follow those guidance. He can decide not to, but that is not, it has never happened. I've never seen, since the Tonje rules, I've never seen it happen. Maybe Ruto might be the first one to do that, but I've never seen it happen. Since Tonje established the rules of the military where the CDF position rotates through the formations, the service formations, it has never changed. So it might be because General Ogolla wanted to steal William Ruto's position or whatever, this might have been the first. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I know there is going to be so many responses. Eli is also here. Zalendo is also eager and wants to say something. Before I bring Zalendo, then I welcome Eli. I just want to read this. There's some write-up that is so interesting and is related to what Makiadi and Mburu are trying to argue about and come up with facts. This is by somebody called Ngas Moyengi. I think Zalendo knows him. So he said that what makes me sad about General Francis Ogolla's death is not the fact that he's dead. It is the fact that his illustrious military career may forever remain tainted by an allegation, underline the word allegation, that he attempted to change the results of the 2022 presidential election. So did Francis Ogolla, who joined the military 2 years after 1982 failed coup and witnessed a still very young junior Air Force officer, Ochuka, being hanged, go to Bomas to overturn Ruto's victory? That's a question. Was he aware Did he act on orders of his commander-in-chief? Could he have ignored those orders? And why did Uhuru send him, not Kibicho, the then CDF? What makes me sad is that whereas Uhuru Kenyatta had duped Raila Odinga and played his con game to the very last day of the vote was to be declared, he still had the audacity to destroy one more Ogolla who allegedly was sent to Bomas for the purpose of overturning Ruto's victory. It was alleged, it's not true. Then he is asking, if Uhuru wanted to help Raila, it surely could not have been on the final day, a day that those very results were to be declared. Uhuru would not have sent Ogolla on the final day. So that was just a write-up that I was just reading. It is related to what you guys are trying to figure out. So let me bring in Mzalendo as you digest that.
Well, I thought you said Eli was here. Can Eli go before me?
Eli, okay. If you allow Eli to go ahead, then I'll welcome him. Yeah, Eli Omondi Ogolla. I believe that is Eli. Can you hear me? Mr. Omondi, Mr. Ogolla, can you hear me?
Yeah, Leo.
Yeah. Yes, you are now connected.
Yes, Omondi is my namesake there. Well, as you know that there was a retired general, the guy who was standing behind Mwai Kibaki for a number of years. He was one of the first people to, overtake the so-called protocol and announce the death of General Ogolla and the other unfortunate people who have been killed in this crash. And that says to me a lot about what was happening behind the scenes. Why did it have to take a retired military officer to openly go on social media to announce this? Number two, there are people who are claiming that this cannot be a political matter. I mean, every person is a political animal from the moment that you're born. So as soon as you speak, you're already a political substance. So when someone like Mzalendo separates such a huge event from politics, I think he's just in a different world of his own. And I wouldn't really want to compare anything to what Mzalendo and Mr. Mburu are saying, because then I'll start sounding as if I'm being too biased or against what they're saying, because that's not what I really want to do. But I'm not an expert of what to kind of analyze what has happened. But some of the statements being thrown by people like Mzalendo and Mburu and about God and loyalty and all this, it's just unfortunate, because people want to speak their mind. They're allowed to speak their mind, and whichever way you want to stop people from speaking their mind, especially on such an unfortunate event, is just unbelievable. I don't think Mzalendo and Mburu are serious at all, because if they were serious, they could consider alternatives about what they're saying, and even say, okay, these guys, they're making sense, but let's probe them. But what Mzalendo and Mburu are doing there is basically not even reaching out to people who are trying to make some sense. They're trying to destroy everything that people are saying, because they think everyone is anti-Ruto or something like that. I had someone there talking about Ruto and Raila and all this. Honestly, it just doesn't make sense. Where does it even come into this? We know that there's been numerous tragedies where the state is involved. And when we talk about the system, now this is the system. Because for me, I believe that the people who are behind Saitoti, Ojode, and the rest of the, the passengers on that flight, the people who are involved, that system is still in play today. Because obviously we know about why Saitoti was vanquished, because people who were afraid that he might be aiming higher for leadership, and they didn't want that, or he was going to be in one of the alliances where they didn't want that to happen. And of course, people accused Uhuru and Kibaki and possibly Ruto, but at that time Ruto was not in in strong alliances with Uhuru Kenyatta. What I'm saying here is the tragedy that happened there that involved Saitoti and Ojode when they were going to my constituency in Dhiwa was something that was obviously managed by the system, and that system is probably the same kind of people who were involved in this event today. I looked at that flight, the way that thing crashed, if that's the actual footage, and I'm sure even a lay person can tell that there is something seriously wrong there. You don't have to be having any expert knowledge about aviation. It's not just, it was just something so amateur that was happening there. It's just, you can't even believe that there is a senior generals in that plane. The way that thing dropped, if that's the actual footage. And I think that particular clip is being removed from the internet at a very fast pace. There are not as many as they were earlier on this afternoon, that particular clip. So someone's working very hard to misinform people by removing that, but it's still there. Another thing about this is the shocking manner in which the Ogolla and the people who were involved in this crash have been treated by the state. They've been treated by, really in a shoddy manner, like they're non-people. That's really, it doesn't make sense the way they've been treated, because apparently the arrival of the emergency services was 40 minutes after the crash. That was the first people first on call at the place. And of course, by that time, these people had there's no way they were going to survive. The people who have survived, here there's a guy called Mogire Karanja, or something of that sort, which obviously he's not, if he's alive, then they're going to finish him. That's how they do it. A commission of inquiry, whatever you call it, no, he's not even going to be there. It's just going to be another way of dealing with this thing. There must be a serious cover-up. All this reminds me of what happened to General John Garang of South Sudan from his trip to Museveni in Uganda. There is something that this Ruto copies from the Ugandan leader. He has no fear. He has said it openly that his philosophy is about, forcefully or whichever way, removing you from the country. He is going to send you to your Mecca, which means he'll kill you, or he'll send you to prison. Those are the three main things. Now, anyone who sits here to support such a person must have something wrong between their ears, because this man has proudly mentioned those three things, not in one rally, but many rallies, and he's actually doing it. So I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Eli, for that. I think now I'll get it back to Mzalendo. You really patiently waited.
Thank you, Leo. Today we've discussed really about this plane crash, like we are experts, yet we are only learning from history of what really transpired. Somebody mentioned about the announcement that was made by one retired general about Francis Ogolla's death. What you need to know is that, from what I've read, is that when a general of Ogolla's status dies, then somebody close to his ranks is the one who is supposed to make the announcement, not any other person. You ought to have known that best if you served in the military. So that is what really happened. And even the news is delivered by somebody very close to his ranks, is the one who is supposed to deliver the news to the family, not any other person. Kenya has learned from the mistakes of Ojode and Saitoti crash, where everybody was speculating. When you say you learned from the death through Nyakundi learned it from government that Ogolla was dead. He didn't have his own source of information. The information was already with the government that this guy had died. But within those hours, they were still within the hours of informing the family, the next of kin, of what has really happened. So that is the procedure. But let us go on with the speculation that this person has been killed and move to the next stage, that why was he killed? Maybe that is a question I pose for Makiadi and Eli to tell us, why was Ogolla really killed? Yeah, and was he about to? What did he know that led to his death? Yeah, and those are the previous plane crashes that have been happening, or military choppers. The previous governments of Kibaki and Uhuru, did they want to assassinate these people? Did they want to be assassinated? But I'm not ruling out maybe a possibility. But maybe you have got information that we want to know. Like in the Ojode's case, it was probed and put in the shelf. Why was these people really killed? So that we get to know why Ogolla was in Saitoti's status and why he had to go to pave way for what. We need to interrogate all this. Let us speculate. Let us speculate and find out, the truth of the matter. Even in our speculation, let us try and see. Yes, now I have agreed with Makiadi that William Ruto indeed killed Ogolla. But now explain it further why he needed to have killed this guy. That's all I have.
Geoffrey Ruto is telling us there that Eli is another speculator. He has no facts. Let's first leave the investigation to be concluded. Then we can invite foreign investigators. Eli, what do you take of that? But Mzalendo has posed some questions. So I don't know, between Eli and Makiadi, who will go first?
I will reply. I'll reply because I have a right of reply. And what I'll say is, because of the sensitivity of this matter, anything that I think I know or has been speculated even within the media circles and all that, I'll keep to myself for now. I have been doing a newspaper columns until sometime late last year. The last columns that I've been doing up to about 167 articles for a newspaper out here. And the way information is shared, you always hear about a source, and also not to identify the source or not to speculate the source, and so on and so forth. But in terms of the opinion ideas rather than facts, I can speculate, but I cannot speculate anything else that I've been told by a source. Because, for example, even in the Air Force, I'm sure some of you have sources in the Air Force, in the Army, and so on. It's not a unique position to be in. So there are some sensitive matters that we just have to leave that there for now, because that's just the way it is. You know, this is going to be like another Oko mystery where people will be slaughtered, you know, because they have some information, and it's going to be, you know, a long haul of, you know, we know the architecture of Ruto's, you know, how he works. It's been openly said in the public by the likes of Cyrus Jirongo, and Ruto has never denied or taken Jirongo to court. Same thing about Jacob Juma. So, and he has said publicly that he has 3 ways of operating. So why we are even wasting time to think about whether this man is behind this or not? Because people think it's impossible for someone to unleash such terror as was in today's event. People think it's impossible. In fact, I might be one of those people, because earlier on I was thinking, well, the place where this crash happened is meant to be, you know, a contested environment where there's lots of, you know, a turbulent area, that county. So I was kind of thinking that maybe, as Mzalendo has suggested, that we need to speculate. So I was kind of thinking that maybe what could have happened there is they would have sent this man to work in that area so that if anything happens, it is easy to say that it is something to do with a hostile environment over there, which is probably one of the things that is in the mind of the system, because of the way, if you look at the way that crash happened, or the way it caught fire and on all that, you know, if that's the actual footage, some speculation will start coming up. People would be talk about, like, was something fired from the ground? You know, you hear some people shouting in the background. In fact, if that video clip is the genuine article, then you wonder why some people seem to be, you know, kind of applauding when it's crashing. So I don't know what's the nature of this, but in terms of speculation, you could think that maybe one of the things that the system might do is to furnish a situation where it is easy to blame the environment where that has happened. So, for example, if you look at the hypothetical situation with the death of Joseph Magufuli of Tanzania, those who believe that Magufuli was killed by the Western powers, they would be arguing in terms of the issue of COVID, that because people were dying of COVID, that it was easy for his killers to allege that that was a COVID-related thing rather than some other, cause that maybe health kind of maybe poisoning or something like that. So in terms of speculation, and speculation is human. We must allow speculation to continue because there's no other way that the system can deal with this when they don't know how the public is dealing with this. You'll notice that some comments, people saying that some communities are not talking about this, that they feel masked because they don't want to speak about this openly. But I don't think that's true. I think people are aiming at the Kikuyu and Kalenjin and saying that, oh, they're not talking about this. No, they're talking. I think that one there, I think, is unfair to make such allegations because you can't really go into someone's thinking deep and just make such allegations about a community. One thing I know is that it was very strange that there was no officer from Mount Kenya, which is strange because most of the leading officers in those formations are either the Kalenjin and people from Mount Kenya and maybe Kamba, but so that's quite strange, because and of course people have mentioned the photographer of General Ogolla coming from the Mount Kenya region. That's fair enough, but in terms of speculation, I think people are asking those valid questions, because the first thing, for example, the Luo would say is, okay, we have been done again. These people cannot stand a Luo at the top of leadership because of those cultural issues. So it is easy to find a victim mentality in this particular event because that's how the Luo perceive that they've been treated since 1963, and in most cases it's been true because no one has gone to jail, or you can go as far as the first killing of a prominent Luo, which was Ambrose Ofafa, in 1950 something by the Mau Mau. He was a councillor in Nairobi, and then you can go to all other killings that have happened. The top lawyer, the first African lawyer in Nairobi, arguing Skodek. You can go further down the road and talk about Tom Boyer and all those people. So you feel that the community has some kind of entitlement to complain that when these things happen, they feel that they're being seen as the rebel community. In fact, one question that Mzalendo has asked, which I will probably respond to in a theoretical manner, maybe hypothetically, just because it may not be fact, but I would say that those people, the system, were probably afraid of a kind of military reorganization by General Ogolla, and even maybe some kind of velvet revolution, not a forceful one, in the likes of what is happening in West Africa. Because remember, right now, Russia is playing a very powerful game in international relations that is reordering the way countries are being run in West Africa, for example. They're ditching the alliances with the West. I'm not suggesting that that's what Francis Ogolla was about to do, but if you look at the picture of, say, all those people sitting around the table, and they're thinking, is this general up to something? Maybe those were some of their fears. Maybe. I'm just saying. Because Luos in the region have been involved in various revolutions. You know, Okello in Zanzibar, and that was a permanent revolution that meant that the Sultanate of Zanzibar, that was finished. There's no more royalty there, a royal family or whatever in Zanzibar. And that was instigated by a Luo from Uganda, a young Luo. And you know what's happening in southern Sudan and in Uganda, even though the Ugandan example may not be the best. And when Museveni talks of the Jaluos, for example, he is not mincing words. He knows what he's talking about. I think that the Luos provide a lot to the region, you know, important culture, you know, academia, whatever. They're hardworking. They are the best tailors. You could see them repairing shoes, no problem. They are the best mechanics, but they're also feared in their leadership credentials. So I think when Mzalendo is suggesting, let us talk and find out what other imaginations do we have about this. I think those people in the system might have just thought that this man was probably going to be up to something, and maybe they feared that. Maybe he wasn't even planning anything, but they just feared him because the Luos in the military have been feared. I mean, they're the ones who led the Kenya Air Force attempt in 1982, and this happens to be a Luo who is at the top of the pyramid, you know, in the defense forces, and is from the Air Force. So that's just another imagination that I'm trying to introduce in this. Those who are attacking me on the chat there, you know, instead of doing that, just come onto the live discussion and you know, do it here face to face. In fact, let me just broadcast my face so they can come and join us. Yeah.
All right, do so. Of course, TRM was saying that you did not answer the question directly, but I think in the last sentences you tried to respond to it, because if I did hear Mzalendo, he was asking you what could have maybe made somebody to think of eliminating Ogolla. In other words, who stands to benefit, or which kind of benefit would somebody stand after eliminating Ogolla? I think you've talked of it in a nutshell as you are winding up. Maybe if I can also get some view from...
Let me just add something there, very, very quick. In terms of the ethnic power games, if you asked me who would be the most responsible persons at the top trying to target Francis Ogolla, I would say there would be people in the system from Mount Kenya rather than Rift Valley.
Okay.
Because of obvious reasons. At the moment, there's jockeying for power between people from Rift Valley and Mount Kenya, and it's quite open, and we can see it. Some people are saying that they're trying to finish Mr. Ruto, and then Ruto has this thing in his head where he thinks that everyone loves him. It's crazy. He actually thinks people love him, you know? So I believe that if there was a speculation in terms of ethnicity power games at the top, I am not an anthropologist, but I've read some anthropology that was written even way back before in the 1930s about the communities in Mount Kenya by colonialists, which was quite unfair against the Kikuyus. They were saying these people are very cunning, They're very smart. They know when they want something, they will get their way. They'll do it without leaving any footprints. It is a very unfair assessment of the Kikuyu population. But in terms of anthropology, of how their unity in the way they do things, it is not a difficult imagination that this particular event was planned by Kikuyu elite, and I'm not saying Kikuyu people. I would not say such a thing for example, the Luya or the Kamba. The Kalenjins would be quite amateurish in doing this kind of stuff, look at what they did to Ouko. It was quite open, But I believe that, and if anyone feels aggrieved by what I've just said there, they may call me a tribalist and so on and so forth. I will take it because we're speculating, and I was giving an ethnic line of speculation because we are mature and we can deal with this, not crying about what we are saying here. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Richie, maybe? Oh, there's a comment over there. I'll ignore it. Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to say this. Mzalendo is blaming people here and telling us to continue speculating because he feels like we have inside information. Just to answer you, Mzalendo, I believe the reasons, one of the biggest reasons why people speculate, and now I'm going back to what Elia said, and I didn't want to repeat this, is because we have an irresponsible government. An irresponsible government is a government which one of its top brass leadership gets involved in an accident. They sit on their hands. It's silence all over the country. Everybody is looking at the social media for answers. We have the so-called people you don't like, called bloggers, giving us all manner of information while the government itself is quiet. And so people come out and say, if this government was responsible, then somebody should have come out and said that there's an accident that has happened. Our officers are on the ground. We are investigating, and then the president will come and give an official statement at 4 p.m. Then everybody will stay tuned and wait for the government's position. But we have a government that does not even know what it is doing. That's why you have ministers who can come out today and tell you that the fertilizer that was being distributed in the country is not fake, it's substandard. And then they bring a bag in Senate, and when we have UDA senators smelling the fertilizer to find out if it's original or it's fake. We have ministers who are making roadside declarations, the likes of Alice Wahome, who can stand and say, OCS, I can order you because I'm a cabinet minister. Let me say, the level of irresponsibility in this government has never been seen before. And it is so sad because at this level, I expected at least somebody to come out early enough and say that we will give an official statement as a government. But obviously, they felt like this was not important to them. And so when the president came out, I don't know, Leo, if you have watched that statement, I feel some people complaining. I had some people complaining about how casual, so to speak, the statement was. A casual statement. And then he walks back. You guys are telling us here there's protocol whereby you expect the family to be informed first before they come to announce. My friend, when such an incident happens, it does not take 6 hours for the family to be involved or to be informed. What the government did today was irresponsible. We should agree on that. And there's no need of protecting William Ruto just because you support him. When they do things in a manner that is not norm, we should come out and condemn them. What I am saying here is this, and I think most of the people, who are complaining about the speculations here is this. We have seen incidences before in our country where people have perished in aircraft crashes, people of prominent nature, people who have high positions in their country, and the investigations have dragged on and on. We are sitting more than 10 years after another aircraft killed the security minister, and nobody told us anything about that. So you want us now to believe that this will be a different magic wand. This is the government that will come out and give us open information. People will speculate until somebody comes out and tells us that this is what happened and this is why we had our senior officers die in that aircraft. Kenyans will continue to speculate. Now, Mzalendo, I come back to what you said here again. You told us your uncle was one of those victims in that crash. I have asked you and I repeat again, can you tell us why a responsible government cannot come out and give a report to the Kenyans so that we can prevent such situations from happening in the future? Maybe you should tell us that, and then we will stop speculating. Thank you.
Thank you, Makiadi. That's a very important question, and I want to answer it from the investigative point of view. What the investigators found out. I don't want to be like you, who wants to speculate things. I want to look at the facts that are there. They could be wrong. They could be. It could be a cover-up, but I don't have the tools to know that whether it's a cover-up or not. I wish I had those tools. But in case of Ojode's plane crash, helicopter crash in Saitoti, it was a bad weather and poor judgment from the pilot. That is what the report. That is what was brought out in Parliament, and that is what we saw. Was it a cover-up? I can't know. I have got no measure of that. If I was in your shoes, I would be speculating the same. But that is what we believed. But later on, there are so many stories that are coming up, and people can add one and two and come up with their own theory. Some people said that it was because of the drugs and the probe that they were that Saitoti was going to table in Parliament to mention those who are involved in the drug cartels in Kenya. That is why he had to go. So we can always be speculating, always looking at our political sides. But the bottom line is that we are all Kenyans, and we want some of these things to end. Killings are not good. But when it's an accident, let also the government bodies that are involved in the government authorities that are supposed to investigate the matter. In this case, it is the military. The military have got a wing that will investigate the issue, and the family also have got a right to know what exactly happened. They can also have a separate kind of investigation going on, but not all. There have been political killings in Kenya. That one I don't deny. In the case of Ouko, the case of Gamapinto, and so many other, the attempt on Kibaki's life, those things have been there. But there have also been accidents, helicopter crashes in Kenya. and there were survivors in those cases. And those were the same military choppers that Ogolla was using. If you are in Kenya, you can see the kind of planes that our military use. These are old planes that I started seeing in the 80s. Yeah, I started seeing the buffaloes flying in the 80s. The military chopper is the same. I've never seen an Apache, a modern plane in Kenya. I've seen the old military style of helicopters in Kenya. How old was this chopper? Was it regularly maintained? And the bottom line is corruption. If it was the issue of procurement, it is corruption. If it is the issue of maintenance, it is negligence on the part of the forces. So why do we have to blame the president for this death? Why can't we just go and look at the facts right from the anchor where this plane was? Who serviced this plane last? Was it? Did it have? Did the pilot have enough experience to fly the plane? Did it? How many hours had he flown? Those are the things that people look at, because accidents do happen. And that's why they're called accidents. You can't be in a situation where, Makedi, you are a foolproof of any accident. When you wake up in the morning, you don't know you are 100% sure that you're going to reach your destination until you get knocked by another vehicle on the road. That's why we have insurance. So we don't have guarantee that we are going to fly safely back at home. I've seen families using different aeroplanes to fly back in Kenya, just to avoid, in case something happens. You live in a country where they have grounded how many Boeing flights? So many, because of the problems Boeing planes are having. So these things are there. These things are there. How many helicopter crashes for the U.S. military? How many planes have crashed even on a mission without being bombed down? How many? I can give you numbers. Many, many, many helicopter crashes. So, I mean, that is my view. That is how I look at it. But if you want me to be on your side and start speculating that, hey, this guy was killed, I need to have facts. I need to have facts. I need to have facts. But otherwise, it will just be speculation, as Eli has been doing. I'll thank you.
I think we can bring in Black. He just joined us as we keep on giving tribute to our fallen soldiers. So maybe Black.
Leo, maybe you play. I had this video in Leona Mali. I wanted it played so that.
General Ogolla is among the people who went to bomb us to try and overturn my victory. Do you know that? But because when I looked at his CV, he was the best person to be general. I called him and I sat him down. Told him, my friend, you went to bomb us to try and overturn my victory. But because you are the best person to be general, I'm going to give you the job. General Ogolla is among the people who went to bomb us to try and overturn my victory. Do you know that? Program in Kakamega that will employ 10,000 young people.
Now, I wanted us to jog our mind. Maybe Black, before Black. I think you had introduced Black to join, but I was looking at that video and looking at the man who is being accused to have killed this guy. I mean, I looked at that video so many times. Why Ruto had to say that statement in public later on to end this guy's life. I don't know if I'm just wrong, but I think maybe Ruto does not have a hand. Maybe it is what Eli is saying. Maybe it is Central Kenya that have killed Ogolla. Black, I think you can come in. Leo, I just stepped out for a minute. Black.
Yes, hello.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, okay. Kwanza mjambo. I hope you're all doing fine. Um, it's a pleasure to be here today again to have this discussion and this debate. I don't know if I'm audible enough
Yes, you
from your
are.
end.
Yes, you
Okay,
are.
okay. Uh, okay, okay. Glad to also meet Makiadi here. It's been a while. It's always interesting to meet Makiadi and Eli as well katika platform at the same time. It's been a while since we met like this. Na Mzalendo all in one in one table.
Yeah, Makedi
Um,
never disappoints.
mm, yeah, it's been a while since we all met on one debating table. I appreciate that, and I must also say thank you to the viewers from wherever they are watching us from, taking time to watch us as we debate. So just to start off, I want to say first to give my message of condolence to the families and friends of the fallen soldiers. There's nothing as sad as death of a loved one, despite the circumstances of which they pass on. At the end of the day, it's still death, and it's never easy to handle that because once they are gone, they are gone. There's no coming back. So I just want to say sorry to the family and friends that are bereaving right now. May God rest the souls of all the departed soldiers in peace. And may God grant the families and friends of the fallen soldiers comfort and peace as they try to go about this unfortunate situation with what has happened to their loved ones. Now, to move on, I want to commend the way that the KDF has handled this matter because this is it's a first for Kenya, that a serving CDF passes while being in duty. It's never happened before. It's the first time. So I'm sure before um, taking any step, they must have sat down to consult on how to go about it because they have no experience. We've had experience of a president passing on while serving, so we already know how to go about the process. So this being a first, I'm sure they must have taken time to first find out what are the appropriate steps as per the rules of the military and the constitution on how to handle this matter before passing the news to the general public. Now, one thing that is clear is as per the rules in the military, and this applies to any soldier that is serving in the military, regardless of their ranks, is when one passes on while on duty, the family, the next of kin has to be seeked. They have to seek the next of kin. They have to find where you are. Let's say if Zalendo or Makiadi or Eli is the next of kin as noted in by the departed, they have to find you physically face to face. And that is always a challenge because sometimes there are those that are out of coverage areas, maybe they kwa sipande wa simu, or maybe they're in areas shall go deep huko, and some there could be very many circumstances whereby it makes it challenging for the military to track you. Not that it's impossible, but for them to reach you. Now you see, they cannot call you and tell you over the phone, we've lost so and so and so. No, they have to come and find you physically and they tell you all these things. So now you see, putting in mind that we had over about 9 that have passed, right? Now you can imagine trying to find these 9 family members that are next of kin trying to sit down with them, explain to them what has happened, counsel them, and then before proceeding to the next step of announcing, it must have been challenging. And to see that it took a lot of time for that to happen, it shows that the government and the military, they were more than cautious in the way and in the manner in which they would pass this news to the general public. So, as much as maybe many of us that would feel like the hours that were taken before announcing this thing was a lot, but I do believe that it's a matter of respect of trying to finding out the best way possible to do all these things. Like I said, it being a fast and trying to find out what the rules um, in the military say about all these things. I mean, so that they could be guided in their move. Now, the other thing that I wanted to also reaffirm is just that also, as I had here, because I was listening to the debate as it was going on, is the fact that the CDF position is usually rotating, and I think by now we've already discussed that. And I just want to reaffirm that yes, it is a rotating position, and never at one time do we get to have a CDF from the same outfit, if it's the Navy, repeating again consecutively. It doesn't work that way. It rotates. So whether some individuals would feel like the president um, was trying to do a favor, like Makiadi was saying, to appoint him, that I disagree. It was not a favor. He had no choice. He had to pick from the highest ranking member in the Navy outfit, and the only one that was there was this gentleman who has served us diligently, that has departed, and that was Francis Ogolla. So it is by merit that he got that position, and it is by the rules of the military that he had to be in that position. So nobody could rob him of that position. Now, moving on further, I've been listening to what my younger brother Eli must have been deluding uh, about some conspiracy theories. You know, Eli is so good at conspiracy theories. I think it's about time he should start writing books and writing movies and scripting movies. I mean, you have a very interesting perspective on things, which I like. I would prefer listening to you than watching a movie because you you're I mean your thought process is far much more than that of the director of James Bond movies. I mean, you took us on a wild speed about I don't know how Luos have been the ones that have taken over Uganda, how it's been I don't know what in south of Sudan, how I don't know because of Russia is trying to take over, so that maybe I don't know. I mean, yeah, very interesting thought process. I mean, what would occasion you to think that far? I mean, already those regimes you've mentioned, they've had a history of these takeovers. It's not only the first time. And I don't think if it is anything to do with clan per se, like you say, like maybe the Luo clan, more prone to be doing A, B, C, D, because I don't think in Burkina Faso you have Luos, or in Mali you have Luos, or in Niger you have Luos. But these things have been happening, and it's not the first time. So not everything is about Luos. I mean, it's just a matter of history, the way that a particular group of people living in a particular nation, without mentioning names, have been running their state of affairs. Now, if they've had a history of coups, then I think that's how it's going to be. I mean, it's unfortunate. That's how it is. But you see, we've never had the history of that. It's only an attempted coup, but it never pulls through. So ours is more of a democratic process, as much as it's usually questionable in the way that it is run for many reasons, which we've discussed here in the past. But all the same, it's a democratic process. I mean, and it's a democratic country in the way that we do pick our president. Um, and next to that, um, I want to delve into the issue of what my brother, what's his name, Buru, was trying to bring across. I think maybe just for the sake of time, ndo nisiongee sana, it's best niachie pia wengine ongee, then I can come up with that soon after, just to be fair, because I know if I talk, I can talk for the next 1 hour non-stop. So just to be fair, for the sake of the debate, wacha niachie wengine come with their points as we go on like that, tukizunguka hivi. I think that's fair, isn't it? Nikiachia hapo.
Eli, you've been mentioned, and I think you've got a right to reply on that.
Yeah, I've been mentioned adversely by this guy, Black. Black is always targeting me. You know, I've known Black for years on this, you know, show. I think what Black is saying is right to say so, but he hardly knows me in the way I present my theories. I really separated speculations from fact when I presented. I said clearly that we've been encouraged there, but by our brother Mzalendo to speculate. Okay. In fact, I was not the initiator of that speculation. You know, officially, Mzalendo said, "Come on, guys, let's speculate." I don't know who sent him to ask us, but I tried my best to speculate. So all those references about like being a James Bond kind of maniac, you know, all that nonsense, you know. But that's your right. What I'm saying is this, right? When I mentioned that the Luo polity or the Luo population have been affected by events such as this, it's not something scientific. It is something that is there and has been seen since the Europeans left East Africa, and the Luos have always been openly, you know, vociferous. You know, they speak out loud. They want things to happen, and it's a fact. Okay. If you compare with other communities in Kenya during times of demanding better, you know, human rights, you know, fighting for change, they've always put their life at the forefront. Okay. And this is not to say that other communities have not done the same. In fact, the general population have also, you know, advanced their opinions and they're protested against dictatorship and so on and so forth. But the fact is, when you look at the fatalities during these periods when all these things have happened, it's mostly the Luo community. It's a bit like saying that the Kikuyu population suffered the most during the struggle for independence in Kenya because a lot of lives were lost in central Kenya. So that's a fact, okay? And when I say that Luos feel, you know, persecuted, I mean it by saying there is like empirical data to show that, okay? And when I say that, it's not as if to say that other communities have not been persecuted, but it's a numbers game. So I'm saying that the Luos have been persecuted in a bigger way. And whenever these things happen, the Luos feel that this is yet another one. Do you know, we can sit here and pretend some countries have actually burnt down because of such, feelings of persecution within those communities. And, for example, in Rwanda, we know very well.
Ellie, something went wrong with your phone?
We are losing him.
Mm. Boro, you can say something before you drift to sleep.
You people, you keep me pending for a very long time. I don't know why. We should be balancing time, because the moment you stay for a very long time just listening, it becomes tedious. I just want to mention just a few things. First of all, it's about the leadership of the appointment of the Chief of Defense Forces. Mr. Black was insinuating that I should not know what happens in the army unless I'm in the army. That is not a fact, because you don't have to be in the army to know what happens. You just need to read and do research and also know what the law says about that. So the aspect of rotating leadership is not backed by law, either by the Defense Act or the Constitution of Kenya. It is just a culture or a habit which the army has adopted, which is not backed by law. So if the president decides I will not follow that habit, there is nothing, there is nowhere he can be taken. And that is why I'm saying it is the work, constitutionally, it is the work of the Defense Council to nominate, to propose a name to the president. And it is the work of the president to appoint or to refuse to appoint or reject that name and be given another person. The Chief of Defense Forces plays a very critical role in the government. He is the president advisor, security advisor to the president. So in case the president feels that this person whom I'm going to give this job is likely to sabotage my decisions, in case the president feels that this person is a threat to my leadership, there is no way he can appoint such a person. So whatever else that is not backed by law, it has no legal basis, and it has no effect if the president decides to do something else that is in the law. And I want to say this: even in the Defense Act 199, the role of the president is to organize. Is to organize the defense forces. It is to appoint, and he has the power to replace. If you read the act, you will see the power of the president. Not only that, the president of Kenya has stated clearly in the national media stations his role as the president when it comes to appointing the Chief of Defense Forces. I haven't heard anybody refute that, especially the legal teams. So the president did what he felt was right for the nation. He did it consciously, knowing that he had the power of choosing another person. Anybody accusing the president that he did that so that this may happen to the gentleman.
Ogolla is among the people who went to bomb us to try and overturn my victory.
Just remove that. To me, it's very unfortunate Let me go to the statement that the president made in the media. For you to understand what the president was saying, you have to try to remember everything that was happening in the Supreme Court. Because somebody was saying that I have picked things and I have decided to talk them, and I have picked these things from bloggers. Supreme Court of Kenya is not a blogger. Those people who were arguing there are legal minds. And this allegation, not even an allegation because nobody refuted, actually the Security Council accepted. The defense, their defense accepted that yes, our teams were there. And one of the names that was mentioned was that of General Ogolla, that he was there and they discussed whatever they were discussing with Chebukati, and Chebukati side said they were telling him not to announce William Ruto. So William Ruto was making an honest statement in the media that yes, he had tried to stop Chebukati from announcing my name as the president of Kenya, maybe basing on who was maybe telling him to do so. But William Ruto said, having looked at his qualifications, having looked at his experience, I feel he is the best person to lead these armed forces because I have nothing against him apart from what was happening. The general election is over. Right now, it is for us to move on as the nation of Kenya. So what we should be doing is, one, to commend William Ruto because he decided to do what was right for the nation of Kenya. Let me touch on what I was telling Mzalendo, just as a by the way. I just want to read an article here, Mzalendo. I just want to divert a little bit, just to show you what I was saying about the safety of the aviation. I was asking which mode of transport is the safest, and this is what the researchers are saying, that air travel is the safest form of transit in the US. Injury and death rates in the air travel in the US have been near zero each year since 2002. Another article here says, air travel operates on well-defined standardized procedures that minimize the potential for human error. From takeoff to landing, these procedures contribute to safe and predictable aviation environment. So the air travel is still the safest mode of transport that people can use. So I just want to let people know, somebody was asking about a speculation. Who is to benefit if Ogolla dies? Is it Ruto? I want somebody to tell us how. He was not contesting for any position. He was not a politician. He was doing his work well. If anything, Raila Odinga is working with William Ruto. So why would anybody of the caliber of the president want such person dead? There is no good reason. The other question I asked you here, and Makiadi, you didn't tell us, and Leo maybe, and anybody else who feels, but Leo has not said that. Let me not mention your name. Anybody who feels that the government of William Ruto is against the Luo community, let anybody tell us here, what has William Ruto done against the Luo community for all the years he has been in politics? Just one, you say William Ruto does not like the Luo community because he did ABCD. If anything, he supported Raila Odinga to become the president of Kenya. Not only that, even now he's supporting him again to become the president or the chairperson of African Union. Is that the kind of a person you vilify? I believe, to be fair, the best we can do is to commend William Ruto for not keeping grudge. I think that is what I can say for now. And yeah.
Yeah.
Leo,
Let me respond.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Somebody is talking.
Yes, it's me, Leo. Let me respond to what what Mboro is insinuating here. Black, good to see you. Although you are here virtually, good to hear your voice. Mboro, you are asking us rhetorical questions. What would Ruto benefit by Ogolla not being there? We should also be asking you, what does Ruto benefit to support Raila Odinga to become the AU chair? Because some questions you ask here, you can answer themselves. You can answer them yourself. Let me say here, you categorically claim here that this government has nothing against a particular community. And it is the same government led by the second in command, which always reminds us here that this government belongs to shareholders. He has gone on each and every platform that I've seen him speak and told us and reminded us very well that if you did not vote for this government, there is nothing in it for you. So why should you come here and ask us again here, tell us here that this government is not against a certain community? You have barely displayed it in appointments, in terms of development. We have seen other regions in the country receiving more in terms of allocations for development than others. So we know these are things that have been happening in our country for a long time, whereby the so-called election winners always try to impress their base by appointing individuals, some of which cannot tell the difference between a GDP of a country. They cannot explain even a GDP of a country. When asked what a GDP is, they tell us that it is the population of a country. Such people, but simply because they come from a certain region, they merit, in quotes, to be appointed to such positions. So I want to tell you, the discrimination that goes on in Kenya is not a fallacy. We have seen it. We have seen it evidently. KRA, for example, was supposed to hire people for certain positions. We saw it. The appointment was nullified by the court because it was biased. Almost close to 60%. 60% of the positions went to two regions. So why should you come here again to defend a government that has shown us clearly that it is biased in the way that it operates? It is biased in the way that it dishes out appointments. It is biased in the way that it addresses Kenyans. We have Kenyans who feel that they are first cadre Kenyans, top notch, and there are Kenyans who feel that they are second class citizens. So as long as these people continue to speak like that, we will always call them out for being unfair to the people of Kenya. You know, it's like when you come and tell us here that appointing General Ogolla was not a must. It's the same thing. I want to compare that with what we have in our National Assembly right now. If you gave the National Assembly majority leader to somebody from Nyanza, what do you expect will happen? I'm just asking a rhetorical question because it is not written anywhere in the Constitution that the majority leader of the National Assembly should come from Mount Kenya. Nowhere. It is not written anywhere that the majority leader of the Senate should come from Rift Valley. But these people come out and demand and say that we gave this government half the votes, so this seat is ours by the amount of votes that we contributed to this government. That is the kind of similarity that I want you to compare with what happens in the military. That when one person from one of the formations comes out and takes the leadership as a CDF, then the next CDF, it's not a matter of arguing where the next CDF will come, whether the president likes it or not. The military formation knows where the next CDF. If you ask me, I'll tell you. And I'm a civilian right now, I'll tell you. Because the other one was from the army. The late Ogolla was from the Kenya Air Force. Automatically, I know the next one will be from the Navy. It's simple. And that has been happening ever since the Tonje rules started rolling. The Tonje rules are not in the constitution. I agree with you. But there are some things that are called norms, cultures that are not written on paper per se. But everybody follows them. That is what we are talking about here. Now, Ruto is not the first president. Mburu. Ruto is not the first president. So we have seen presidents follow those norms before. From Kibaki, from to Uhuru Kenyatta, and now Ruto here. We have seen the previous presidents do that. I don't know what makes you think that Ruto is unique to come in here and dictate to what has been the norm of the military. Now, there's something here that I want to, I'm looking for a good word here, Mburu, because you keep on repeating this thing about General Ogolla being at the bombers of Kenya. And I think Leo read you a very important statement there and asked you, what was so important about General Ogolla going to the bombers of Kenya when he was not even the commander, the CDF at that particular time? What benefit would it have had for him to have Ruto's win, denied? What would it have benefited General Ogolla? Simply because somebody has not refuted a fact, it doesn't mean it's true. General Ogolla does not stand anywhere in a political rally and start answering politicians and allegations. So when you tell us that somebody was mentioned in the Supreme Court and you expect that to be the truth, it can only be true because nobody has given Ogolla a chance to argue against that. If General Ogolla was pulled into that court and told, tell us what you went to do at bombers of Kenya, and he speaks for himself, or he has a lawyer representing him, then we would come here and talk about General Ogolla trying to influence the election. As far as we are concerned right now, those are rumors, they are innuendos, they are hogwash. That is propaganda from, distributed and manufactured from Intumbi industry. Now, as I finish and give others a chance, let me say this. This government, William Ruto, and Black, sijui kama Black, I want you to remind us here what the statement by the president when I just want to hear your opinion because I think you circled around that. I want you to tell me, as a normal Kenyan or as an observer in this show, when William Ruto comes out and tells us in front of the whole country and the media and the world that the only reason why he appointed General Ogolla is because he was qualified for that position. And then in the same statement, he adds another sentence and says, General Ogolla was one of the people who went to bombers to try and overturn my win. I want you, Black, as a William Ruto supporter. If somebody was going to appoint you and their action of appointing you was in good faith, why would they go ahead and give a negative statement? Because from where I stand, and I don't want to answer this question because I want to hear your opinion, it means that even though I appointed you to that position, I still have my doubts about your capability. Simply because you were involved in trying to deny me a win. So, Black, let me give you an opportunity also.
Mohamed, before you go to Black, I just want to help you frame the question. Saying that you are qualified, maybe you can also ask it in this way. Does it mean that one of the qualifications is that you must be able to plan to overturn somebody's win? That was Ruto looking for somebody who will help him overturn a win? Because that is the only qualification that Ogolla had. Ogolla planned to overturn his win, and he believes that is what, according to him, is qualification.
What are you saying? Did you listen to this?
I'm asking this. Ruto is telling us that Ogolla was qualified for that position. At the same time, he's saying that Ogolla wanted to overturn his win. Buru, you want to employ a soldier. This soldier wanted to steal your chicken. Then you still go ahead and say this soldier is qualified. Is that or not being sarcastic?
You know, Leo, you cannot have a complimenting statement and a negative statement as one and expect us to go with one and, not take the other one seriously. Because if Ruto comes out and tells us that this guy was among the team that was getting ready to overturn my election win, and then says, okay, I looked at that and I decided, let me just appoint him. So from where I stand, it means that there's something in you that still doesn't, trust me. You still have doubt in your head upon my capabilities. But because you are a man of good faith, which I don't believe Ruto is, you have decided, you know what, let's bury the hatchet and then do what? And then give you this position. So, Black, let me give you an opportunity to respond to that.
You are muted, sir. Mr. Leo, can you give to another person?
I think Black is muted, or maybe he didn't get them. Maybe Mzalendo can help him if Makiadi allows him.
Help to do what? I mean, the
posed the question.
What was the question? I didn't get it quite because you interjected at some point when Makedi was, you added something on top of it.
He was asking why would Ruto compliment somebody, then give another maybe contrary comment on it? Was it a genuine statement or?
No, I think the statement from what I saw, gender, I've played that statement over and over again. When you are being interviewed by the press, there are questions that you're not prepared to answer. If you wanted a more intelligent answer, the way Makiadi purports, Ruto was answering the question right from his heart and from his head, from what I was looking at. Is that I genuinely gave this guy a job. If I didn't want to give, if I was that bad, then this is one person that I would not be having as the head of KDF. He would have rejected the name. And again, I would have advised that somebody else be promoted to the ranks to get the particular position. That is also possible, and that is not being talked about in this panel. That was also a possibility. So Ruto was just speaking from his heart, but the unfortunate incident that has happened has made everybody now start speculating and start reading beyond the lines. This statement has been with us for the last 2 years, and we have never really interrogated the statement. I want to go back to Makiadi when he says that, government, when you form government, if you have a political party and you are running for office, then you win the elections and you form government. There are people who supported you who are going to be the backbone of your government. You cannot elect somebody or appoint somebody outside the formation, or people who you assume that will help you deliver your agenda. You live in a country where you have not seen Democrats. One day Biden cannot wake up and start appointing Donald Trump supporters into his government. Yeah, he cannot do that. Whether they qualify or whether they merit, they are in the same country, but they don't share the same ideologies. So the issue of stakeholders, it's a fact that you want to deny. It's just a fact. People who support you to form government are the stakeholders. People who are putting their money to form that particular government. People who have voted for you to form that particular government. Those are the people who are first come as a priority. But that does not say that you are not going to lead the country. You are going to be the president of the whole republic, despite those who didn't vote for you, who are the minority. They also have a say, and they have their say in parliament. They have their say through your presidency. And I don't think Ruto has neglected Raila's strongholds like in Nyanza. You've seen him going there quite sometimes. You'd say it's for political reasons, but there are development projects that are happening in those areas. So saying that there should not be some of those statements by politicians are unfortunate. They are unfortunate, but they are the right thing said at the wrong place. Yeah, they are the right thing said at the wrong place. There are people who have pumped in their money. There are corporations who have pumped. I remember a case here in the U.S. when there was a standoff in the speaker. Then they were looking at Republicans who have donated enough money. They have donated a lot of money for direction in the Republican Party. So, and they were very, very clear. They want those people who have donated a lot of money want their say in government. They want their an agenda that they are pushing, and they want it to be pushed through the Republican Party. Same to Democrats. There's an agenda that is being pushed. Even if the churches who support Donald Trump, they support him because they as an agenda that they are pushing. There's an agenda that they are pushing that are pro-life. So those are things that are there. Those are the stakeholders that Gashaga was talking about. But it doesn't mean that Ruto will look the other side and and give and neglect the minority who didn't vote for his government. And I have seen him giving an extension of helping Raila Odinga get a job in AU. That is what a good leader ought to do when it comes to democracy. It should be balanced and it should cut across in all areas. Otherwise, thank you.
Just to add on that, if Leo, you can allow me.
Okay.
There was a time here I sent an article showing all the names of rules in Ruto's government. And I believe I still said that because it's one in my pages in Facebook. I was trying to trace it. Then you see how fair Ruto is. We may not have many of them in the cabinet, but in other very high profile positions, there are so many rules in Ruto's government. In addition to that, Leo, I have heard Makiadi say that projects have been taken to Central Kenya. I don't know, resources sharing has not been fair. I don't think that is true. Because if there are people who are complaining or suffering because of the procedure that we use to share our resources, are people of Central Kenya because of the population. That is why we have been talking of one man, one shilling, one vote. That is to say the resources should be distributed basing on the number of people. Because if there are places where we don't get what we deserve, is Central Kenya. So if you say that, and not only that, many of the roads that were stopped are in Central Kenya. Almost all the Mau Mau roads were stopped because there is no money. So if there are people who are supposed to complain, it is people from Central Kenya. So I don't know which resources people from other areas have received that the Nyanza people have been denied. That is not true. That is not true. I don't think that is William Ruto. The other thing, it is good to know that each person, as much as there is William Ruto and Gachagua, those are two adults, and they have their own different kind of mind and brains. It does not mean that everything that Ruto says, it is Gachagua who is saying. It does not also mean that everything that Gachagua says is what Ruto believes in, or that is what Ruto is saying. So when somebody makes a statement that Kenya is like a company, I don't think our president supported that. And also, it is not what people interpret that he meant. However much he tries to say, this is what I meant, people just want to distort and misinterpret that to mean what they want their people to hear. Our leaders are human, just like you and me. They make mistakes. Raila Odinga has made so many public utterances that are not appropriate. We don't keep on every time talking and referring about them, because what I know, he is also a human being. He can make mistakes and he can rectify his mistakes. So if for the last 2 years, the only mistakes these two gentlemen have made are two statements that are not appropriate, then if we are to award them scores, at least they have an A when it comes to being careful with their statements. So I don't think there is anything that shows that really the government of William Ruto is against a specific community. That is a lie. It cannot be true because it cannot be justified. The same person we are verifying, we see today here, he is doing everything possible to see his opponent, who was his opponent, become the chairperson. The position, the chairperson of AU, a position that he will be earning more money than the president himself. A position that the whole world will be focusing on Raila Odinga than the president of Kenya. A position that position Raila Odinga as the leader of Africa. That is William Ruto. That today we hate him so much when I ask people, what did he do against that community? Nothing. The only mistake, the only sin of William Ruto is being ambitious and vying to become the president of Kenya. That is it. Nothing else he has ever done against the whole community. If anything, he has voted for Raila Odinga. Right now, he is going to vote for him again. And he was asking a genuine question. I have always supported you, my brother. When are you going to support him? When is Raila Odinga going to support William Ruto? Those people who are fair or can be seen to be fair, they know that William Ruto has nothing against the rural community.
Jeff,
Ruto has never at any time betrayed. Ruto has never at any time betrayed any political leader. They betray him, but still he tries to work with them.
Jeff, before you forgot, I'm not stopping you a bit. I just wanted maybe to correct you somewhere. There are people who voted for Raila more than Ruto. William Ruto only voted for Raila once in the year 2007. What will somebody like Oparanya, who's been voting for Raila for the rest of his life, say? What will somebody like Kalonzo, who stood with Raila for 3 elections, say if we have to praise Ruto for voting for Raila once? And then maybe another one, when he talks of betrayal, Ruto was made a politician by Moi's family. Is he not the first person who campaigned against the Moi's children and even said that he finally managed to do away with that is Raymond? Actually, that is an election that was done after doing away with the Gideon Moi. The last one, the campaign slogan was that we are now finishing dynasty, totally forgetting that dynasty is what made him. Because Ruto had never worked in any place from university, he was a beneficiary of Moi, whom he betrayed, somebody who made him who he is. And maybe there's something that I also maybe wanted to clarify, I don't know your take. This thing of AU, I don't think William Ruto is supporting Raila to go to become AU chairman because he loves Raila or because he wants Raila to become AU chairman. Ruto is supporting Raila out of what is called convenience. He's supporting Raila because he knows supporting Raila, he stands to benefit. He stands to benefit in that Raila is nuisance to him. Raila is the only one who is standing between him and maybe his dictatorial plans. So the only thing he can do, the easiest way to do away with Raila, to give him room, is to ensure that Raila gets to AU. So if today Raila wasn't nuisance to him, then he would not even do that. He would front somebody else, I tell you. So he's supporting Raila for his own benefit, not because he loves Raila or not because he wants Raila to benefit. Maybe that is what I wanted to remind you.
No, you're not reminding me. You are just confusing the listeners, because when it comes to politics, politics is tyranny of numbers. The support that matters, the support that can make a difference. You have talked of Oparanya. What did Oparanya bring on the table for Raila Odinga? What impact was there as compared to when Ruto supported Raila Odinga? The first time Raila Odinga to hold a high-profile position was when Ruto supported him. He supported him to the end. The only thing that we shall be remembering if Raila decide to exit from the political scene right now is that Raila Odinga was the Prime Minister of Kenya when Raila Odinga and William Ruto stood together. If he becomes, as much as he was trying to say that Ruto is not supporting Raila Odinga because he loves him or he would like him to win, is because he's a nuisance. Tell us, how was Ruto going to benefit? Or when he was supporting him in 2007, was he not aware that Raila Odinga is Raila Odinga? Was William Ruto contesting for any other position?
Ruto supported Raila knowing that he was going to be appointed a vice president, something like that.
And let me tell you,
Raila decided to appoint.
There was nothing like that. There was nothing
that
like
was
that.
the expectation. I'll bring to you why
And
he
let me
said
tell
that
you,
there was that.
politics.
Immediately Raila appointed Mudavadi as his deputy.
You see,
that is when they started falling out with
Mr.
Ruto.
Leo, what you don't understand, politics is all about interest. What was the interest of William Ruto is that his camp wins and forms the government. What is the interest of William Ruto right now is for Kenya to hold the position of Africa Union, because it is a position of influence. It is a position of power. That is why politicians become politicians, to occupy positions, not to try. So I want to tell you, analyze all the leaders. Now you are talking, when I talk of betrayal, you are telling us about the children of Moi. Children of Moi have never been in politics together with Ruto. So Ruto worked with Moi to the end. Ruto worked with Uhuru Kenyatta to the end. Ruto worked with Raila Odinga to the end. But what do? They have always betrayed him. Even now, when he won in 2022, he made sure that all those people who supported him, he tried his level best to reward them, to reciprocate. That is what gentlemen do. That is why, for me, I said, this guy, whether people say he is good or bad, he is a nice guy. To me, I believe he is good. After analyzing his character, he starts with his word. That is what leaders are supposed to do. And that is why you see many leaders in Kenya today believe and trust William Ruto, because he keeps his promises. You saw what happened with Kibaki. Kibaki, Raila Odinga supported him 100%. And there was an MOU. We are going to capture the government. And when we form the government, we are going to change the constitution. Then Raila Odinga was to get the position of prime minister. Kibaki akauliza, ulisikia wapi? Hiyo maneno mliongea na nani? And that is where now animosity started between Kibaki and Raila Odinga. Betrayal. What happened with Uhuru Kenyatta? Uhuru, after realizing that Raila is likely to work with him, he realized, oh, I don't need William Ruto. Then he started kicking him out. And that is why you see in Kenya, animosity, even tribal animosity, does not end because of leaders who are not genuine. We should be honest. If a person is good, let us say this guy is good. I don't see his problem myself. But today we are even saying, I don't know. I don't want even to go there. I can't imagine anybody saying that William Ruto might be planning to eliminate his general, whom he appointed, yet he had the power to say, no, I will not appoint this person because of ABCD. Constitutionally, he has the power.
Stop that.
Let me also
say what you have. Let us hear what you have.
But we have given you time also. Let us also chime in, and then I think we'll give. Let me just respond to one thing here, Mburu. I think, and I'm not attacking you, Mburu, as a person. You are my friend. I'm attacking the mentality you guys have. And when I say you guys, I mean the fraternity that is brainwashed that there's something called tyranny of numbers. My brother, I don't know where that thing called tyranny of numbers came from, because from where I stand, even if we start talking about the populations and all that, and the number of voters in what region and what not, we have seen very well in the past pre-elections where people from certain regions have been denied an opportunity to even get an ID. So the government and what Eli is calling the regime has by design made it so difficult for certain regions in Kenya to produce a vote that is meaningful, to produce a vote that can tilt the election in a certain direction. We know, we have seen it. We have seen even underage kids being given voting cards, being given ID so that they can go and get voting cards. So when you guys come and tell us here tyranny of numbers, I wonder what you mean with tyranny of numbers. That thing called tyranny of numbers only exists in people's head. And it has been used so many times to give people something called entitlement. And that is why you can see people coming out and saying, we gave this government over 50% of the vote, so we deserve half. What do you mean? What do you mean? What is that? The issue you are talking about here, Gachagua and William Ruto being two different minds. First of all, I want to disassociate myself with whatever Gachagua speaks. I have come on this show so many times and said, for me, the only thing that Gachagua looks like to me is a madman who wears a suit and a tie. So I do not, and sorry to use that because I know mental issues are, true, and they are, affect people. But for me, anything that comes out of Gashagua's mouth, I don't take it seriously, because I always say here that the biggest problem in Kenya is that we have elected idiots and given them suits and ties, and when we give them a microphone, even the suit itself looks like it's being worn by the wrong person, because ule mtu anaongea ile kitu inatoka kwa mdomo yake haitoshani na ile bei ya suti amevaa. Gachagua fits that bill very well. To me, anything that comes from Gachagua, I believe William Ruto, as much as I hate him for his policies and his style of leadership, I believe he was a genius to elect an even crazier person than him as a deputy president. Because when you think about overthrowing or voting out or whatever happens to William Ruto, you think about the person who sits underneath him and you say, hata afadhali tuombe huyu aendelee kuongoza. So when you come here and tell us that Mount Kenya is crying because roads were stopped, you guys voted for this government. You are the same people who, before the election, you told us very well. And I remember, Mburu, we've had this discussion for a long time about politics in Kenya. You are the same people who were advocating for Uhuru Kenyatta. When we talked about Raila Odinga in the other election, you guys vehemently told us that Uhuru Kenyatta was God sent. You told us Kamwana was a called one. He was called by God. Yeah? So when things did not go the way you expected with Kamwana, you jumped ship and joined the UDA movement. And then with the UDA movement, you told us it's the hustler. We are going to get rid of the dynasties because the dynasties have not done anything for us. 2 years into the UDA government, you are telling us here now, Mount Kenya is the region that is crying a lot because we do not receive what was meant for us. My friend, you are eating the pains that you caused for yourself. In fact, it is so absurd. I think it is so demeaning for somebody who voted for this government to come out and start complaining about it. It is your right as a voter to complain against the government's policies, but we do not expect you to come and tell us that this government is not. It was your choice. You are eating what you sow. Unapanda ile kitu ulikula. And I want to say this. I think you talked about one man, one vote. Uhuru Kenyatta brought the BBI to cure the one man, one vote issue. But because Uhuru Kenyatta was a dynasty, you felt like he's not willing to go home. He wants to come back through the back door and become a prime minister. You know, the kind of garbage that Mount Kenya people have been fed. And this one I'm saying because the dynasty movement was formed in Mount Kenya. They were brainwashed. And I'm not saying all of them because I know Raila Odinga also got some votes in Mount Kenya. They are not all of them. There's a special breed of people that were fed with a lot of lies, with a lot of propaganda, and they believed whatever came out of the mouths of those politicians. Now, Raila Odinga, and I keep on saying this, Raila Odinga was a unifying factor for many people. He was a unifying factor in people in Nyanza and other regions because they could get elected because they were on the side of Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga was a unifying factor in Mount Kenya because you only needed to abuse Raila Odinga to get elected. Now that Raila Odinga is out of the picture, people are being questioned by their constituents. All those people that used to get into office because they would throw the nastiest jabs at Raila Odinga, demeaning words, you know, going to an extent where they can even talk about men's private parts so that they get into office. Now they have a duty to explain what they are going to do to their people. And that is why you are seeing, as we speak today, an MP from Mount Kenya that was elected into office because he did not want the dynasties. He did not want Uhuru Kenyatta because Uhuru Kenyatta joined hand with Raila Odinga. He did not want Raila Odinga because he was a Kehe. These are the people who can go to parliament and pass a bill that will tax the farmers, the avocado farmers. And then they go back to the constituency and they are asked by the farmers, why did you pass this bill? Their answer is because the bill was too big. We did not have time to read it. You are reaping what you sow, Boro. And I'm very happy because it is only 2 years. And people have realized that they cannot sustain their lies for the next 3 years. They have to look for something else that will keep them going. Your boogeyman is out. And my prayer, I always say in every show that I go, I always pray. Whether William Ruto wants Raila Odinga to join, to get that position in true faith or in bad faith, I don't care. My prayer is, let it be. Amen. Let Raila Odinga get that position so that when he is away out of the politics of the Republic of Kenya, people can be true to the word that they were elected to do. Those people that are hang-ons, you know, people that hang on Raila's coats to get elected into office, and those people that have been united by throwing jabs at Raila Odinga can now continue to work for the people of Kenya. As I finish, I know Eli also wants to come in. William Ruto, for me, or according to me, William Ruto is better off with Raila Odinga out of Kenyan politics. You may ask me why. Because Raila Odinga, if Raila Odinga, because I think he's going to win the AU whatever chair. If Raila Odinga is out of that picture, you know, the whole Kenyan political scene, then there's nothing, and I want to be clear, there's nothing that is going to prevent William Ruto from becoming a president for life. Simple. He has captured parliament, as we keep on saying. Even the parliamentarians themselves are saying this parliament has become useless. You saw yesterday Emilio Diambo in parliament saying that we will not be coming here just to be seen and not contribute, because when bills are brought in this parliament, there's no even discussion about the bill. It goes straight because the parliament is dead. William Ruto has captured parliament. The CJ is the person who is going to meet the president at State House so that they can have a so-called quote-unquote discussion about how they are going to fight corruption in the judiciary. So we do not have a judiciary, we do not have parliament. Raila Odinga, that was the only person standing between dictatorship, William Ruto's dictatorship, and the rule of law, will probably in the next few years be out of the country as the AU chair. So Kenyans, brace yourself. Brace yourselves for these politicians, William Ruto's politicians, getting rid of the constitution. And I'm not saying this because I want to scare people. Zalendo, I know you support Ruto very much, and Muru. William Ruto's men, henchmen, have said it in public, even before his own face. You saw it in West Pokot. They said, we are going to get rid of term limits and make William Ruto a president for the next 25. And he did not utter a word. If I was the one and I believe in democracy, I would stand up and say, you know what? This one is a no-no. The constitution says very clearly that we are supposed only to have a president for 5 terms. And if he gets re-elected, then he goes for another term. William Ruto did not come out and refute that unequivocally. He came out, he just sat there, smiled, and then let it go. And you know, this is the second time that we are hearing this coming from a politician allied to William Ruto. It seems they are testing the waters. And when I start to connect the dots, speculation, Mzalendo, when I start to connect my dots like that, that's where my dots end up in this tragedy that has happened today. I am connecting my dots and all this leads to one place. There's a possibility that there's someone who wants to get rid of the term limits for the president, and the only way they are going to do this is by eliminating dissenting voices. Thank you.
Let me, you mentioned me advancedly. Let me yield my time to Black, who was requested to respond to your comment. Then I can come in later.
Yeah, thank you Mzalendo for that good gesture of yours. Asante sana mdogo wangu bwana. Eli sitaongea sana, ni kidogo tuna respond haraka haraka. Eli is also my younger brother, so it's okay. He won't mind doing this for his elder brother. Now, Makiari, you've mentioned a lot of things, and I tried to highlight a couple of them. And to begin with, among them is the issue of the 1 shilling 1 vote and the BBI, as to you alluding that the reason why it was bolted out is because some of us were, out of lack of a better word, sort of kulifunga macho yani, which is not true. I mean, as much as the BBI had some pros, but it had some flaws also in it. and among them, it was bloating the government, especially the executive. It was gonna sort of dilute the judiciary. Um, uh, in matters one shilling, one vote, to be honest, I've never been a fan of that because you cannot say because a particular region has a lot of people, then if anything, they should get more. And the people coming from regions that are not that are sparsely populated should be getting less. It's so unfair because at the end of the day, you're trying to develop the regions that are sparsely populated so that they too would be in a position to have the facilities and services that are available in the places that are concentrated in matters population, densely populated, because whenever there is dense population, it means facilities in that area are to the optimum. So, for example, in Mount Kenya, let's say central region, right? Pale ni mahali ambapo watu wengi they enjoying tapped water. In dry areas like in the north, they don't get to enjoy such facilities. Now, you can imagine a 20-liter jerrycan of water uh, and a 20-liter jerrycan of water in Marsabit. Do you think they would cost the same? Someone buying the 20-liter jerrycan of water in Marsabit and one buying the same in, let's say, Kiambu? Of course, the answer is no. Most likely, the one buying a 20-liter jerrycan of water in Marsabit will be buying it at a far much more price in comparison to one that's buying a 20-liter water in Kiambu, due to the fact that there is scarcity of that water in Marsabit. So that itself, because of the laws of demand and supply, then that in itself will apply, will translate to the cost of water in Marsabit costing more than that of one buying it in Kiambu. So you cannot tell me if, let's say, a 20-liter jerrycan of water would cost 10 shillings in Kiambu. So you give 10 shillings to person or other persons in Kiambu and 10 shillings for Kenyans living in Marsabit because you're trying to be fair. And let's say you just add what they would call the equalization fund. Let's say you add 5 shillings extra to the Kenyan in Marsabit, and you say that is fair. Would the Marsabit guy be able to buy water with the 15 shillings when it costs 20 and it costs only 10 shilling in Kenya? Of course, the answer is no. So I was against that. There are so many things that were there that were good, just as much there are some other many things that were not so cool. Now, it would have been unfair to try and pass it as it was with all those flaws and then try to come later and say that you come and fix it. We all know Kenya ikishapitishwa imepitishwa. There will be no turning back and saying it kwamba tutarekebisha ile. That's a lie. We all know that. And that's there's one thing that even the current president had mentioned, that why don't we introduce the issue of multi-choice, or at least let it be passed in phases, because as it was, it meant that zile mbaya, as much as unataka zile nzuri, lazima ile mbaya ingepita. Unaona? So it's trying to put it in a way such that why don't we have it crafted for the mwananchi trying to vote be able to make a choice as to this is what we want, this is what they don't want. And that is where the whole contention came in. So it was like, okay, then let's get rid of it, which was a good idea. So on that matter, to be honest, I'm against those key points in the BBI that were coming from that document. On the issue of of talking, I don't know, saying that it is best for, I don't know, wananchi wote waliompigia kura rais to suffer. I mean, to start with, as it was, I think it was evident, like, which is, I don't want to get into that conversation because it's a long one, unless maybe when I wait for my chance to come, just to be fair, don't bring up. The issue is how the nation was by the time the president got in. and that's an issue that I will discuss nikipata muda wangu wa kutoa hoja yangu. So for now I just wanted to come across and bring that point ya BBI yenye Makiadi you brought up, and as to the reason why I still believe that whatever choices were made in crashing it down, which that initiative was led by our current president, was a good decision and a good move. So that is the way I see it. Thank you. Sasa nipatiane nafasi, nitaongea wakati wangu, nitapeana points.
Just a second, Leo. Sorry to interrupt, but let me say
Okay, no
this,
problem.
Black. Before I let you go off that, before I forget this, let me just point out this thing that you said. You're talking about the BBI was going to introduce a bloated government. You know, I'm forgetting which country you come from, because I'm looking at the country right now that you're saying has no bloated government. It's the same thing that we are proposing in the BBI. Is this the same things are happening right now? Now they are happening against the law because they are not even entrenched in the law. When I see Musalia Mudavadi moving around the country and all over the world calling himself a PCS, I ask myself, who passed that law that made Mudavadi a PCS? When you see the government itself running to the courts and through parliament to pass the position called CAS, it's the same things that were in the BBI. Of course, I agree with you. Some of them were absurd, some of them were good. But then my point is, you cannot talk about bloated government when the same thing is now happening with impunity, and the courts are just rubber stamping that. Number two, as I complete, as I finish, what the BBI was trying to do was cure what my brother Mboro is talking about here, inequalities. And I agree. For people in Northeastern, for example, a constituency that has only 20,000 people receiving a bursary of, let's say, 20 million, as compared to a constituency, let's say, in Juja constituency that has over 300,000. I mean, we have to do something, because it does not matter where you are. Equity and equity is something that, even if you come from, Nyanza, for example, and you work in Juja, Thika, you will not benefit from the MP who represent your rural constituency. Where you live, where you are domiciled, is where your benefits will come to you from. If I am supposed to receive CDF from my my constituency, Kitty, and I voted in, let's say, Loisamis or somewhere, and now I'm working in Nakuru, I do not expect my share, so to speak, to go back to where I voted. So this thing of trying to balance out in terms of population is a good thing, because it gives every child an opportunity. You do not need somebody to be receiving CDF funds about 100,000, and another one is receiving 10,000, and they are going to the same school. You're trying to create an opportunity whereby every child will benefit from where they are domiciled. And I think we should be looking at this going forward.
Makiadi, sorry, just in a minute. As much as you may say what you're saying, but it is worth noting that what is the probability of a parent living in a Kiambu County and a parent living in Marsabit, as much as their children have been called to the same school somewhere, let's say in Narok or in Kisumu, right? Both their children have been called there, the same school. But what's the probability of these two parents being able to afford to pay this school fees for these children? More likely than not, the probability of the parents from the child who comes from Kiambu County, due to the optimum conditions in Kiambu County, favor him or her to get or earn an income in a way that, as much as he or she may not be a rich folk, but at least can pay a certain amount that is far much more than a person in Marsabit, whereby the opportunities in Marsabit that are very scarce and limited most likely could be jobless. Not saying that the one in Kiambu necessarily is working, but they do have opportunities by which they can earn an income. But the one in Marsabit, their fate is almost doomed due to the fact that the opportunities are scarce there. So that is one thing, one aspect that you need to look at, you know. So if you look at it that way, then I think
Yeah.
we'd have a fair country. You see, I'm speaking on behalf of them as a concerned Kenyan. As much as I do come from a county whereby okay, we may not be as much, but we are more than the ones that come from the northern part of the country. But still, just to be fair, as a Kenyan, you need to look at that aspect. These two parents that are taking their children to school, one coming from this county where you're saying there are very few, but with less opportunities and less development and very challenged conditions, and the other one comes from a country that is well developed with various opportunities, hata kufanya tu kibarua hivi ama kazi ndogo ndogo na anaweza pata pesa. Do you think it's fair for them to have the same opportunity? Fikiria pia kuhusu huyu mtu mwingine ako na limited opportunities, mtoto mwenye baba yake ako na limited opportunities kwa upande wa earn income from Marsabit. So that's my point.
Who wants to go next? Next, guys. Let me see.
Can I come in just very briefly, and then I will call it a day?
It's okay.
Yeah. First, my apologies about my internet. At that time, there was a problem.
All right.
And I think I was on the tail end of a discussion about what happened to certain communities in Rwanda in comparison to the potential of anything that could be referred to as, civil strife if communities feel aggrieved. Because in Rwanda, this thing went on. I know we could blame the colonialists, but it was a case of Hutu in power, Tutsi in power, Tutsi in power, Hutu in power. So these hegemonic battles were there, and it's a fact. You see, the thing is, when you wear an academic hat, saa zile umeweka hiyo kofia ya kusambaza maneno kwa njia ya academia, and which anyone can do, at that time you should not be afraid of expressing or submitting what you want to say, as long as you've got enough backup. That's the good thing about talking things in terms of academia, right? And I'm not saying that you must go to a university or XYZ, no. But it gives you a degree of independence to say what you want to say authoritatively, all right? So when I decided to mention something about how ethnicity must be considered when we look at a tragedy such as what happened yesterday, because it's yesterday now, we must be able to do this without fear that we are offending other communities. Because even those communities may feel aggrieved in other ways, okay? But in the story of Kenya, you find that the communities that have been in power, the two main communities have been in power, and I've mentioned this several times here because people are afraid of talking about these things because they feel uncomfortable to mention, because of course, even in the panel here, we have people who have friends from different communities, relatives, and so on, and that's very important, But when we discuss these things, it is good to be honest about how we feel ourselves about these things, so that it doesn't look as if we're trying to directly offend other communities. It's what Koigi Wamwere, for example, mentioned in his book about negative ethnicity. And when he spoke of that, he wasn't trying to say that there is something totally wrong with the way you look at a tribe or what that tribe or ethnicity brings to the table. But we've mismanaged that because our political elites are the ones who are in charge of that. So every time I was mentioning something to do with the Kikuyu or Kalenjin, I was talking about the power elites. And that also refers to people who are in power, who are in the Luo community. They're not, they're not as if the power elites in Luo land are safe from blame. No, that's not the truth. In fact, some people even argue that when, for example, people like Raila Odinga or General Francis Ogolla got into the the highest positions of power, they were sellouts to their own communities. People would argue like that because that's just the way they feel, right? But for the purpose of this sad event, I am telling you that there is this thing that was being said even before the so-called elections about the system, and this system is the one that has been behind this particular tragedy. And at that point, the collaterals are coming from all different tribes. So you can see 95% of our conversation is about Francis Ogolla when we speak about what happened yesterday. We're not talking about the other victims or the other people who died in the aeroplane, in the helicopter crash, which is itself a tragedy. We're not talking about them, but we've chosen who to talk about because that's the way the things have been designed in our conversations, So without making people feel uncomfortable, we must also try to be open-minded and say what we want to say without being told that, no, you can't say this. You're scaremongering, you're a tribalist and all that nonsense. This guy, Jeffrey Ruto, on the chat panel there, kept referring to situations where, for example, say the Ruto government has done things in such a way that it cannot be blamed for such a monumental disaster. And I wonder where this person is thinking from, because I've mentioned here before that William Ruto, has been publicly mentioned by his closest ally in his political life, Mr. Cyrus Jirongo, publicly. And this man, Ruto, never went to court to sue Jirongo. He just didn't do it. And Jirongo has never backed down from those revelations he made about William Ruto killing a young person in the early 90s during the Kanu and the Ford, competition for power in the early 90s during the campaigns. So we are saying here that when we're speculating, we also have backup, because historically these things have come into play and people have said them. In fact, the problem with Ruto is that he is such a bold character. He fears nothing. He says, you can say anything and I don't care. Because that's what he said whenever he this, he was rigged into the, the halls of the corridors of power. He said, "Look, I am a Democrat. You can say anything. I will allow you to say anything you want to say, because that's the nature of me." And in fact, possibly that's why we are discussing like this, because that's the promise this man has made. But of course, there have been people who have been silenced by this same person. When my last comment here is, when people refer to situations where they want regime change in Kenya, and this has been a conversation for years, even during Uhuru's time. But let's talk about Ruto's time, okay? The person who should face the people and answer questions about how he got elected is William Ruto. Did he breach the social contract with the people? Because as the Constitution mentions, how the Kenyan person is, has more power than the people themselves who have been elected. So did the person who is purporting to be president breach the Constitution? Was it a coup? Did he overthrow the Constitution during the elections? Provided by support from the judiciary, from the rogue judiciary officers, the judicial officers. We've seen the comments of one lawyer by the name of Ahmed Nasir saying that the judicial officers are so corrupt and they meddle in the election results every 5 years. This is a person who represented even Uhuru Kenyatta, okay? So are we saying that this Ruto is legitimately there, or he subverted the Constitution? So in fact, he's one of those people who should be lined up and told to the face that he should face trial for a coup against the civilian population. And this is the person we trust to talk about, the security of the country. I noticed the other day that one of the rare occasions where I've watched this man speaking, and he's using a teleprompter now. His advisors must have told him that his lies have become so disgusting that he must stick to a teleprompter. You can see the pair of them, one on his left and one on his right. It's supposed to help this man because he speaks so many lies. So he must read from the teleprompter, which is a new thing in his style, which he never did this before, So can you imagine? This is the same person we're expecting to speak the truth about the tragic events of yesterday. So we're saying that there is a problem which is ethnic related. There are power games amongst the elite, but also there is truth that has been crushed, and it's been crushed by the blood of these people who died in that unfortunate incident yesterday. I will remain in my position as an anti-Ruto. I will not change that. This is permanent. I don't care how many times you say that he voted for Raila in 2007. In fact, me, I had a problem with him even when he was in the so-called Pentagon. I just did not see this as a good option for the ODM. In fact, during the ODM nominations of 2007, he said some unpalatable words about the Luo community. So anyone sitting there saying that this is a person who loves the Luo community and so on and so forth, this is a lot of nonsense. I believe that the state machinery of which Ruto is at the helm must answer what happened to General Francis Ogolla and the other people who are victims of this terrible incident. And also my condolences to their families and friends. And at this point, I'll keep on saying we're still brothers and sisters, no fights. Thank you.
Good. You've really spoken.
That is clear. Mzalendo, till you started sleeping, eh?
No. I was listening to Eli.
I think we can wind it up, or you guys still want to proceed?
Yeah, I think we just wind up. But let me just before we wind up, let me just answer. You know, the story of tribalism is what you see in the 21st century in somebody like Eli, who is he is very articulate in his words, but you realize that he still has something that he clings on that is tribal. And that is what people like me really try each and every day to fight, to try and change the narrative of the past and come into the present where we look at each other as Kenyan and not as tribal outfits in politics. Because the politician has used tribalism as a way. And the more we get into politics, the more negative people become. When you look at people in the Kenya Kwanza, they have also, they also stamp their authority with tribe. Yeah, with the tribe, and that gives people like Eli energy that we can rise up even if we are being stumbled on. We can still rise up by these people. So that energy keeps on coming back and forth. That energy of fighting back on the tribal line still come up, even in conversations on Facebook, on each and every social platform. And that is why platforms like Twitter, Facebook introduce that button called like and dislike. So when you listen to somebody, you can either like or don't even like the comment at all and say something about it. That is why how people are judged now in the social platform. Even when you go to Europe, it is all about tribalism in a way. There has to be those who are, the government is either oppressing the minority everywhere around the world. People who have lost election feel that they are oppressed. They don't embrace the government of the day. I want to early to mention for me any country where the opposition feel that they are part of this government. You'll find that there are absolutely none. And in Africa, it is even sad because the opposition, they have no negotiating power. They don't even know how to talk to their opponent. They can't even, even the only common stand they have is when it comes to their salaries and their perks, what they want to earn, is when you find the oppressor talking to the oppressed in the government. That is the only time they have a common ground, when there is something that is to do with them. Even the leaders at the helm, I will remind you that even the leaders at the helm, even the person that you support, when it comes to appointments, you find that he has appointed his own sister, his own child into government. And that should tell you a lot about this kind of people. If you have not woken up from slumber, then you need to wake up, take some coffee, and then wake up and come to the reality that you are all alone. You are fighting for nobody but for space that these politicians, you are fighting for them indirectly. They don't represent you, they don't represent me in this century. These politicians use us to push their agenda. I wonder, when you come to this platform, let us talk on things that really matters to us.
Mzalendo, Mzalendo, please. You have just been oppressed by this thing Mburu was mentioning earlier on about tyranny of numbers. You are a victim of oppression. And, people are afraid of speaking about ethnicity in terms of how the elite groups behave at the top. It is time people should stop being afraid of talking about this, because this is one of the source of the problems that we face. No sugarcoating. We just need to speak about them straight.
The reality is that people have started speaking about it. The reality is, it's not like yesterday. You have started speaking about it. It is not like during Moi's time. It is not like you started speaking about it. And that is the most important part. We speak about it. I am speaking about it. I have not how people look at me is that this Mzalendo has gone against the tribal caravan. This is the caravan that he ought to be in. But you see, I have an independent mind that thinks like, okay, this is not the way to go. I have my own values. Things that I see are important to me is not necessarily that when you are on this other side, this other aisle, I see the things the same way you see them. What you see as important to you is not what is important to me politically. There are things that I see politically are important to the people. But again, playing the same game as being oppressed and not trying something different is what puts us in the same position each and every time. You have been here in that position since the 60s. There's nothing that you're going to change in 2024.
Yeah, that's what they call the Stockholm syndrome. You're really a victim of oppression, my friend.
No, you're
enjoying it. You're enjoying it. That's fine.
I want you to get out of there, and the only way to get out of there is have a conversation with ourselves. That yes, what have we done wrong, or how can we fight this thing so-called the tyranny of numbers? How can we use this tribalism positively and convince the oppressor that this is what we need to do? Don't you think that we should reach that junction because you don't have the numbers?
Well, listen, I am very practical about these things because I write about them, I voice them, but most importantly, I write about them. And anyone who chooses to read, that's fine. If the other people don't, that's okay. But for example, that thing about tyranny of numbers was used to confuse Kenyans. In fact, even population-wise, there is a fraud. People have claimed it, that there is always a fraudulent census. I don't want to get into that. But in terms of the profile in the census of different districts or counties, there's been a fraudulent process. And it's not for me to force that to you, but we know that that's the fact, because when elections happen, and these people talk about tyranny of numbers, they know why they're saying it, okay? But back to the issue of Francis Ogolla. Honestly, when you ask the two of you, the famous duo, you, Mburu, and Mzalendo, that why would someone want to get rid of General Francis Ogolla? It's the most stupid question I've had tonight, because why are we discussing this in the first place? Because in people's minds, that is one of the questions. Why would this man be put in such a vulnerable position? You've seen the profile of who traveled with him and where, the background of all these events, what happened today, so it's a very, very lazy question to ask, because we know what Mr. Ruto said after the so-called elections, and in reference to Francis Ogolla. We'll never forget that. But most importantly, and I will repeat, most importantly, this man, William Ruto, has said there's only 3 things in his mind. And you know what I'm going to say. He'll get rid of you by chasing you out of the country. He will kill you, which means he'll send you to your maker, and he might send you to prison. And he's doing those things. And you sit here arguing with me against what Ruto has said publicly. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellie. I think I don't know. You're somebody who is traumatized.
No. Listen, you can call me names. You can call me traumatized and all that. That's nonsense. That's nonsense. What are you, a psychologist? You're here telling. Are you a shrink? Listen, tell me this.
Guys.
Did Ruto say those 3 things? Yes or no? Answer me.
He said
Then
them.
shut up,
Yes,
man. He say those 3 things,
Okay,
okay?
guys.
You know when you are
Zalendo,
yeah.
I want to come in between so that I can cool off things. With the angle of have we spoken about the constant crashes of helicopters that have been happening, especially military helicopters, in the recent time? Like between last year and this year, we've had how many military helicopters crash? A couple of them. One
There are
with
so
someone
many.
that I knew very close, and another one near fatal accident that was involving, I don't know, was it Duale?
Yeah.
Then this one, and they're all military helicopters of the same make. This who I don't know, Huey. I think could we be having helicopters that are not up to standard in matters to do mechanical? And if yes, then I think it's about time that we relook at this. I mean, they shouldn't be in the air in the first place because it's unfortunate that just as early as this year, if I'm not wrong, was it early this year or late last year, that we had a chopper falling off the sky soon after taking off? Just say because it had, I don't know, lost power or what it happened, whatever happened, I don't know, because I'm not technical when it comes to matters aircrafts. But it just fell off the sky. But fortunately, nobody was injured. And it was supposed, I think it was escorting Duale, right? Now, would we also want to come up with a conspiracy saying that someone wanted to take Duale out? I think it's something to do
Is
with
Duale the chief of the general
fault.
staff?
But he is a minister of defense, right?
Yeah, who claims that he
So,
knows who the Al-Shabaab are by name?
yes, so do you mean to say that maybe people wanted to take him out? So I think just aside from those conspiracies, it's best to look at the facts that can be um, um, verified by science by checking the mechanical nature or status of those helicopters themselves, because that is something that we can verify. Are
Black,
these choppers
Can
airworthy?
I just say? Can I just interject there? Look, Moi.
Are these aircraft airworthy with the parts? I mean, those are verifiable. We
Black.
can verify those.
Black. President Moi,
Yes.
yeah,
Mm.
got rid of many people through fake road accidents. Okay. Did we need any scientific proof for that? For example, Bishop Alexander Muge, the guy who died, I think it was 40 or 44, something like that, Bishop of Eldoret, who was warned by a minister called Peter Okondo, you are not going to come back alive. And exactly that's what happened, that car accident. In fact, Robert Ouko, same thing. They trailed him. He had an accident. Before they finished him, whatever they did. Are you saying that it is difficult for a system to to cook something like what happened yesterday. Is that what you're saying? You talk about
What I'm saying,
technology and the way I don't. Yeah.
Okay. What my point here is, I would rather go towards the angle of having the whole issue um, being verified scientifically by looking at the aircraft and the parts in it, and that the same thing happening, same thing to be done with the other aircrafts that have fallen off the sky from the military, and then check if there's any inconsistencies in their parts. And if so, then we can say that those choppers need to be taken off the air. Not only those ones that have just crashed, because they'll never get back to the air again, but the ones that are still in the military hangars. Perhaps it's about time that we need to get rid of them, that they are not safe for flight. I mean, that's how I'm looking at it from that perspective. We can verify that through
So what you're saying, okay, what you're saying, okay, okay.
That is
Let me ask
something
you a
we can
question. Let me ask you a question, right? What you're saying is, they've planned a flight program for one William Ruto, say tomorrow, okay? And the helicopter drops from the skies. So that's William Ruto tomorrow. What do you think the reactions of the people will be? Do you think there will be no speculation about a conspiracy? Is that what you're saying?
For me, I always like personally. Now, I'm speaking as black, as an individual called black. I tend to prefer to look at things that I can verify, and things that I can verify right now is that brand. I don't know Huey. I don't know how to pronounce it. That particular brand of helicopter has issues because we've had three aircrafts fall off the sky for no apparent reason. Now, at least no reason that has been explained to us, because they would say that it had a malfunction. You see, just as this one had a malfunction. Because if you have a chopper of the same make having malfunctions falling off the sky, then there's something wrong with it. I mean, that's verifiable. Now, for that reason, that's why I'm saying I would rather go with that trajectory of what um, we can verify by looking at the parts and the history of that aircraft than hearsay, or at least let me just say, instead of saying hearsay, instead of following through a conspiracy that cannot be verified. I mean, how can we verify that? It's only mere speculation. But can we verify that, yes, maybe there's a problem with this chopper? Yes, this kind of chopper. Yes, we've had three incidents of the same nature. Is it? And at the end of the day, the word that is used commonly is malfunction. If this chopper has malfunction enough to be falling off the sky, then we need to look into this chopper, right? And if there are any still left in the hangar, we need to get rid of them because they are not safe for our people, not only the VIPs, but just regular soldiers that fly them. That's what I'm looking at. I'm talking about. As to the conspiracy of saying, I don't know, he was taken out by so and so and so and so. I mean, to me, that's just a mere speculation. I want to focus more on the aircraft itself. Something could be terribly wrong with that aircraft. And by going through the trajectory of trying to establish the malfunction nature of that aircraft, could go far in saving the lives of the many other Air Force individuals or other soldiers, servicemen and women that fly that particular brand of chopper by writing it off our military list to say maybe it was attacking that we get rid of it. Maybe it will save more lives. Because right now we'll be talking this and then kesho inainuka tena. After some time tena unasikia imeanguka tena. Would we be doing any good? The answer is no. So let's deal with what we do know. What we do know is we know this brand of the helicopter. 3 times that we know. Kuna ile ilianguka Bonny Forest juzi tu, was it late last year or sorry, late last year ilikuwa kuna majeshi kadhaa. Is it Bonny Forest or around Lamu area? It just fell off the sky. Second thing, early this year, ile Duale, same brand, Rui. Another one, this one, same brand, imeangusha CDF. We ought to, I mean, tuangalie hii kitu from that perspective. That is my view. Because that's what we do know for a fact. That this thing imeanguka mara tatu na keyword inatumika ni malfunction. Now this one they have not told us what's the reason. Maybe in the coming days they'll tell us that this was the reason as to why this chopper failed. That is my view.
Boro.
Yes, thank you so much. I have been quiet for some time. I want to start from where Mr. Makiandi left. One thing that we agreed, all of us, is that basing on how things are going in Kenya, so far there is no region that is being marginalized. It's just an imagination, because I have shown how the people of Mount Kenya are suffering, because the highest bursary that our children are getting are between 2,000 and 3,000. Whereas in other places, people are getting more money. And this problem has not just started now. It has been there. But what the people of Mount Kenya are doing are giving the government time. They understand things don't just happen overnight. Instead of polarizing the economy with fights and demonstrations, we are urging the government to do the necessary deliberately to change the law and allow our people have resources just like other places. The fact that we are complaining does not mean we don't support the government, because we understand the government and governance is not very easy. Mr. Makiandi said I was one of those who were supporting Uhuru Kenyatta, and I said, basing on my analysis, you form the government. I also said, basing on my analysis, Ruto is going to form the government. I was in a Mutebe TV, and sometimes I would be the only person supporting William Ruto. It's because I speak my mind, and before I speak, I do my analysis. And I want to say this, even now, basing on my analysis, if there is a president in Kenya who will transform the economy of Kenya, is one William Samoei Ruto. Let me just touch on something that you people have touched on, the tyranny of numbers. It is all about what you think about the tyranny of numbers. But the concept or the way I used that subject matter, it is not what you people are discussing. Because tyranny of number is all about democracy. And democracy is to say that the majority will have their way, but the minority will have their say. So when we talk of the tyranny, or I talk of the tyranny of number, is here I am, and Omondi Ogolla is here. When we go to the political field, we want to make a coalition. How many votes can you mobilize? How many votes can you bring on the table? And how many votes can I bring on the table? That is how I see the tyranny of number. But you people, when you think of tyranny of number, you think of this tribe versus that tribe. And I want to tell the people of Kenya, there is no value that your tribe gives you. I myself, I don't even remember that I'm a Kikuyu, because being a Kikuyu adds no value to me. What adds the value to me is the virtues that I hold, the values that I hold as a person. Those are the things that are very, very important. So if somebody has superior ideas, I will not think of this one is not a Kikuyu, I will not support that person. I don't believe on that. Most of the friends that I have, I don't know even how many Kikuyus I have as my friends. I don't even bother you are from which tribe. I only remember about tribe when I come in the show and I hear people who are so much critical and passionate about their tribes. There is nothing that your tribe can add you. So what can we do as intellectuals? It is not ferment about a tribe and how this tribe have, sometimes I wonder when I hear people saying Uhuru was a president and he was a Kikuyu. So what? Was he a president on behalf of Joffrey? If today I have a vision of becoming the president of Kenya, Mr. Omondi, will you refuse to vote for me basing on the ideas that I'll come up with, the strategies that I have, the plans that I have for the nation, simply because I'm a Kikuyu? That defeats my logic. It should reach a point whereby when we see people, we stop now seeing them basing on the tribe, especially we, the young generation.
Let me answer you before you go on a. Let me answer you before you go on a wild goose chase, as the other person said
You
it.
interfere with the line of God.
No, I will answer you. I'll answer you before I lose my trail of thought.
Before I have
Because I want to answer you, right?
Okay.
You said something there about will I vote or not vote for you because you're a Kikuyu. Now, if I was ever to vote in any presidential elections again in Kenya, if I was ever to do it again, right? As far as I know, I am not ever going to vote a Kikuyu or a Kalenjin until the so-called the revolving door syndrome, changes. For example, another ethnicity captures the seat apart from Kikuyu and Kalenjin, because you cannot have an hegemony of two communities for over 60 years and think that is funny. And the way you are trying to patronize me there is by saying that you might have the best qualities, but you just happen to be a Kikuyu, like a chicken and egg situation. No, I am telling you that even Uhuru Kenyatta, he voiced it very politely, that what is the benefit of the other communities if only two communities can continue running the show? But I suppose he was also annoyed with the Hustler Dynasty movement. So fair play to Ruto on that, because I think Uhuru Kenyatta was annoyed. So he was saying, okay, if you people are saying that this is a dynasty and a hustler conversation, I can also remind you that it's only two communities that have led this country. But you asked me a question, like a hypothetical question, and I've given you an answer that many Kenyans feel the way I feel. There's some mad person there in the chat room there who is describing me,
No,
very,
just focus to the
very
show.
strange ways. Anyway, I'm not going to answer that person, but what I'm trying to say is you gave me a good question, and I've given you a straight good answer,
wrong
because
answer. You have given me a totally wrong answer.
Okay, I'll leave it there.
Intellectual. Let me tell you, you said you know a little bit of psychology. In psychology, we say in the theory of reciprocity, that the people will treat you the same way you treat them. If you have such sentiments about those two tribes and you talk in such manner about them, those people who are listening to you, because I have listened, I've been into group with my brothers. Yes, I hear you, and it's good that you are talking. But how do we approach that problem? Because you make the matter worse in the process of thinking that you are solving. I want to give you an example of William Ruto. In 2007, William Ruto was the most hated person in central Kenya, if you're not aware. But William Ruto, along the way, realized that if I can change my politics and perception about my politics, these people maybe they are not the way I think. And he showed that he can work with them. In Kenya, in central Kenya, it has been said that for many years that a Kikuyu cannot vote another person from any other tribe apart from a Kikuyu. What happened? When William Ruto showed love to those people, they defied even their kingpin, Uhuru Kenyatta. And they said, we are going to start with William Ruto. Change of heart. My brother, you need to change your heart and talk to your other brothers to change the heart and the perception. Let me just finish. And the perception about other tribes. Start talking good of them because, for instance, myself here, how do I feel when every time you talk, I feel like it's an attack? And it's not me, because for me, I have a big heart. I accommodate everything that people say and I don't care. But people down there who listen to you, they feel like you are spewing hatred. They feel like maybe that is how the rural community are. They don't like us. So do you know what we're doing? Tomorrow when an MCA, and I thank God because in Juja, not Juja, but Kiabu, we have a rule. Let me tell you. It's all about how you treat other people. We have an MCA who is a rule amidst the Kikuyus. He was voted by Kikuyus. Yet the competitors were rules. So the theory of reciprocity, when you change the heart, when you stop seeing other people as your enemies, you start talking about them with love, they are likely to reciprocate. And they are likely to see you as a friend. So we as young generation, we as intellectuals, we have to start changing the way we see others. How our grandfathers used to see, like now, let me tell you, when we were young, people used to say very bad things about the rural community, the older generation.
They still say, don't say it is the past tense, they still say.
No, it has at least been diluted to a longer.
Oh, okay, at least.
Raila Odinga was able to get almost 1 million votes in central Kenya, then there is something changing in the politics of Kenya. If William Ruto was able to get all those votes in central Kenya, then something is changing. And change is not drastic. Change is gradual. It is upon us to start now, when we come in the show, like here, we start showing that really we can reason, we can work together, regardless of our tribes. Because myself, when I see Mzalendo, I don't think of Mzalendo as a rule. I see my brother. When I see you, I see a brother. And let me tell you, my friend, myself, I have been differing with the politics of Raila Odinga because I see some kind of aspect of violence. And I have spoken to it. You might not agree with it, but that is how many people, and our honest man, Gachagua, told Raila Odinga, you think we hate you? No. The only thing that is there, the Central Kenya people fear you. Why? Because it has been associated with kind of political violence. Now,
so Raila is the one who brought Mungiki to Central.
No, apart from that, I don't want to go to the argument.
Man.
No, I don't want to go to argument. I know how you feel when Raila is mentioned, but I'm just...
No, you see, you're doing it again.
No, let me, I'm just telling you. Now, suppose tomorrow, somebody like my good friend called Professor Tom Ojienda, somebody who does not carry the baggage of the history of the Odinga family, of the fights that have been there, crops up, or the professor who has come up with a different way of approach to other tribes. Let me tell you, you'll be surprised that even in central Kenya, a Luo can be supported 100%. I'm telling you, it's all about approach. That is why Gachagua was telling Raila Odinga, no, we don't hate you. We have no problem with you. But these people, they fear you. Either they were made to fear you, or the actions made people to fear him. That is the honest truth. But people may be having... There was a time Uhuru Kenyatta was...
So it's nothing to do with Kehe?
There was a time Uhuru Kenyatta was very...
You see, you can't even answer that.
What? Don't go there. I don't want to go to such...
You see, you can't answer that. So that's okay. Keep going. I'm listening.
No, I wanted to say this. There was a time Uhuru Kenyatta was very categorical. He said, you see this community, it has no problem with anybody else. The only problem we have is with one man. There was a time, the statement is there even in the social media. And that person is Raila Odinga. Do you know why? Because in the past, Raila Odinga has been talking ill about that community, so much that people believed this is an enemy. And also they used also Raila Odinga. They made an enemy out of Raila Odinga so that they can control the people of Central Kenya. They were using, that the advantage. But how can we dilute all that? We as the young people, we change the perception, how we talk. When I am talking about rules, when I see you, my friend, I don't see you as a rule. When I am listening to you here, you see sometimes I keep quiet for a very long time. I hear an intelligent person. I see somebody who has the potential of influencing so many people away from the tyranny of number. I just wanted to say, to me, tyranny of number is about you as an individual. How many votes or how many people can you influence or can you convince, apart just from your tribe? How many people can you convince to follow you? And that is why I was saying, William Ruto is a mobilizer. He's a strategist. He's very organized. I was one of those people, if you don't know, who participated almost, I can say 60 or 70% in the campaign of William Ruto, both in America and organizing also in Kenya, on the ground. Let me tell you,
very sad.
That guy is totally organized. Apart from saying that he's encouraging, you may disagree, but Ruto is very organized when it comes to planning his things. Now,
can you tell me why he only won? He only got 1 out of the 12 polling stations abroad. How they didn't manage to rig? Listen, the polling stations abroad. Okay, 12 of those polling stations.
Yes.
Some of which had 2 different. I don't want to go on describing the the way that they had organized or disorganized the polling stations abroad. But can you tell me why
no, you see,
Ruto only got 1 polling station? I think it was somewhere in the Middle East or in the Gulf. Okay. The question number 2 before you continue, because I'm listening to you, and I'd like you to answer 1 or 2 questions. So that question. And the other one is, do you think it's okay, given your tyranny of numbers thesis, do you think it's okay, for the Kikuyu, the majority Kikuyu, and the Kalenjin, which is a set of different tribes, to continue ruling Kenya for another 20 years? Because already they have said, come what may, they will be there in 2027. Come what may, they must be there in 2032 and beyond. My question is, in your thesis of tyranny of numbers, only that, and I'm not talking about moral questions, about moral judgment, about why should they continue, blah, blah, blah. Just in your thesis about tyranny of numbers, do you think they should continue ruling Kenya for the next 20 years, the two communities? Just tell me, be honest.
Let me put it this way. What you are asking, though, as much as you are saying it's not a moral question, is both a legal and a moral question. Because as long as the stipulated form of government in our nation is a democracy, then anybody is free to contest.
Okay, so you're saying
or not.
After Ruto, Gachagua, and then another Ruto.
Let me finish. As long as that is the form of government that we have adopted for ourselves, then anybody, any Kenyan, according to our constitution, is free to contest, either to be rejected or to be voted in by Kenyans. That is point number 1. However, if we as a nation, because we are the people who make the laws, decide, okay, the greatest monster, the greatest problem of our nation is tribalism. We sit together. How do we end this problem? Now, unless what we should be talking
You're not
about.
answering my question.
No,
I
listen,
just need a yes or no answer.
You see, you can answer the same question in different ways. And I may not be, yes. Now, unless we say what we should be telling people is yes. And I agree, because that is how people feel. That is why we have the media. That is why we have the freedom of expression. We say, okay, people are dissatisfied by having people from the same tribe ruling all the time because they are in big number. How do we solve this problem? Let me tell you something, my brother. The BBI was a good document because everything has to start there. If we don't amend the law, and we continue with the same tribal mentality, we will continue to have the same problem. BBI was a good document, but in that good document, some bad clauses which were put there by selfish interest spoiled the whole thing. The aspect of having an executive prime minister, the president, blah, blah, all those positions, those were a good thing because they would make representation. They would broaden the executive so that people may feel represented. The only thing, though many people believe BBI was a good thing, the only thing it was doing, other things, it was interfering with the independence of the judiciary, which we are gaining on one side, but at the same time, we are destroying on the other side because of the ombudsman crowds. The other thing, it was also interfering with the independence that we gave the police force, that they should be able to make decisions without being influenced by the executive. That because you don't belong to the government party, then the police would mistreat you. Today, the bosses are able or can be in a position to say, no, Mr. President, we are not going to do what you want us to do. And the president will not take them anywhere. But in the Constitution, they were trying to change all that. There were some clauses they had put, and the way also they had framed. Let me tell you, maybe you don't know. The idea that time, the idea of the prime minister was selfish to some extent because Uhuru Kenyatta wanted a comeback, and that is why people refused so much. He wanted to come back as the prime minister of Kenya. I don't want to go into details, but anyway, unless we change the law, the aspect of tribalism will continue disturbing us. Everything should start there. And I agree with you totally because I'm trying to assume, I'm trying to put myself in the shoes of those who have never occupied any powerful political position and how they feel, yet they are Kenyans. So for me, I'm saying instead of wearing
because of rigging.
By the way, let me tell you, on one side you are saying, oh, these people have a number, but then on the other side you are saying, oh, they leaked. Let me tell you something.
No. I have not said that they have numbers. I have not said. I'm one of those who say, no, I'll give you just 2 seconds. Yes. I am one of those, unfortunately or fortunately, who have doubts about the authenticity of the census in Kenya. And Kenya is not the only country that cooks census numbers. In fact, I'll give you a very brief example of a voting scam that people believed happened in the UK some time back. I'm not saying that UK is 100% perfect, but in 2016, when there was the referendum for whether the UK leaves the EU or not, okay? So what they did was they passed a law which allowed over 16-year-olds in Scotland. Oh, sorry. That's a different cup of tea there. I wanted to speak about Scotland rather than the EU. When Scotland wanted to free itself from Britain during the referendum just before 2016 thereabouts. There was an independence referendum, and the law was made that the young people who are 16 can vote in Scotland. And there is a big young population in Scotland, all right? Yes. When that referendum was done, a lot of people believe that it was rigged against Scotland, because already they had a fair population that was going to win this referendum to say yes, independence, and then the big chunk of over 16-year-olds who were also brought in the universal adult suffrage as voters would have worked well for the Scottish population that wanted independence. So people claimed that there was some form of rigging, but of course they didn't go to the streets to demand a review of the process or anything like that. I just wanted to give that as an example because of what you said earlier on about tyranny of numbers. Now, in the case of Kenya, there is people who believe that the population census has been fraudulent, at least in the last 20 or 30 years, for political purposes, so that everything fits in, in a biased way, so that one part of the Kenyan population benefits from that, because there's been bigger numbers that don't make sense about, for example, the population of central Kenya, more than it made sense, for example, in the days of Moi in the 1980s. So when people talk about their misgivings about the population census, they should be listened to, because I think that's another contribution in a debate about, is this democracy authentic? That's what I meant. I didn't say I don't agree by the tyranny of numbers in the Kenyan context, the way Mutahi Ngunyi was making this propaganda.
I know what you are saying. Yeah. But when I'm talking of tyranny of number, I see it in the political perspective. That is, how many votes can you as an individual be able to bring on the table? Now, I also don't want to disagree on the manipulation, maybe on the numbers of people on different regions. I know numbers can be manipulated, but for me, I tell people, I think I am almost the same as Gachagua. I love telling people the truth. In my heart, if you are to ask me if Raila Odinga was rigged, because I've been in this politics, I was even writing some of the campaign strategies for some politicians. And in 2022, I followed politics keenly, totally. That's why I was speaking in Mutembei confidently. And I think I was the only one. And I was going through hard time sometimes. But I made sure I tell people what is in my heart. The only time I believe that Raila Odinga was rigged was 2007. Because Raila Odinga had a wide support that time. But this other time, I don't believe so. 2022, no. William Ruto did very well. But you look at the aspect of rigging. Who was, if it was even to rig, who was in a better position, or who would have rigged? Is it William Ruto, who was not kicked out, but was squeezed out of the government? And Uhuru Kenyatta, who wanted Raila Odinga to become the prime minister. I mean, the president. And for him, he wanted to become the prime minister. Between those two people, who had the power to manipulate the votes? Okay. You saw everything. Even in the in the judiciary, you saw everything. Sometimes it's good to be honest to ourselves and say, for sure, hapa tulichapwa. Na tukubali, sio kila wakati kusema tumeibiwa mpaka inakuwa ni wibo. Wakati mimi niliambia mpaka I used to tell my friends, lakini hapa naona kama tuliiba hii kitu. It was 207.
So this comments by the lawyer Ahmed Nasir, Uhuru's lawyer, that both sides of Azimio and Kenya Kwanza were lining up bribing the judges during the petitions. So this is all nonsense to you.
It is nonsense because he could not verify. I mean, he could not justify that. For instance, let me tell you why some of the reasons I believe there was no rigging. Azimio purported that some areas they believe there was some kind of manipulation. And the judges asked which areas. They mentioned some few areas. The judges said, okay, apart from what was in the portal, there are ballots that were signed even by the agents, and those ballots are secure. Which are those areas do you want us to revisit, to count one by one? You bring your people there. The court is going also to produce their people there. The international community is going also to be there. Then we count one by one. Then we compare whether what is in this physical ballot and what is in this server, because they were given partial access, whether they agree. They checked for the whole day and the whole night. And there was no question.
The international community has interests in Kenyan elections as in many other elections. And you know yourself that every time there has been every time there has been a contention or between the two sides, because Kenyan politics has been about two sides in the last, I would say, 15 years, two formations. Every time this has happened, the Americans have always been one of the first countries to give power to the alleged rigging side. Always saying the ship has bolted, the train has left. Let's move on. That's the American diplomats.
Now,
so they have an interest. They have an interest, Yeah.
Assuming you are the judge, if you go to my Facebook, immediately they finished the counting and the report was led in the court. I wrote in my Facebook, and I wish I have time, I would have pulled that statement I put there. I wrote there, case is over. Because you are the one who have come up with allegation that in this and this polling station, we want to do a recount. We compare with what is in the server and in the portal because we believe something happened. Everything was done. The media was there. Observers were there. Then everything, to a greater extent, carried. If you were the judge, even you would have said, enyewe hapa hakuna kesi. Because wewe ndio umesema hii polling station imeibiwa, wacha tuhesabu tena. Koti ikasema we want to be fair enough. Watu wajifugie huko wahesabu. Wakati hiyo hesabu iliisha, niliambia watu kesi imeisha.
Look, I don't go.
Judge, you have said there is in statistics there is what we call sample. The court used that perception as a sample. Kama hawakupata evidence hapa, na hivi yenye tumefanya hiki kazi kubwa ya kuhesabu moja kwa moja several polling stations, na hatukupata beyond reasonable doubt ati ya kwamba imeibiwa, then ni kumaanisha hata hizo zingine ziko sawa. Even without now following
I don't go into theatrics of vote counting or the judges and all that. But what I would say is, in hindsight, those judges who sat in this last petition, some of them were involved in the previous petition where the Chief Justice Maraga, called for an election, a fresh, election or something. Okay, I think these judges who came from Maraga's bench, they were extremely disappointed with Raila Odinga. In hindsight, that when they were when an election was called, he refused him and Kalonzo to face off with Uhuru Kenyatta again. But of course, they had their special reasons for that. But I think these judges were, in hindsight, saying, okay, we will teach you a lesson. Tulikupatia ile kitu mujaribu kuchukue nini, muone kama mulishinda ya kweli, wakati wa Uhuru mukakataa kwenda kwa kura tena. So this time, we're on the bench again, we'll deal with you. I think in hindsight, that is one of my mad theories here when Black comes here and says Eli should be more of a film director and so on. But I'm talking about, yeah, I think those judges, to be fair, they threw those papers because they thought these guys, they've been here before and they were not serious the last time. We actually...
But also, another big and very critical aspect that brought the case of Baba down was those who were gathering evidence. One, somebody did not even scrutinize where the document had come from. Some of the documents that were used in the last case of Maraga found their way into this case of 2022. Even if you were the judge, what would you have done? And it was proved that actually the evidence, those people, those are some of these senior counsels who are purporting to support Baba. Some of the evidence they have brought are the same evidence that were brought in the last general election. Seriously. Not only that, Mahat Somani, the IEBC lawyer, was able to show some of the documents that these people are purporting are part of the IEBC documents were not. And that is where now you hear this Chief Justice telling them some of these mistakes, they make even the judges change the perception about your competence as a lawyer. For me, I say maybe there was a strong case because it's very easy to at least to get mistakes here and there. But the moment you introduce a document that is fake document in the court of law, that by itself, it is enough to make the whole case be thrown. That is why you see even the language in the ruling that was used was not a very good language. It is because they were offended by some of the actions of the senior lawyers. That is
why did just a second last question. The last one will be back, a question about this tragedy of Francis Ogolla and his team. But the second last question would be this. Why did William Ruto not win the diaspora votes?
That's a good question. One, I would like you to see.
Just tell me why. Why did he not win the 11 stations out of 12?
I just want to tell you the reason why. I want you to look at the statistics, even what you are calling winning. How many people I want you to look at.
We talk about numbers.
No, you see what you are calling. Do you know actually what we are calling elections in the diaspora? It was like there was none. Like now here in the US, how many people voted? Kenyans did not turn out to go and vote. And let me tell you, people who support Baba, they support Baba passionately. There are people who can die for Baba. The same cannot be said about William Ruto. The people who support William Ruto are people like me, most of them, who might decide, I cannot lose my $100 to go and vote. So the people who vote for Baba, they are loyalists. They can do anything for Baba. The turnout in the diaspora for William Ruto, you know they're supporters of William Ruto. So they are not the same. They are not the same. So Baba would have won. Let me tell you, Baba would have won. The only mistake that happened, Uhuru Kenyatta. And I said it. And if I wish you can revisit those videos, because I came to Mutembei TV. And I said, if there is somebody who will fail Baba, it is Uhuru. Because he's only saying, I am behind Baba. But is he campaigning for him? How could Uhuru Kenyatta entrust Mother Karua to campaign for Baba? Knowing very well Mother Karua, she had even contested as a president. She only got 50,000 votes. Uhuru Kenyatta was the kingpin. He was supposed to go around the whole of central Kenya, convincing people, campaigning for him. He would have gotten. Baba was defeated by Ruto with only 200,000 votes. The person who failed Baba is not even all those other people. It was Uhuru Kenyatta, because Uhuru lied that he is supporting Baba, but he did nothing. Because campaign is you go to the people. Tell your people the reason why you are telling them to support this man. But you cannot be in the office in the state house, but you are there saying you are supporting Raila Odinga, knowing very well this is the same man who had destroyed the name of Raila Odinga in central Kenya. He had the power to give the people the story why he think now they should work with Raila Odinga, whom he had talked ill, whom he had tainted as Kemodo Kigoroki. Do you know, Uhuru Kenyatta had really fought Baba in central Kenya, but he did nothing to wash the name of Baba. So for me, I normally say, if there is somebody who failed Raila Odinga, it is not Mother Karua, it is not Okina Sabina Chege. They had no power to change people's mind. But Uhuru, as the president, if he started early enough to campaign for Raila Odinga, the 200,000 votes, at least he would have gotten another 500 votes in central Kenya. Because there are so many people who did not vote. Look at the turnout. Because they didn't know, why are we voting? Why? Nobody convinced them why they should vote. So maybe you might not agree, but Uhuru Kenyatta was not passionate about it.
Okay, all right. Thank you for that. My last question, because this is becoming more like a dialogue rather than teamwork, because I don't see other people here. But my last question is really about the post Francis Ogolla. What do you think, as a panel here, that is going to happen in terms of who will be appointed?
Replacement.
Replacement. Because obviously this is one of the biggest seats in the country, and it can change the dynamics of anything that happens in Kenya. It's a national security issue as we speak. So it has to be handled with care. So do you know of any person?
That's a big question. That's a big and very strong question.
Or will it be one of his vice chief of staff?
But as we said here, when it comes to the army, in the army, they don't make tribal considerations. The greatest consideration is the experience. The greatest consideration is your qualification. And of course, you people have talked about the culture. So I know that people may feel like maybe the president has not done what is supposed to be done, but the process will be followed. I don't know the names of who will be appointed, but at least I know the president and the team, they'll make so many considerations before they can appoint that person in that position. So right now, I believe the president is stressed because he doesn't know how to balance the equation. Because the rules will be saying, you see, he wanted to eliminate him so that he can put this person who is ABCD. So I don't know. Let's wait and see. That's what I can say. But it's a very sensitive area. Maybe Mzalendo can help us.
You really brushed me off earlier on here. Shut up, you know.
Oh, you decided to disappear.
That was not fair, brother. That was
no, Mzalendo, you can bite a bullet. You know, don't feel. It wasn't a personal attack. You know, we're just having conversation.
I know you and me come a long way. We're not going to fight on social media because of politics. I told you this politics sometimes it is traumatizing. That is the right word. To so many people, they have never yielded. They've not reached that junction of saying, you know, let it go. It is not about my tribe. It's about me. William Ruto, does he care about me? No, he doesn't. Does he care about?
He doesn't even know you. He doesn't even. He does not know how much I support him here.
Omondi who is fighting every day for Raila Odinga, does even Raila care about it? He doesn't even care or know him anywhere. And even when maybe
who told you I'm fighting for Raila here every day? That's a lie. No, that's a lie. Me, I am fighting against rigging. That's it.
I've told this story of rigging, and let us now get into this story of rigging, because you are hell bent to believe that elections are rigged. The reason why politicians make sure that they have got something to say is, I have been a politician. How would you say when you lose an election? How do you go back to your voters and you want to claim victory next time? That we lost to these guys. They were a better side. You must have a reason. You must have a reason, and that reason must be consistent. Elections were stolen. We were the winners, and then people like Eli get to believe, yes, this it is the truth. That is how you create the perception. Because if you say that if Raila has lost election 5 times, suppose he was just saying each and every time that we lost, what happens? What happens? Just look at it logically. What will happen?
Nick, listen. Mzalendo, you claimed to have left the Orange Democratic Movement Party because, unfortunately, they rigged you out. Okay, so you're doing double speak here.
This is what I'm telling you. Huh? I'll get to the democratization of party and what it reflects when you complain about the national elections being stolen. Then you go back to your own political party and see whether there's any fair election that goes on. That is where I come from. You understand? You claim nationally that elections are stolen, but in your own political backyard, there is rigging. You carry people's hand to say, this is my man. Is that democracy in your language? I'm just asking you a question. Is that democracy? Is that the will of the people?
I don't know why you left ODM, but you said you left ODM because you were rigged out.
No, this is it. Let me now explain to you why I left that party called ODM, of which I'm a life member. Not so many people get to be life members of that great political party. The ODM party I used to know, with Raila Odinga being who he was then, has changed a lot. It has become a club of stakeholders, a club of shareholders. That is why you see the leadership in ODM is never changed. That is why you see the MP in your area is still the same guy you saw 10 years ago. That is why you see the MP for Bita, the MP for everybody are still the same. It is a club. Once you join that club, I can tell you for sure, if you are a member of ODM, you're still at the window. You have not even got close to the door. When you get to sit in the table where these club members sit, is when you'll understand the politics of the day, of what happens and the backyard and why they want to grab power. So you will get to understand how the voters are manipulated to believe that this is a cause that we are fighting for, and we must fight with our lives and kill people who must die, because one of us has to be on top of that seat. But can they really get to the top of the seat? The answer is no. Do they really want to be there? No. What do they want? They want relevance. They want relevance. Even if it is a quarter of bread that Baba is getting from the government, he's okay with that. Even Kamani Nusu is okay with that. You can do your head like this, like that, but I can tell you that is, ask June. I've sat with these people. The things that they talk about is power. Is power. We want power by all means. Even if you are going to get to the back of it, we want power. Same to the Gachaguas. That is what they want. They want power. Everybody wants power. There is nothing. Tell me, if you are not a member of ODM or what does ODM stand for in the grassroots? How have they changed their people's lives in the grassroots? Give me one example, just one example of an MP who has changed people's lives in the grassroots and their policy and what the policies that they advocate for, whether they have articulated them in parliament.
That's an open-ended question, because it will mean that I'll have to check all the ODM constituencies and find out. And I'm living here, I'm not living in Kenya. So that's an unfair question, because I can't answer that. I can only look at things that are on the media in terms of the grassroots, because I can't, like, for example, attack all ODM MPs saying that they're not doing a good job and all this. I know a lot of them, going by the words of Sifuna the other day. Sifuna was on this program, this Spice FM, I think 2 days ago, and he said that 60% of members of the National Assembly, not necessarily the Senate, but 60%, if the people of Kenya, if they still had the recalling powers, because the MPs had changed that, as you know, 60% of them would have been recalled in relation to the finance bill, because the people hated that bill so much and the way it was misarticulated in Parliament. So in terms of that there alone, that includes ODM MPs, those 60%. So I can say that a lot of MPs are wanting, okay? So in terms of the representatives of ODM, I have seen those people talking in funerals on YouTube and so on. It's disgusting. In fact, I think those funeral political rallies should be banned. There should be a bit of Moism, but that's just my comment. I don't have a fair assessment of how good or bad ODM MPs have done in their constituencies.
All right.
Let me ask you, Mr. Ogolla.
Before Mburu, just before I forget, I don't know why today this name Omondi Ogolla is not it's not you. I mean, it's like somebody else. Can you give me your name? I mean, this is it's like I'm referring to some stranger, Omondi Ogolla. Who is this with two African names? Like Anyway, I want you now to start looking at politics very keenly, especially your representatives. Look at the issues that they bring, because I look at the issue of each and every member of parliament, including the Senate, the senator for your senator, who is Kajuang, and the kind of entertainment he gives us in Senate. It is an entertainment. I am telling you, it is a lot of English, a lot of nothing. I've seen, look at how he was interrogating Siaya County, Professor Nyong, and what he's doing with the money. And look at his deliberation when it came to Nairobi. Now, the thing I asked myself, and Mr. Omondi, please answer me, and try, even if you've not been keen. Let me ask you, how on earth can a Democratic Party member investigate another party member and call the same party member, in fact a party leader in the Senate? They are from the same political party, and they are having a meeting, the NGC, the next day with the same member of parliament who was interrogating him in the Senate.
That's a Kenyan problem. It's not ODM. I think across the board, it's just the measure of Kenyan politics. You know, if we speak about parliament right now, we are actually speaking about the executive, because parliament was captured, seriously captured. Someone spoke about it. I think it was Richard earlier on. Because when you ask me such a question, I feel like you already know the answer, because that question can be asked of both sides of the Kenyan parliament. And I'm not even an ODM member. I don't support a lot of the things that they do. All I was doing was to try and get some kind of change. And I supported Raila and Martha Karua. I did not support ODM or Azimio. My support was for these two presidential candidates, these two, the Raila and Martha Karua, the two individuals. That was my main interest. So I'm not really fascinated by many of the ODM virtues or whatever, because a lot of it doesn't make sense. It should be one party that needs to refresh and renew itself,
Anyway, Mr. Ogolla, we don't have any party called ODM. We have a party called Raila Odinga. So that is what you support. We don't have any party called ODM. We have a party called Raila Odinga.
Right, my friends, I have to go because I have to go because for you, you are a couple of hours ahead of me. Here it's 2:56. Yeah, it's 2:56 in the morning here.
Before you go, can I ask just maybe one or two questions? I have listened to you. You understand the ODM politics more than me. Yeah, we have to give credit where it is due. Raila Odinga has organized ODM, and ODM is now the oldest political party with so many members. Actually, the second largest right now in Kenya. Now that it seems he's likely to exit active politics, Mr. Ogolla, do you think he has nurtured his people to embrace democracy in that party, the way you yourself you'd like to see the ODM political party be run when Raila Odinga is not in power? Number two, you have seen how UDA nurtured or gave people freedom to decide who becomes what in the various positions. That is why we have people like Kawajiko. We have people like Mureithi, people who never even owned a bicycle. We had people like Toto. We have people like Kasheri, very young leaders. They were able to come up through UDA, and many of them, because the president allowed people to decide. Can you say the same with the party of Raila Odinga? And then lastly, There are those people who have been misusing the name or using the name of Baba to remain relevant politically. And they don't care if Baba wins or not. For them, what they do, they want to be supported by Baba because they know if Baba points at me and says it is Geoffrey in this area, everybody will vote for me. After that, they don't care much if Baba is going to become the president or not. There are those people who have been using the name of Baba. They shout Baba several times and they know that my position is secure. What do you think will happen to them? And that is why I think Mzalendo is saying this political party has been built around a person. If Raila Odinga exits from power, don't you see there is a high possibility that ODM is likely to die?
I don't really care whether ODM dies or doesn't die because number one, there's so many things I don't agree with in that party or the party opposite. Raila Odinga has been presented as a cult figure, and I don't use this in a pejorative way. I don't use that to kind of, as if I am trying to offend people who are members of ODM. But I'm trying to say that his cult figure status is so powerful, and it's not even written on any paper. It's not appended anywhere to say that this is the cult figure. It is an unwritten law. So obviously his exit from the helm of the political party will have some consequences. But I don't think that it is such great consequences that there won't be any person who can take over and do a similar job. Personally, when I look at the ODM fraternity, there is potential, for example, of someone like Sifuna, Edwin Sifuna, is a potential threat to any other political formation. Unfortunately, because of the ethnicity profiling at the moment, some of those at the helm of ODM will not want certain communities to take over, so to speak, for, the mantle. But I think that Sifuna is a possibly good candidate. He is not as aggressive or as streetwise as Raila Odinga. He is not necessarily divisive, because Raila, you either like him or you don't. We don't know the potential of Edwin Sifuna in that way. I can't speak of any other candidates because some of them should be in committee or something. I hear of a person who shot at a young fellow who is still nursing his injuries, wanting to become the next leader of ODM. I don't want to mention his name, but I think you know who he is. I think it's pathetic, that people can even think of that person to be a leader of a political party, So ODM has its own in-house problems. If you want me to compare the so-called benevolent nature of Kenya Kwanza and how you say that Ruto is he nurtures young leaders, prepares them for the next level, I'm just laughing because you know yourself that Kenya Kwanza will be dead before ODM is dead, even before the next elections. It is always, for some reason, ODM surviving and other formation dies. You saw that there with PNU at the time of Kibaki 1, and then at the time of Kibaki 2, things started, unraveling, and then the Jubilee and all that. So what I'm saying is there is nothing so special about Kenya Kwanza in the way I see it. they have, in fact, they have many of the problems that the Orange Democratic Movement has. The only thing with the ODM is that they seem to hold on because of the dictatorship within its executive, and they know how to control the game. These parties earn a lot of money. ODM is just a multi-million business, just like Kenya Kwanza. ODM probably has more finances given by the state than Kenya Kwanza, because ODM has been around for a while, and also its members, fund it. I really don't think that the death of ODM, if it happens, would be the death of anything to do with the strong Kenyan politics. But I think that a lot of people who, the so-called orphans of Raila, will emerge. A lot of them will be swept away. That's a fact, And again, I wouldn't miss that because it is a party I don't subscribe to. But to be honest, if Raila stood again, I would have voted for him. I would have voted for him even if he turns 100 years old. But because of my deep suspicion about the Kenyan elections, I would not waste my time to sling a vote anytime soon. But those are my fair comments. Condolences to the situation about Francis Ogolla. Yep.
Just before Hillary, the last question, because you're putting these questions very well, and I like your ideas. Now that you have put it very well, that ODM attracts a lot of money or controls a lot of money, or it gets a lot of money from the government and also from the members. Do you think it is easy for Baba to leave this political party to someone from outside his family?
I think it sounds like Kenya Kwanza have sent you to do some research.
No, I'm just asking myself.
There is nothing like that will happen because, look, there are people there in ODM, not necessarily from Luo Nyanza, who will be shining more than those from Luo Nyanza. And I have given example of people like Sifuna, and there will be others. I don't think any person in, people talking about Winnie Odinga, she has no political strength at all. In fact, a lot was said about Raila Odinga's daughter in terms of the last elections, that she commandeered the place like a colossus, and people actually feared her when she was visiting the ODM headquarters and the campaign strategy offices, because she literally controlled senior people who have been in politics, and she was blamed for a lot of things that happened. I wouldn't blame her because I think ODM should have prepared itself for any eventualities, but I can't see Winnie Odinga anywhere near the top leadership of ODM. I think as soon as her father fizzles out from the scene, she will fizzle out as well. She doesn't have the magic, the populism so I don't see any family connection there. So I think.
What about Ida Odinga? If Raila Odinga tells us now.
No. That's no. I don't know. She's not interested in that. She likes to live a comfortable life, and that's no. I don't think she's interested in that. Actually, Kenyans have moved from this family business type scenario, I think. But when you ask these questions, you can also look at William Ruto's daughter, who is purported to be the next MP of I don't know where, which is quite possible, you know. So yeah, for ODM, I don't see any family continuity from the Odinga side. It's not going to happen. People will work against it. Yeah.
Why do you say that? And Winnie will be MP for Langata.
But do you not think that there will be candidates in Langata as well? She will not be the only candidate.
I think the first woman president we will ever have in Kenya will be Winnie Odinga.
It's on a story like that. We started dreaming. We are not here.
This one should be.
Hillary, can you tell us something different?
This statement should be kept for future reference.
Okay. Right, guys, I have to go. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Prof, how are you?
We appreciate.
Prof, how are you doing? He's gone, eh?
Fine.
Yeah. Mburu anaota, Mburu weota tu. Lakini we want to say that we want to send our condolences to the family of Ogolla and the Kenya at large, and also the whole world, because he was a leader, more than a national leader, because it was in the third in command. And then we are sorry for what has happened, whether it was a movie or it was the thing is General is dead. Okay, thank you so much. I've just joined when I hear Mburu is saying that we need to be the president. Yeah, everybody has his own opinion, which is okay, because opinion is free. So when you are seeing it that way, that is good, because I know he's a gospel preacher. Maybe he's seeing that way, so that one might happen. And Zalenda, when I joined, you were saying that ODM is Raila, which is I don't think is true. ODM is
So
a party.
ODM? Just tell me.
ODM is Orange Democratic Party of Kenya. So I don't know why you're saying it Raila. Raila has been a leader of the party, so it doesn't mean that you can't say that Oda is Ruto. So
without ODM, without Raila Odinga, there's no ODM.
So you are saying that even without Ruto, the Oda will not run.
I'm talking about ODM.
No, so you are something, and it's the largest,
Yeah,
it's the longest having.
Without
is
Ruto,
the longest.
there's no UDA.
Is the longest serving party at the moment, and is the party.
Yeah, because Baba is still around. Baba is still around. Minus him, there's no party there.
Baba is the president of the presidents. So the party will remain with us, and we'll down the party. Don't worry. I'm a member party. If you're not a member, you party. Are you a member of any party?
Am I a member of any party? Hey, my friend. Yeah, I'm a member of a party, and I'm a secretary general of a political party. I wouldn't tell you which one.
Political party.
Yes, I'm a secretary general of a political party.
Oh, that's okay. So the thing is, I think what is happening, the Kenya politics is changing, but we know Kanu stayed there more than 24 years in debt. Many parties came in and died. So it will want to be, ODM will not be the first party to die when it comes, even would anything. So that's the bad thing in politics in Africa, that party cannot maintain, unless one party that has maintained up to now is only CCM in Tanzania, that we have seen it's been consistent and it's been giving president since Nyerere be the first president of Tanzania. Otherwise, other parties we don't see, unless now we have two parties like US, where we know that this is Congress and the other is what Mzalendo. So yeah.
Yes, Hillary. Yes.
So we are saying
I hear
that
you.
we'll see everything. But what we want to say this evening, I think the major issue today was about the death of Ogolla, whereby it was so unfortunate, and we have a lot of questions about it, because how can a general die on a mere helicopter? How? This is the third person in command. You want to see this person should be driving in the access, and how can he just go with the junior in the mission? It won't happen. Like, so now going in a mission with somebody like you pick from US, then you go with the mission. It can't work, man. And there's a lot of questions that we cannot have answers, because we are seeing a thing that maybe with the time we'll get to know. I don't think that the investigation should be done. Those are nonsense things, actually. Those are nonsense. I think the president should know that. The president should tell us the truth and not tell us which investigation are we doing. So this evening, I want to say that as Kenyans, we are crying, and I don't know when the truth will be there. I'll never hear the truth. Many people died on the crash. Saitoti died. We didn't get the report. Kanseri died. We didn't get the report. So this Ogolla is not something new to us. But we wish Kenya well. We wish the family well, and we're praying for the family and the Kenya at life for losing a person who was the people of Kenya for a long time. And it was so funny that this guy was almost retiring and then getting his pension, enjoy with the family, then he's losing his life. It's a painful thing for the country. Otherwise, thank you so much, Mzalendo.
I don't have much, Ilaria. We've been here for the last 7 hours. 7 hours trying to talk about this issue. But it shows how Kenyans are interested in this particular topic. I will not, everything that we'll talk about here tonight has been spoken very well by our able panelists, Mburu here, and the crew that have been here for the last 7 hours. Mine is just to continue praying for the country, and especially the victims of the helicopter crash. There are many silent victims. Their voices will never be heard because of Ogolla has taken over the center stage. To the families of the remaining 9 victims of the crash, poleni sana, and may you find the grace of the Lord. At this particular moment, you look for peace, and there are many questions that you'd like to be answered. For us here, we will just continue speculating and coming up with our own theories. Probably one day we will get the answer to this particular incident that happened. With that, I tell you good night, wherever you are. Those who have been in the comment section, kwaherini sana. Wacha niwapatie Bwana Mburu pia nafasi, alafu Hillary pia aweze kusema.
I just wanted to ask Mr. Hillary just a simple question. I know he is a leader, and especially having a huge following from the rural community. He'll be in a position to help us on how the thinking perspective, the behaviors when it comes to politics from the people that come from that region, maybe how they are likely to respond. This is just a hypothetical kind of a question of what if Raila Odinga decides now to hold the hand of Winnie Odinga and tells the people, this is the person who is going to carry my mantle after I retire from active politics, support her. Do you think the people from that region will support her like they have been supporting Baba?
It's not a hypothetical question.
And not just her or any other person, the person that Raila Odinga is likely to hold his hand or her hand.
You're right. I mean, that's now I'm coming in. I want to say that whoever Baba can carry his photo, even you.
No, we can't hear you. I don't know what's happening with your.
His voice, his audio is terrible. Your audio is terrible.
You can't hear me?
Yeah, you're breaking all the time.
You can't hear me?
Now we can hear you.
All right, I'm saying that Mburu, that's a hypothetical question. It's a reality.
Yes.
Even you yourself, if Baba carry your hands today and said that we are supporting Mburu,
I'll become a big guy.
so, yeah, don't worry. So I think that is a gift that he was given by God, and nobody can take it until he dies. So whoever he can carry his hand, no matter who, I want to tell you that person, people will follow him. Maybe not all, because not all everybody is following Raila, but the massive people will follow that person.
Wow, that's a good answer. So thank you very much, our viewers, for being together with us. Let's continue praying for the families of those who lost their loved ones. My condolences to the whole nation, to all the friends of the generals who lost their lives. May God continue to be gracious to all of them and to the nation of Kenya. I pray even for the leadership, the president, and everybody who has to make very crucial and critical decisions at this time when it comes to the appointment of those who will replace the ones who lost their lives. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Asante
Hilary, your last
asante
word.
sana, asante sana Mzalendo, asante sana Mburu, asante sana wote walipatikana leo jioni na kaweza kujumuika na Wakenya wote tunapolilia mwenzetu ambao wamepoteza maisha yao kulingana na ile ajali ya ndege iliyopatikana kule Kenya. Tunawaombea na tunaambia familia hao wawe na faraja ya kipekee na Mungu awajalie, na nchi nzima pia Mungu aweze kuwajalia na waweze kupata neema na rehema zake, ili tuweze kuwa na amani wakati ambapo tuna majonzi mengi kuhusiana na ajali ambayo imepatikana. Na si hao tu, wengi ambao wamepoteza maisha yao kwa ajali, kwa njia nyingine, pia tunaombea faraja ya kipekee, Mungu ajalie. Kila siku, kila wakati tuko hapa katika Africa 4 kuja na mawazo, kuja na swali na tuweze kukutana, na hapa ndipo tupo mahali ambapo tunaongea kuhusu kila jambo, kuhusu siasa, kuhusu dini, kuhusu kila kitu. Asante sana, bariki sana. Mungu awajalie hadi tukutane tena kesho.
Asante sana Bwana Hilary, kwa wale waliokuwa pale kwa comment section, hebu kwa ufupi na kwa haraka. Gudia, asante sana kwa kuwa nasi kila wakati huu mpaka hadi tunapokamilisha kipindi chetu. Tamatisha kipindi chetu cha political talk. National World Sounds, karibu sana. Thank you for being part of the team. Geoffrey Ruto, you never disappoint each and every time being on the comment section. Asante sana for guiding us during the conversation and inside the political sounds. Thank you very much for being part of the discussion. TRM, come back again. Asante sana for being part of Laban Siani. Asante sana Mohamed. Assalamu alaikum. Karibu sana tena Afrika. Colonel Lochuka, you are here earlier on. Karibu sana Jaluo. Daluo jinga tena ile jeuri kabisa. Uchuka karibu. Nani mwingine nimemsahau hapa. Angela, asante sana kwa mawazo yako. Inspire Women, asante sana. Na wale wote sijawataja, wale walikuwa wanatuzazama na hawakuweza kuingia kwa comment na walisikia. Tafadhali naenda usubscribe katika Africa 24 kule kwenye YouTube na ukuwe moja wa wale watazamaji. Wakati tuna program kama hii utapata ile wanaita notification, yani alert. Na pia kuna mambo mingi sana you can get from Africa 24. We are almost launching our merchandise, our t-shirts, our caps and all that, and some of the products that you wish to participate in. If you want to come to our program, if you want to advertise with us, please get in touch. We will make for you a good advert for whatever promo that you're having. Just here on Africa, we have got very many products that are educative and informative. Tomorrow, please stay tuned. We'll be having one of our prime talk shows, Bed of Roses, which comes Kenyan time at 8 o'clock. So please stay tuned to Bed of Roses, which is coming tomorrow. Yes.
Join us every Friday from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. for a captivating journey into the world of love, relationships, and romance, presented by the dynamic trio Maggie Knox, MC Jesse, and Annie Nyawira. Bed of Roses promises to be your weekly dose of heartwarming stories, insightful discussions, and expert advice on matters of the heart. Whether you're single, in a relationship, or simply love a good love story, this is the show for you. Don't miss out on the chance to unwind and indulge in the joys and challenges of love, all brought to you by our talented hosts. Tune into Africa 24 every Friday from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. and let us guide you through the enchanting world of Bed of Roses. Subscribe now and mark your calendars. You don't want to miss this. See you there.
But what political leader can stand up and say, my party is a party of principles? For the party of Kennedy is also the party of Islam. The party of Jarvis is also the party of Goldwater. Where is our party? Where is the political party that will make it unnecessary to march on Washington? Where is the political party that will make it unnecessary to march in the streets of Birmingham? Where is the political party that will protect the citizen of Albany, Georgia? Do you know that in Albany, Georgia, 9 of our leaders have been indicted, not by the Dixiecrats, but by the federal government for peaceful protest? But what did the federal government do when Albany Deputy Sheriff beat Attorney C.B. King and left him half dead? What did the federal government do when local police officials kicked and assaulted the pregnant wife of Slater King and she lost her baby? Those who have said be patient and wait, we must say that we cannot be patient. We do not want our freedom gradually, but we want to be free now.
It should be a party of collective responsibility rather than a party of personalities. Kenya must evolve a system of safeguarding interest of all wananchi throughout the country. I should also like to stress that these coming party elections should not be based on tribal grouping, regional or administrative boundaries. Our efforts to keep Kenya united would be meaningless if we were to base our decision on ethnic considerations. Individual candidates should be judged by their qualities and ability to perform their duties to the party. In approaching Kenya problems, we should be mindful of the fact that the majority of our people are still poor and need to be uplifted. This should be one of the main tasks of all party officials. Such officials can only make work easy for our president if we are prepared to identify ourselves fully with those problems of wananchi. The elected official should be prepared to sacrifice their time to help the president in his efforts of national development.
tunasonga mbele watu wote wa Jamhuri Kenya yetu, tunasonga mbele watu wote wa Jamhuri Kenya yetu. Haya sisi sote wananchi tushangilie kwa Jamhuri, kwa Jamhuri, kwa Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele, kwa Jamhuri, kwa Jamhuri, kwa Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Mwaka wa 60 umefika, tangu Kenya iwe huru. Mwaka wa 60 umefika, tangu Kenya iwe huru. Haya sisi sote wananchi